Hey guys, welcome back to Thema Thought. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking, go and get that. Um, Today is a tad bit more complex. Well, it's not. It's really not. Um, we have some things that we. No, let's not do that yet. I also still don't know how to work StreamYard, right? But there's some things that I want to go over. I think last week I introduced the idea of a quote unquote black agenda. And so today I'm going to sort of dissect a part of it. I didn't realize how difficult this would be. So I want to apologize in advance. The cultural aspect is the front part of the agenda because I wanted us to take a moment to breathe and really think about what it means to have a culture, be a part of a culture, and whether or not Blackness on its own is a category from which culture can be derived. And so the kind of the kind of analysis is going to be a bit rough, and I attempted to remove links to specific citations and find instead videos where scholars and random other people are talking about the topic so that it wouldn't be so monotonous. I didn't realize how difficult of a task I was attempting to engage in until I started, and it took a lot of time. Like every single day this week, I was trying to get it together, right, and then download and whatever. All right, so that out of the way. Right before I came on, I saw a video notification about um, black women should should black women practice elitism. Um, and I wouldn't just say black women. I'm going to now generalize and take black women out of it and say make the statement more broadly. I see the name. I have not looked into Shanquilla's case yet. I'm trying to find the police report so that I can read it. So I won't be talking about that today. I will be reposting Erica's video because she did a great video on it, but I don't know much about the case outside of the video that got released. And I can't watch that video. Right? So it's very difficult to cover it when I can't watch the video. And I mean, from what I've been hearing and seeing, it was horrific, right? And the lying and then coming back and sitting with this young lady's mother and lying to her face and that kind of stuff. I'm going to attempt, I might not actually talk about it. I might post things about it and updates, but it's very difficult because one, I want the police report, and because I don't like secondhand information in that way. And two, I don't think I can talk about it in any meaningful way and in any depth unless I watch that video. I don't think I can watch that video based on how it's being described. Someone said a gentleman was, well, I shouldn't call him a gentleman. Let me not call people demons either. All right, so a man was in the video apparently, and he said something to the effect of, "Are you gonna?" This is, by the way, I've not watched the video, so I don't know if this is true. But if it's true, this is heartbreaking. Um, he said something to the effect of, "Are you gonna fight back?" or "Why aren't you fighting back?" And she just said she's not going to. And I can't imagine filming something while someone is getting, like, literally getting beat up in front of you, and you are saying fight back, which indicate that the person wasn't fighting back or putting forth any aggression, and you just stand idly by watching. But also to the person attacking, how can you be fighting someone if that person isn't hitting you or like doing anything in return? Like, how do you do that? I think it has to be demonic. um so I can't watch the video. I can't. really engage with that. So I'm not sure how, but I will add my voice to the other people online who are calling for justice for this young lady. I will attempt to repost as much of the information as I can, but I cannot talk about even everything I'm saying is allegedly because I don't know. I haven't read the report, the police report. I haven't watched the video. All I have are the information that I'm getting. And I mean, I trust Erica. So I talked about what I heard Erica De Niro said. So, I mean, that's kind of where I'm going to leave it. So I apologize. Um, there is a kind of social responsibility to keep people up to date and to engage in the hard, like this is one of those things. But I don't know that I can watch that video. I don't know that I can watch that video. Um, all right. So, whew, welcome everyone. I'm going to hit the intro. We're going to sort of recenter, and then we're going to get into this video. I'm going to make this announcement again when we come back on the other side of the introduction. Sorry, this is actually really destabilizing. Like thinking about this is kind of harsh and in the way that because it feels like it was a setup. And I agree with Erica De Niro based on what she said. It felt like a setup, and for all six of them to be like it. All right. this is um This is difficult to do. I probably should have not engaged in reviewing materials on that case right before the stream, but we're going to try to move past that into this. I'm going to attempt to sort of explain SYSBM, not in any meaningful depth. Now, what I'm going to say is whenever I talk about something where people are involved in, I'm allowing for those people to come and explain it to me. If there is anyone in the chat currently, drop a one if you're in the chat and you understand SYSBM. I'm not going to explain the acronym until I come back, but if you understand what SYSBM is, please drop a one because I need your expertise. I think I know what it is, but I'm going to explain it if you don't come up. So that's what it is. All right, let me rephrase this question. If you, not just if you know what SYSBM is, if you agree with SYSBM. So let me give you a minute for the chat to catch up, and let me re-ask the question. If you know and agree with SYSBM, please hit that, drop a one. So if you understand what SYSBM is and you agree with it, drop a one. Because I don't want someone who doesn't agree with it to explain it. And I will do my best to. Wait, Auntie, you said you understand it and you agree with it? If you agree with it, all right, great. Auntie, this link. So we are going to have the link in the chat, but I'm going to be on a very strict sort of scheduling. So here you go. This is for Auntie. Please hit that. Auntie, you're the only person who's supposed to go hit that link and then come and explain to me what SYSBM is. I'm going to explain it, by the way. And while I do that and wait for you to come up, it's very important that we talk about this. So before I get into what I want to talk about, because it has to deal with SYSBM. Wait, is no one coming up? I'm confused. I'm extraordinarily confused. This might be a longer stream, FYI, but I'm a bit confused as to why no one is coming up. Auntie, hey, can you explain what SYSBM is to the chat?
Hi, Themis. Can you hear me?
Yep. Wake up, make up, Slay. Thank you. You've been a member for 4 months.
As I understand it, SYSBM is Save Yourselves Black Men. And I totally agree with it because I think that anyone who wants to go their own way should. And frankly, Black men not going their own way hasn't really worked out that well for a lot of Black women.
Wait, so you were saying you agree with it because it's in the best interest of Black women?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Auntie. Diana, do you have another explanation? I feel like you guys are trolling me now.
No, I was actually in agreement with what she was going to say. I think at this point, let them do what they think is best for themselves and remove themselves from the community, remove themselves from Black women so that Black women can now just continue to focus on themselves and those who support them. So I'm in agreement with that whole entire movement in that aspect.
You look beautiful, by the way. I love everything about everything that's happening on your side of the video right now. So I just wanted to say that before you go. Thank you so much. All right, have a good one. All right. So SYSBM, I'm trying to figure out, hey Sinji, I'm trying to figure out, congrats on the upgrade. I like the new picture. I like the picture you did. So I just wanted to say shout out to you and congrats on your LLC formation. Now, well, I don't know if it's your formation, but I know you own it. So, all right. I am going to find a video of someone in SYSBM talking about it because what you're not going to do today, this is what we're not going to do today. We're not going to straw man whatever argument is being made. So I don't know who this guy is. He looks like a big YouTuber and he is explaining it. So let's watch a little bit about it before we get into my PowerPoint presentation. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. No, look at that. I'm going to leave that up for a minute. That's the picture I'm talking about. That's very, I like it. All right.
Or, in other words, the truth on why Black men date outside of their race. Now, this is going to be the realest video that I'll do on this topic, and it's just the truth. Don't get mad at the truth. These are just facts, okay? Majority of Black men that grew up in America, are attracted to Black women. And I'm just going to cut to the chase, right? Black women are not attracted to guys who are considered talking proper. Most Black women are not attracted to guys who talk proper. Most Black women are attracted to Pookie and Ray Ray. Facts. And why would a guy...
All right, I'm not going to do this. I'm not doing it. So he would be considered a Pookie and a Ray Ray, right? Like, whatever. I'm not doing this. And I also don't want to seem like I'm trying to be mean or drag him. I just assumed he would consider himself a Pookie and a Ray Ray. So it was weird to say they would, whatever. All right. Tiffy has been a member for 4 months. Hey, Tiffy. All right. How do I go? So SYSBM in the most gracious way that I can, and I'm going to try to Iron Man the argument that is being made. It is about going outside of your race to find what you cannot within your race, because within the context of the Black community, there is too much quote unquote degeneracy. And so there are Black men who believe that to find love and fulfillment and peace, they need to go outside of the race, because within the race they cannot find it. This is why passport bros are kind of the front and center when we talk about quote unquote save yourself Black men, right? Because it's this idea that you're going to go overseas, you're going to leave the culture, the community, and you're going to go find that which you can outside, because that which you want is nowhere to be seen within the culture. That is the best way I know how to interpret what this is.
Let me go to a different subject.
All right. I'm going to the extent that this is true, right? Obviously, I have issues with the passport bros, and that is down to the sex tourism of it all. All right. So if we take that out of the way and we make it the best argument, that's the best argument, that within the Black culture, there's too many issues. And so a group of men have decided, in order to get peace and beauty and love and all of that stuff, they need to go out of the Black community and culture. All right. So let me give props first. I'm going to say what is the articulation of this is that these men have a lot to lose, and they're claiming that they've built themselves up in a way that is now inconsistent with the culture. This inconsistency with the quote unquote Black culture has led them to go outside of the community to find that which they want. I think that's great. If you are a SYSBM person and you're here and you think that's wrong, please come up and let me know. I think on a purely sort of honesty and upfront level, this is not a good thing, but it's good that they're saying it. Because I think a lot of people have the belief that they need to go outside of the community once they have attained some level of success, that they need to go outside of the community to go find their love and their joy and their peace. And those who do this aren't going to come online and say it. So it's interesting. On one hand, the people who are saying it online probably have nothing to lose, right? If you have something to lose, you would not be so vocal about your own inadequacy, right? And let's be clear, it is inadequacy. On the intellectual front, the scholars and professors and lawyers and doctors who are saying they have to leave the quote unquote hood, who have to leave their community and who do not want to go back to their community, they're admitting in some ways that the community is too rough, right? And they're going to save themselves and their family. If they take their family, they're going to take themselves and their family, and they're going to move to a different neighborhood, right? It is an acknowledgement on some level that you as an individual cannot push back against the culture because it is too overwhelming for you. And I think there is a professional way of doing it, which has been done in the Black community forever, right? People who gain success leave. But the people who are saying hashtag SYSBM to announce it so publicly is very interesting, right? It's interesting because you probably don't have anything to lose. And the reason I know you don't have anything to lose is because anyone with any kind of sense would not pronounce that so publicly, because it just highlights your weakness, right? You've given up. You are not about to fight for anything. You are not trying to lead anyone in the community. You don't care about a community. And instead of trying to fix the community, you would rather go into an already established community and be there and enjoy and reap the benefits of a different community that you did not help build because you are not willing to build or able. It's not just willing, like there's some people who feel themselves unable to build in their own community, right? And so I think it's an interesting thing that on one hand you're like SYSBM, but on another, the people who are actually doing the action of quote unquote saving yourself aren't the people saying it. These are the intellectuals who refuse to come back into the community and teach, the intellectuals who are unwilling to analyze systems and educate the other Black people, right? It's the lawyers and doctors who are not lending their services to people who cannot afford it. It's the people who moved from one neighborhood to the next so that they could be closer to different kinds of people as opposed to people who look more like them, right? So I think it's a good conversation about that which is said overtly by people who cannot and do not have the resource to engage in the behavior that is quote unquote save yourself, because like you're gonna stay where you are. You don't have a passport, you're not going anywhere, and the passport card is not going to take you internationally, and the fact that you don't know that means that, or overseas at least, means that you're not traveling, right? So we know the people talking aren't really doing anything, but the ones who are not talking and who are achieving some level of success within the system are doing it, they're just not saying it, right? So I think it's an interesting dynamic. So before we go on, I want us to look at two videos. First of which we have, sorry, the first of which we have already seen, we've already heard.
No, Howard,
So I'm going to replay this. I'm going to replay this so we can watch it together.
No, Howard, you liberals have let them invade our society. You give them jobs, political jobs.
Oh, you missed the point. It's only the smart ones we move up.
That makes it even worse.
No, we have to move them up. If we leave a smart one in the ghetto, he might develop into a leader against us. But if we raise him up into white society, we neutralize him. He feels compelled to try to act like us. He loses his identity and his racial anger, if he has it. He becomes alien to his brothers. They realize he sold them out and they grow to hate him. He becomes worthless to them and safe for us. No, thank you. In fact, in his love for the creature comforts, except for his color, he's become one of us.
Oh, that is. All right. So what was happening in that? It's a movie, right? But what they were talking about was this idea that you can take from the Black community those who have potential and those who are doing well and the quote unquote smart ones. And if you give them enough within the context of the white community, they become a part of said community and they forget the Black community. But I think if you are caught up on sort of the evil man taking the quote unquote good Black man and the smart Black man out of the community, I think you also have to recognize that there was another element where they said the community would also not trust this person and they would feel excommunicated essentially. And I think that's interesting. Another video to drive this point home, and then I'll explain why I'm playing this before I get into my video. Let's hear Roger Wilkins talk about a similar phenomena.
And another that's been a theme of yours fairly constantly, and that's Black leadership. You wrote a series of wonderful pieces I saw about the trauma the NAACP was going through, and celebratory. That's what you were talking about in our previous conversation a minute ago about the lack of the melding of these two. Why is that? Why do we not have more Vernon Jordans? People who, we have a lot of people making a lot of money right now. But why don't we have people who combine his social conscience? Where's that going?
Well, two things. Vernon was born poor and Black in segregated Atlanta. and he grew up in the movement. A lot of the people who are now becoming affluent, as I said, don't have that advantage. But there's another thing, and that is that powerful American society, American capitalism, at its upper reaches at least, is very, very seductive. It has been said to me many times, if you just go along, you will get along. If you don't, if you just accept our values, and our values are that we got to make a lot of money, and we will do things for Black people when it is convenient to us, that if we can round off the hard edges of these problems, we will, to slide by them. And if you do that, your salary will increase, your perks will increase, you will be included in our social milieu, and they are recreating for these people at the upper reaches of capitalism the same kind of feeling that I had as a teenager. I am not going to be like those other Black people. I am going to be acceptable to white people. Well, I got over that. You know, you grow out of it. I'm glad I had it and understood it, began to understand it when I was a teenager, and was mature enough to be ashamed of it and put it behind me. But for people who have not gone through the crucible of the civil rights movement, who are told often by their Black parents that what you're supposed to do is go and make a lot of money and be an American success, they don't have the defenses that we had against this separation of themselves from the Black poor. They equate progress of the race with their own bank accounts. And there have not been enough countervailing lessons in the society to tell them that's not true.
How can we give them the lessons? How do you give them the lessons?
The short answer, he's going to say, how do you give them the lesson? Is to say, he says, I don't know. I actually think it's also fascinating when true leaders, when people of integrity speak, they will also tell you when they don't know something. And I find that very interesting that we no longer are willing to do that. All right. I have a tremendous amount of respect for this. And this is part of why I reject the notion. Someone came on here and said, oh, Themis is high value. And this is why I reject that notion so vehemently, right? And it's not to be disrespectful. It is just this reality that once you see yourself as a part of a collective, there is not that much pride when you are by yourself, even if you're doing well, right? You're going to want other people who look like you, right? And who, even if you don't associate yourself with, the world associate you with, right? You want them to do well, hopefully. The question now is, how far are you willing to go to have people do well who might not even care? And I think this is a sort of interesting place. This is an interesting place to start. When we have the question of culture, let's put this up now. When we have the question of culture, right? How do we define culture? How do we engage in discourse meaningful about culture? Do we get to redefine our culture? Do we stick with the definition of that which is our culture? And how are we able to reimagine where we are as a people? The question fundamentally is there a Black culture, right? Now, before we continue this, let's do a little bit of talking. If we accept that there is a Black culture or a Black community, it seems almost treasonous to say you're going to save yourself, right? As a benefactor of that which a community has to offer, to then elevate yourself and move on without thinking you have any social, economic, and just principled responsibility to go back and take care of those who are a part of that culture. I think it's evil and it is treasonous. Just an FYI. But let's continue. So, when we think about culture, is there a Black culture? My answer to this is not simple. It's not easy to understand, honestly. And I think it's complex. So I can recognize on a deep level that I believe I am part of a culture that is Black, right? I'm also a part of a broader American culture. I'm a part of a British culture. Well, probably not anymore. And a Jamaican culture. The question about subculture doesn't come up yet, so let's leave that alone for a moment, right? Can we both appreciate culture and critique it and recommend changes in areas for improvement? If we are thinking about a Black culture as a collective, do we have the right to critique it? How are we even defining culture? I'm going to go to Muhammad Ali on this question. He specifically talks about music, but I want to hear his response to the to the question about culture and Black culture versus white culture, or whether or not there is culture. So let's try that.
The buzzers, everything hangs out with its own. White people, culture's different from Black people. Puerto Ricans and Indonesians cannot integrate. Egyptians and Germans cannot integrate. Australians and Mexicans cannot integrate. They have different foods, they have different music, different cultures. See, you white and I'm Black. If white people have a party tonight and Black people have a party, the party will be 100% different. The music, I go to a white restaurant, we integrate today, right? You go to a white restaurant, you got to look all day on the jukebox to find some music.
No. At our party, we'll have Aretha Franklin, Stevie Wonder.
Let me tell you now, if I go play a jukebox in a white restaurant, anybody Black or Italian here, you got to look all over that box for some Black music. Hank Snow, Johnny Cash,
Josh White.
All kind of names I ain't never heard of. You know, when that train comes around that mountain, when that train comes, and that truck driving there. So what I'm saying is, ain't nothing wrong with that music, but that fits the white culture. You go in our joints, oh baby, don't leave. Oh, I cried all night. Who's that running out of my back door, honey? Oh, but see, those are our problems.
All right. I won't keep going. What I was trying to highlight here, and what I'm trying to highlight is, I mean, at least musically, there is a kind of distinction that is being made, right? We can both accept that there are differences. The question is, within a set community, if we call Blackness a community, is there something that is fundamentally Black that we can say is quote unquote ours by all Black people? Is there something that is Black culture? Do Black people share similar values? Is there a cultural product around value, belief system that is being created within the quote unquote Black community? Now, should I do this yet? Yeah, no, let's continue then. We can look to one of a lyric, right? So James Brown in 1968, in the proclamation, this is a song, right? But it's also a proclamation, say it loud, I'm Black and I'm proud, right? It says, some people say we got a lot of malice, some say it's a lot of nerve, but I say we won't quit moving until we get what we deserve. Say it loud, I'm Black and I'm proud. The questions that come up around this, and we're going to talk about the 1960s and 70s and really try to understand what happened during this era, because on one hand, at least on the surface, there was this sort of very pro blackness and pride in black imagery and pride in being black and the black features and black hair. Now, obviously, that's on the surface. Below that, we had crime bills and the tough on crime and LBJ, and we had a ton of issues within the community, right? And drug usage and just all of that happened. But on the surface alone, we're talking about a community that was very much trying at least to present a unified front. Even though that wasn't what was happening, single motherhood rate was increasing at this time, poverty was increasing, drug use, gangs, all of that was still happening. But there was something else to it, right? There was an attempt that one could argue failed at trying to reclaim Black imagery specifically. Not even if you would disagree and say substantively it was still bad, I would agree. But in the music, in the media, in the Black Panther movement, there was a push, a very overt and sorry, someone just regular. Someone just messaged me. There was this really vicious, honestly, pushback against Black culture, but there was a push from Black people within the culture, some, to really be proud and stand in beauty, right? If we look to the Smithsonian, actually, I can put this up. Part of in the 1960s and 1970s, there was an attempt to reclaim oneself and dignity, and there was a push for self-love, a broad embrace of Black culture and identity. It called for an appreciation of the Black past as a worthy legacy, and it also inspired this cultural pride in contemporary Black achievement, right? Now, you can argue whether or not there was a ton there. So we can read this. This is from the Smithsonian, and I wanted to include some stats regarding the 1960s and 70s around music. I decided that would be a lot, so I'm going to step back a little bit from it. In its philosophy, Black is Beautiful focused also on emotional and psychological well-being. The movement affirmed natural hairstyles like the afro and the variety of skin colors, hair textures, and physical characteristics found in the African American community. And so when we think about James Brown, I'm Black and I'm Proud, I think that phrase and the title of that song encapsulated a very specific moment, particularly in American history, about an attempt to reclaim the beauty in Blackness in a way that it has not. American history did not see up until that time. Now, we currently have the Black Girl Magic and other Black Boy Joy, I think, and other attempts, but it wasn't so definitive of a time period as the Black Panther, for example, party was attempting to reclaim Black image, right? In any case, this was very surface level. The effort to reclaim the image of Black people was very surface level. Beneath the culture was an insidious sort of reality that spoke to the heart of the ghettos, right? About how we were treating each other, but also how the system, in a lot of people's mind, were treating them, and in a lot of people's reality, were treating them, right? So we have two very different reality in these 2 decades, right? On one hand, we are ignoring the realities of our everyday experience that told us that we were not worthy. And we were attempting to rewrite the narrative of Blackness while experiencing a tremendous amount of harm internally from members of our own community. We can talk about why at some other time. But also we had external forces that were more explicitly racist, at least particularly in the 1960s. It didn't just disappear in the 1970s. Even if you thought Brown v. Board of Education ended Jim Crow rules, it wasn't until the 1970s that we saw the kind of inclusion that would even create an argument that it was not Jim Crow, or that we weren't functioning under Jim Crow. So it's interesting now then that we saw the emergence of a kind of culture, a subculture within the Black community that would become the defining factor of the Black community, which is hip hop, right? And what hip hop culture did was it gave access to resource to a select few people within the community. I would argue that these people weren't supposed to be leaders, but they ended up being leaders. So let's think about hip hop in two very distinct categories. I try to make it distinct based on the pictures that I chose here. So hopefully it really emerged in this way in the minds of the people watching, right? So on one hand, we had hip hop where even up until the early 2000s, right? The 1990s, sorry, and the early 2000s, we had a selection of hip hop music where the artists seem to be poets. They seem to be academics in some ways, even if they weren't going to school and graduating in the traditional way. They were putting together works of art that were poetic, that were meaningful, that echoed at the heart of people who experience trauma, not glorifying it. Obviously you had gangster rap and all of that. Someone said blurry photos. Look, y'all are not gonna come for my photo skills and my uploads. It's not gonna happen. No, you're fine. I don't care. So we're thinking about philosophers, poets, and even we can call them wordsmiths, people who actually, even if they had terrible lives behind the scene, who actually made hip hop an art form where you had to have some level of thoughtfulness, some level of education, some level of understanding of how to use words and metaphors and expressing pain in meaningful and beautiful ways, right? Contrast that to creating now a hip hop machine that you can feed anyone in and create whatever narrative you want for the public to consume. And you get a bunch of payola artists. You get a bunch of artists who are able to thrive on sympathy and payola. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. This is not about meaning anymore, right? So there is this question, right? I push back a lot against people. I'll go back to the slide. I push back a lot against people who say, oh, the white man did this or the white man did that. And part of the reason why I push back against it is because when we do that, we ignore, right? We ignore our participation in whatever system is created. Now, you can make the argument that there are young men in the ghettos who do not have access to resources, and when they are plucked from their experience and they're giving millions of dollars, obviously they don't know what to do with that money, right? They don't know how to make more of that money. They don't know that you probably shouldn't just have it sitting in the bank. They don't know how to invest it. They don't even know how to interpret the contract that they're about to sign with a major label and how they're going to be used to further push an agenda. All they know is they don't want to go back to the life that they have experienced, right? we can sympathize with that. But at what point do you take it on yourself to be educated? At what point do you recognize that your influence is going beyond yourself and you need to be responsible, right? Lonnie, welcome to the membership. I appreciate you for being here. I think Erica said something. The subculture of hip hop, gangster rap is what is effing everyone. Yeah, because the truth is, well, let's get into it, right? On one hand, we had older rappers who were very much conscious. Even if you don't agree with them, there was a need to sort of tell the stories about the experience of people in certain areas, the ghettos, so to speak. Now it's a glorifying of those realities to the extent that people who are not even from the ghetto, Drake, are going to make songs talking about starting from the bottom. Now they're here. What bottom did you start from? But it is about, when we think about social consciousness, we're thinking about the evolution of culture, right? And I know we haven't actually dug into culture in a meaningful way yet. I promise you we will. But I want to set this up to really think about what it is that we're doing. So let's go to an interview, an old interview with Lil Wayne, right? And the interviewer asked some really interesting question. I'm gonna do Lil Wayne, then I'm probably gonna do A$AP Rocky, and then I'll go to the record exec that was talking about the passing of, well, let's do Lil Wayne first.
Every verse was about how I would run in your house and tie your parents up or something like that. And every verse was about how I would run in your house and tie your parents up or something like that. And I sold over 1 million records in a heartbeat. It was about lyrics. Mm-hmm. It was just about, it wasn't about what you were talking about, it was about how you was talking about it.
What do you say to people who call your music vulgar, misogynistic, offensive, degrading?
No, if that's what you think about the music, if that's what you categorize it under, then so be it. All those things made me who I am, and I am a very successful man. Please keep looking out for more, because it's coming, baby.
So your daughter, would you have any problem with her being called a or a hoe?
Yeah, if they calling her a hoe, I have a huge problem with that. Yeah, but I've never called a certain female name out. Unless I got a real big problem with it. Yeah.
To say this father of four is controversial is an understatement. But the self-described gangster says he's often misunderstood.
That'll be the biggest misconception, that I'm some kind of rude. I don't know.
Every day?
There's God, there's my family, there's my kids, there's music and weed.
In that order?
Yeah.
Our journey with Wheezy started back in 2013. At his own private skate park, he constructed more headlines than music. Due to an ongoing legal battle, his completed Carter 5 album remains on the shelf. Chronicles the 8 months he spent at Rikers Island for an illegal weapon possession.
When you look back at prison, has it been life-changing?
I learned a lot about people. You're all on the same level. You're all going through the same thing. Everybody wants to go home.
But outside of a jail cell, his celebrity status has clearly shaped his perspective. Recently stirring controversy on Fox Sports when he said he personally doesn't see racism because so many of his fans are white.
I thought that was clearly a message that there was no such thing as racism.
There was a lot of backlash from people about that. Would you change it, what you said, or you still feel the same way? What's your thought on Black Lives Matter?
What is it? What do you mean?
The idea was that there's this movement called Black Lives Matter, thinking that the rest of America didn't seem to understand that Black Lives Matter.
It just sounds weird. I don't know that you put a name on. It's not a name. It's not whatever. It's somebody got shot by police for a reason. I am a young, black, rich. If that don't let you know that America understands Black matter these days,
I don't know what it is. Don't come at me with that dumb man. My life matters, especially to my.
Do you separate yourself from it?
I don't feel connected to a damn thing that ain't got nothing to do with me. If you do, you crazy.
All right. So in the beginning, you heard the conversation about this. If I am rich, I am okay, and I'm separate from those other people. Their experience is not one that I can understand or care about, right? And so the SYSBM, by the way, is not new, right? I think part of the problem of our stagnation is that a lot of people who could have the ability to help, even in just time educating other people, have decided to take their skills and go elsewhere, to take their skills and instead of investing back in the community, to isolate themselves essentially and rather isolate from one community and integrate into another. And I don't think there's anything wrong about wanting to diversify your friend group. I think that is a beautiful thing. That's one of the most amazing things I think about America. But I think part of the issue is there is no sense of responsibility for other people who might look like you. The question I'm going to ask is, should there be? Right? Should you care about people because they share the melanin with you or the same skin tone as you? Is it odd to say you are part of an in-group when you don't have anymore the experience of those people? Because like you said, he is rich, but he is now a wealthy rapper that does not identify with the struggles of the everyday Black man. So is it fair to ask that person to then go back to the community and help and invest in the community? We can talk about how Nipsey Hussle tried that and what happened to him, right? We can talk about people who've been robbed and killed for trying to go back into their community and helping their community. And so the question is, and I hate to do this in the context of save yourself, Black man, because I think that idea, the phrase being said, is reductive. It's done by people who don't have an ounce of ability to think critically about that which they're saying, because if they did, at least like other people who are doing it, they wouldn't say it overtly, so we can just point to them and say, yeah, see, they don't even care about the community, right? So the fact that they're saying it out loud has given ammunition to people who want to attack the community. So I hate that I'm doing it under this, but I'm nothing if hopefully not. I'm nothing if not fair, right? Now let's go to A$AP Rocky, and I promise you this is the last hip hop artist we're going to let speak. And while I recognize fully that I could go through a list of them talking about how they're not Black, they're rich, or that they don't care about a Black community and they don't see racism and all of that stuff, right? We then see them crying later on about racism, right? Like your life experience, if you're in America, will remind you of your race a lot of the times, right? It's very rare that you can create a bubble so big and so protected that it's not, the realization doesn't come up, right? So let's go to A$AP Rocky. I don't know why he was called to do this. I don't know why Rihanna, anyway. Let's
protest. So for me, I can't speak on it because I'm not helping to change it. And I didn't figure out a way to through my art. If I felt like it was something that I wanted to talk about, I would have spoke about it, but I don't feel like I have a need to. You could just look on the internet and see it. It's 24/7. And my manager Chase, he brought up a crazy point to me. We were all as kids were in the house chilling, and or studio, might have been studio. We were chilling and we were talking about the police brutality going on in Baltimore right now, and Ferguson and everywhere around America. And it makes you think, it's like, what is the government really trying to hide? Because it's like, why are we glorifying, or why are we exploiting the beef between the urban community and police officers, when in all reality, Memorial Weekend, 60 some odd people got shot just on a Friday and Saturday. 60 some odd people in one city, Chicago. One city, 60 some odd people shot, 9 to 12 dead. Don't quote me on the number, but 9 to 12 dead. Black on black crime. So one cop shoots a black person. Let's march. Let's protest. Let's promote our mixtapes on TV. Let's do all that. You know what I mean? Because that's what they're doing. I feel like if you're not gonna really talk about the main topic, don't talk about it at all. We have to do something first, and it's within us internally. Like we can't.
All right, y'all get ready to be mad at me. Now, I don't care what you say. I am going to look at state-sanctioned violence against citizens very differently than I do of citizens against citizen. I am. The only way I will equate the two is when someone come up here and try to downplay something like Black femicide, but also try to fight against police brutality. You don't get to do that. But on as just pure human level, and thinking about the political system and the contract that we as citizens have with our elected officials and the government generally, yeah, there's something very different about that. That does not mean he's completely wrong in his assessment that within our culture, there is that word again, within our culture, there is something that we need to do. So let's talk about culture for a moment, and then we will, then we can continue. All right. So the Black academics, so we have researchers, feminists, intellectualism is pretty much front and center when we talk about Black academics, but there is a kind of elitist approach that is extraordinarily detached when we're thinking about the Black community, what we need to do in the Black community and how we need to get involved. Again, I'm not saying this is the same thing as Save Yourself Black Man, but when we are thinking about how we engage fully with people who have more information than us, I think it is high time that we, and I did not play the exec because I think, I'm going to go back. I think I need to play this. We have to play this. We've seen it before, but I want to play it again. Let's do it.
But they're encouraging you to push it on your Snoop Dogg, Lil Yachty, the list goes on and on and on, okay? I learned a lot of things, and I have left the industry largely over my political beliefs, but there is something I want to impart to people to hopefully, make some sort of change happen. So I have a challenge to rappers, and I know some of you still follow me. I know a bunch of the celebrity blogs still follow me from trying to get news from music videos and things like that. So here's the truth. The truth is this: a bunch of young Black male rappers keep dying. You know who's not dying? Record executives. The record executives that push for them to continue to make songs and create a culture that is obsessed with death, drugs, and sex, period. The industry's obsessed with it, but those record executives, they're not dying because they don't push this culture on their own people. But they're encouraging you to push it on yours, and they're paying you handsomely to do it. The reality is, I know a lot of you. A lot of you are good people. You're family guys. You're not the image that you put out there to the world. Why? Why don't you be the example? Stand up. I challenge you. Be the example. Make music about the culture you want to see. Don't just get online today and talk about how, whenever a rapper makes it, his own people take him down. Don't just make those videos. Don't be sad. Don't rest in peace. None of that stuff. Be the change you want to see. Inspire it in your community. Reach out to other rappers and say, we have to stop. We're being used. You've been used for a long time. They create this paradigm to make you believe that you're so important and your celebrity status is worth so much, but in truth, you're a pawn in their game and you always have been. The government has wanted to hold down communities of people in different ways through different methods for a very long time. Their method in the Black community has been to use entertainment to create a culture obsessed with death, drugs, sex, and money so that they could create a false
culture that is obsessed with sex, drugs, money, and death. I'll add anti-intellectualism and vulgarity up in there too. All right. Here is where we have a problem. The value of human life is absolutely meaningless if we are about to sit here and take on a culture that is predominantly about sex, drugs, money, and death, right? If we do not value our life, it's very difficult to then make the case that other groups should value our life. Now, what that means ultimately about who we are as people is going to come into play a bit later. Because the truth is, even if we say hip hop is a subculture within the Black community, even if we say that, which I would say and I would agree, it is one of the loudest part of our culture, right? It is international, and this is how the world is generally in the contemporary world is introduced to Black people. Like it or not, if we think about metal as analogous in some ways to hip hop, the difference between hip hop and metal for white people is that white people would have a ton of other media form for other groups to get to know them. Even within movies, the hip hop aesthetics and approach to life is usually presented. It's very recent that we are having leading Black men that are, and women actually. And it's particularly interesting about the women in hip hop because there was once upon a time where Lauryn Hill represents the quintessential Black, this is not true, the quintessential Black woman, right? We looked at women in hip hop through the lens of a Lauryn Hill. Now it is Cardi B, and we can argue about Cardi B not being Black all we want. I agree, she's not. And all of these rappers, Megan Thee Stallion, all of them, right? It feels very, and I have to preface this by saying I don't have a problem with women exploring their sexuality or men exploring their sexuality in music. That's not my problem, right? Like the City Girls approach to music creation is not a problem to me. It becomes a problem when it is the only representation of a group. When gangster rap is the only representation of a group. And now you can talk about how there are underground artists that are good and conscious and all of that. The fact that they're underground is the problem, right? And we can also have the problem of consumption, right? It could be a demand issue and not a supply issue. I'm going to argue that it is a supply issue and it's not a demand issue. I promise you that. That's my stance. But it could be, and I will go out and say it could be a demand. We have an appetite for a very specific kind of music, so there's that. All right. But when we're thinking about the culture, right, and the Black academic, the conversation and why this was so difficult to put together is I'm trying to get Republicans and Democrats and people in the middle, and I'm trying to get all the voices so that I'm not just putting forward my own agenda, right? But let's listen to a conversation regarding Blackness. And I know we have not defined culture yet. This is very important. I need to get through this. So when we're defining culture and I open up the panel so we can discuss it, it's not one where we are where we don't understand the context in which we're about to define something, because it's about what we create and put out in the world. So if we're saying within our culture we do have these doctors and we do have these lawyers, is that what Black people sell? Is that what the community represents? And if it is not, then it probably isn't our culture. You can argue that it is a part of the quote unquote subculture, but you cannot make the argument that wanting to be scientists is a known thing in the Black community, and therefore our beliefs and value is in education and wanting to do, like, I'm not about to accept that. All right, so let's do this. And give it a look at what the academics are attempting to do, and what the feminists are attempting to do. But let's get to Glenn and John regarding the Black community. And I'm going to speed this up.
This is a smokescreen. It's a cover story. The story that I just gave about how we're in the 21st century and we got very good translation. You don't want the standards lowered in order to accommodate diversity. You think that the lowering of the standards is an implicit statement of a lack of confidence in our capacity to do what others have done. It is. You think this is a smokescreen. It's a cover story. The story that I just gave about how we're in the 21st century and we got very good translations, and we're modernizing it for everybody, not just for our minority students. They're just doing it for us. You think that they look at the Black students and they are fear that if they were to hold up a common standard and they say, learn Latin and Greek, that's what we do. We call it the classics. It's been like that for 500 years. Learn Latin and Greek. You want to play? Learn Latin and Greek. That they think we fall flat on our faces. It's a kind of bigotry of low expectations about Black people. You think tacitly they agree with Charles Murray, your version of Charles Murray. I don't think you were quite fair to Charles Murray, but we can go into that. Since I'm going to be talking with Charles Murray here at the Glenn Show in a week, we may want to go into it. But in any case, you're thinking that tacitly these friends of Blacks, quote unquote friends, are really closet racists who think that Black people are intrinsically not up to the task that others have shown themselves to be up to.
I'm not going to call them racist for that, but I think a lot of them are afraid of that. Or some of them, it might be something even more benign. They just think that it's inauthentic to expect a Black kid to learn Latin or Greek. A lot of them are probably really into the Black thing. A lot of them probably think Black people are really cool. And they're thinking about Afropunk and Spike Lee's latest movie, and they like their hip hop, and they think all this is just great. And they're thinking, why should any Black kid have to deal with amo, amas, ama? That kid should be over on the other side of campus learning Swahili. And if he's going to do classics, then he's going to come in and he's going to tell us about how our discipline is white supremacist. That's that Black person's job. And that person feels that as the most advanced kind of thought. I get it. They think of themselves as on Black people's side. The problem is that what they think isn't true. That's not on Black people's side. That's infantilization. And I don't know whether they really know it deep down, but it won't do. And I think Black people need to stand up against this sort of thing when they're in a position.
Well, I'm wondering why we don't. I'm imagining, 100 years ago, immigrants from Eastern Europe or Southern Europe, Italian, Jewish, wanting to break through into the American establishment, seeing this implacable WASP power structure that looked down on them because their food was too garlicky or they were speaking Yiddish or whatever it might be. And my understanding was that these outsiders sought to get in. Their noses were pressed against the candy store window. They saw the goodies on the inside and they wanted to prove themselves worthy. And they embraced the challenge of.
I did speed it up, by the way. Queen Latifah and MC Light checked men's in the 80s and 90s. So Pretty, welcome to the membership. I think you're at the Thoth level. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. All right. So again, there is a kind of double speak, not really, but I'm going to use that term very loosely and incorrectly here to make this kind of analysis, right? One is a linguist, right? The question I'm going to ask now is it seems like on one hand, there are people, the academics, who are saying that we are too tough on Black people. And the other right here is saying that we're too soft. And in fact, we're infantilizing Black men specifically in this case. We are, instead of saying, this is what we're going to do in school, we're making it easier for some of us to be able to get through school, as opposed to, well, the bigotry of low expectation is real and we're not about to do that, right? So the question about culture is fundamentally about how do we define a culture, how do we define a group in a way that makes them better. I am not yet about to define our culture I'm going to define culture more generally in a moment. Now, I'm going to continue, but as it relates to the academics, I'm going to stop that there because I feel like I got what I wanted, and I want to hurry through this and get to it. Then we have the women academics, right, such as Michelle Alexander, who wrote The New Jim Crow. And when we think about Michelle Alexander and her book, The New Jim Crow, what we get to see is a academic who is a self-proclaimed feminist arguing against the criminal justice system in favor of Black men. Now, it's quite interesting, and we'll get back to the conversation of culture in a moment, but I think it's interesting that intersectional feminists are known, their work, I know a lot of these people who are like, feminism is bad, aren't really out here looking at intersectional feminist writing. I know they're not, because if they were, they would not hate feminists so much. I think they have a caricature of who a feminist is, and they apply that very broadly because the intersectional feminist work is, and I know a lot of people are mad at me for saying this, but I've been reading these work, and they fundamentally have issues with the system in place that oppresses every kind of people and how it oppresses them, and they want to dismantle it to help people within the system. So when you think about an interview where Michelle Alexander says something like this, let's hear it, and then you hear men online talking, it's kind of odd.
Particularly poor folks of color, are targeted by our criminal justice system, arrested for extremely minor offenses, the very sorts of crimes that occur with equal frequency in middle-class communities or on college campuses, but go largely ignored, targeted, arrested or cited, and then saddled with fines and fees that are nearly impossible for them to pay back. Then warrants are issued for their arrest, for failure to appear in court or to pay back their fees or fines in a timely manner, leading them into a system from which they have little hope of ever truly escaping. And, you know, we can look back in history and see this is not the first time we've done something like this. Slavery by Another Name is an important book that I think all Americans should read about how following the end of slavery, a new system of racial and social control was born known as convict leasing. You know, after the end of slavery, you know, African-American men were arrested in mass, and they were arrested for extremely minor crimes like loitering, standing around, vagrancy, or the equivalent of jaywalking, arrested, and then sent to prison and then leased to plantations. And the idea was they were supposed to earn their freedom, but they could never pay back the plantation owners or the corporations the costs of their clothing and shelter. And so they were effectively re-enslaved, you know, sometimes for the rest of their lives. And today we see millions of.
By the way, for the feminists mad at me in the chat, and who will keep messaging me saying, oh, feminists don't fight for Black men. They do. Intersectional feminists do, and like, don't own it. Because I'm not saying they shouldn't or whatever. I think a lot of the labor feels in vain because particularly if you look online, well, Black femicide, but also when you look at online, you see people, Black men specifically, like, I don't care what white men and other races of men do as it relates to fighting against feminism, but Black men actually benefit from feminism. And so feminism broadly, equality of the sexes, but also when it comes to intersectional feminists and what they advocate for and policies that they want, Black men benefit from it. So it doesn't make any sense. I'm going to play one more video. There's someone behind the scene. I'll add you personally in a moment. But let's hear what she had to say here, and then we can continue. And yes, someone said, are we going to define culture? Yes, I just needed to build up first.
Law enforcement in the United States, thanks largely to the war on drugs, routinely targets people of color, often living in ghetto areas, for stops and searches, typically in a futile effort to find drugs. The problem that we face as civil rights lawyers and advocates is that it's extremely difficult to prove race discrimination because the Supreme Court, has required that you offer evidence of conscious racial bias, some kind of admission, in order to even get in the courthouse door. So that's why we don't see so many cases involving, racial bias in the criminal justice system. The single most important thing we can do to eliminate racial bias in the criminal justice system today is to end the war on drugs. The drug war is responsible for the arrest, incarceration, and branding of millions of people of color as felons, relegating them to a permanent second-class status for life. Drug use, abuse, as well as drug dealing is just as prevalent in white communities as it is in poor communities of color. But the drug war has been waged almost exclusively in ghetto communities, resulting in what I believe is a racial undercast, an enormous population of Black and brown folks who are poor, who've been labeled felons for engaging in precisely the same kind of behavior, illegal drug activity, that goes ignored in middle-class white communities.
Not y'all dragging about people of color, because we know specifically this is about Black men when it comes to the war on drugs and the war on crime, right? So there shouldn't have been this kind of veiling of what was what was being said. But essentially, there is no way you can do any kind of work and think that the quote unquote Black academic feminists specifically on fighting for the Black community, including Black men, and aimed at helping Black men specifically when it comes to the criminal justice system. The interesting thing about the Black male academics, a lot of them you find on the right side, right? Saying that criminal justice reform is not what's important and that men and women should be able to pull themselves up by the bootstrap. And it's an interesting conversation because the people crying about racism, which you probably should be crying about racism, but the people crying about it aren't really looking at who is fighting on their behalf, right? So if you think there is an oppressive system, and particularly when it comes to the criminal justice system, then if you have that fundamental belief, again, your views are more in line with intersectional feminists than it is with Black academics on the right. And I think that's quite interesting. Kids in one town up until 2019 got loitering tickets and fines walking to school every single day for decades. Yeah. And so I think, by the way, this is why I push back so hard against the manosphere, because I feel like a lot of them talk and don't really do any investigating. I don't think, I'm now 98% sure that a lot of them don't do any investigating. So when we think about culture, there's someone behind the scene. I haven't opened the panel. All right, Presley?
Yes, can you hear me?
Your mic is going in and out.
What about now? Is this better?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I was just calling in. I came to you. I'm not sure how I got to you, but I know that you were recommended to me and I subscribed to you. But as far as you talking about Black men, I think it goes way far back. I think that we are the only race where the women are championed for bringing us forward, and I think that the men resent us for that. Like even to this day, there are Black men making fun of Harriet Tubman, even though even though she got us through. And I just think it's just a lot of resentment when it comes to Black women and what they're able to provide. You understand what I'm?
Yeah, I mean, I think necessity required Black women in this case to actualize in a way that a lot of other groups of women didn't, because of the kinds of oppression were both external to the community and within the community. While I cannot
Correct.
speak to why men vehemently push back against women in this way, because I don't know psychologically why that happens, but I do recognize that it does happen, but I don't
I
know why. But
I do
I'm gonna get go ahead.
I do think it's because I I'm not based on what we've seen with history. Um, when it comes to other people of color, anybody besides white, um, all of their men have freed them, but we're the only race that a woman has freed us. And it seems like there has been resentment from that ever since. Like there's no other race that talks crap about the man who freed their race. There's no other race that talks about that except for ours. They talk about
Wait,
Harriet
wait.
Tubman like crap.
Can you
And
hold off on this part of the conversation for a
yeah,
moment?
yeah, yeah.
All right. There's one more person. I want to apologize. I didn't mean to have the link up there. I only had the link there for people who were SYSBM and wanted to explain it if I got anything wrong. But go ahead, Concern.
So I'm not that. I'll be brief then. What I wanted to add is that to the person who was before me's point, obviously there's shame there. We have to also understand that the idea of masculinity is white patriarchy's mind screw to the rest of us. And when we think about what it has begotten, we have a group of men who feel so much shame that it's controlling them. If I believe that their constant siding with the concept of masculinity and their focus on beating white men at their game, or this boogie white man, that it has completely veered them off course and made them miss opportunities to self-actualize and also tell their own stories. Harriet Tubman is one of the people who freed us, but there's tons of people who were also involved. We're relying on white people to tell us our own stories, and I'm indicting myself in that too. As a Black person who lives in America, as a Black person who comes from the islands, and so a descendant of the diaspora, it's incumbent on us to tell a story that shows more players than the ones that we want to highlight. So when we think about the Black men who are listening, because they crowd watch, but we also think about the Black women, like there's tons of legitimate reasons for Black women to feel this way, and I feel that this way amongst all of us. I think that with Black men and thinking about the resentment that's built up, they're also being told a story about what masculinity means, what they have and have not done, and their history. Like, it is incumbent on them to find out the truth, their true stories, because there are Black men who have been freedom fighters and liberators throughout history that is documented. Even if you're not going to focus on here, you have to find a way to save the image that you have of your own identity.
Yeah. No, I mean,
I
I'm
have
in agreement
another
with that. Wait,
thing
no,
to.
no, no. Wait 1 second.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Well, I want to get through, not me trying to get through a presentation, Jesus. It was my bad for pinning the link, but because the thing is, if we get too far off track, then we don't get back to culture. And I want us, because this, by the way, is part of that 160 something page that I wrote regarding like an agenda. But in the beginning, this is like the first 6, 7 pages that is talking about culture, and how we define it and redefine it. And we're going to get now into that bit. So let me get to culture here. You guys can stay in the back for a moment, and then I'll add you in a moment. All right. So culture. When we think about culture, what we're talking about is not necessarily proximity. This is, by the way, not the definition. This is a theoretical sort of framework. Um, Proximity to each other, having the similar ideas coming out, the ways of life, the shared values, right? If we think about culture in this context, the question then becomes, and I will ask this question, do we have a culture? Do we have a Black culture? What are the things that we export if we're thinking about this as a culture? What are the things that we're exporting? What are the ideas that we're exporting? What are the ideas that are prominent within and among the people that are Black, right? I'm going to call it a community. What are the norms, which include the mores, right, and folkways? What are the ways of life, and what are our shared values, right? So if we think about this, then we have an understanding of culture. Like, let's step back and let's think about class, right? And where we as Black people fall in in understanding of class, right? So if we're thinking about the upper class, the underclass, I'm going to go to the upper class first, actually. Let's go to the middle class and the upper class. All right. When we think about Black people and being a part of the middle class, we know that the middle income Black and Hispanic people also, if we're looking at the Brookings, when we think about Black people in the middle class, we also know that we are more likely to trend downwards, right? And so if we're thinking about, from an economic standpoint, where we are and what kind of culture exists, and I'll tell you why I'm doing middle class, upper class, and working class or poor separately. I think it's important that when we define culture, we understand that even within a set group, there can be different kinds and subculture within that group that is predicated on our socioeconomic status. Still haven't defined culture yet, and I know that. When we think about the upper class and we're using white as a benchmark for comparison, we're thinking about who is at the upper class in the Black community. What percentage of Black people would be in the upper quintile versus the lower quintile? How do we compare to other groups of people, and how does it affect our image, not just within our group, but outside of the group and the opinions that people have of us? How do we actually engage in building and moving people, not just yourself, from the lowest level to somewhere in the middle where we can have a comfortable life? Those are the questions. I'm sorry I'm hurrying because I realize people want to talk. So I'm trying to get through this. Sorry. I do have videos, but I'll get through it. When we think about the underclass, right? We talked about police brutality a moment ago, right? So when we think about Black killed by white people, this was in 2015. The stats actually on the FBI website, it's not that different, right? And so Blacks killed by Blacks is generally in the 90%. And I must point out that people who live in close proximity to other people tend to be the ones who commit crimes against the people they live close by. So if Black people live close to Black people, then it's the case that Black people would commit crimes against other Black people. But white killed by Blacks is also really high, right? White killed by whites, still low comparative to Black killed by Blacks. And then we have Black killed by police is nowhere in the range of the Black killed by Blacks, right? And so while I recognize that in our conversations about what we need to do and the image we export as part of our culture, we also have to recognize that we have work to do. And I'm not about to sit here and pretend like Black and Black crime, as it's used as a weapon by Republicans to push against the Black Lives Matter, While I don't accept that, I do accept that there is a problem with black and black crime, but I don't accept it as a pushback against state-sanctioned violence. Like, as an attorney, I'm not about to sit here and pretend like they're the same thing. I wouldn't want to do that, right? So when we get into culture, specifically, what is culture? We're talking about proximity. We're talking about ideas. We're talking about norms. We're talking about ways of life. We're talking about value. Do we value life? Do we value education? Do we value economic growth? Do we value family? Do we value healthcare? Do we value each other? Do we value children? Do we value men? What do we value as a community? What are our ideas that we're exporting? Are we creating art? Are we creating literature? Are we creating works that represent us in ways that would say we are high culture or low culture? Do we fundamentally show that we care about each other, right? When I start the way that I do is I do that because I want us to think about the art that we create, the times we create these art, our location, both sociopolitically and economically. What does that say fundamentally about who we are as a people, right? So I didn't start by defining culture or giving elements for us to define culture. I started by going through ideas about Blackness, about art in the Black community, about academics and the conversations about the Black community, about criminal and crime statistics, about family, about everything that we've talked about on this channel. Then we put it together, and what is it that we are exporting as a culture to the world that represents who we are fundamentally? That's the question that the culture ask, right? That's the question about what is culture when it comes to the Black community. So if we are, and we now can get to start the conversation, if we are now at gender, if we are talking about gendered responsibility within the community, the question is, what is the responsibility of the Black man and what is the responsibility of the Black woman? Now, in this way, we are going to be talking about, and we talk about the children in a moment. We're going to go back to this slide. We're going to talk about Blackness in a moment, but I want to get through this. All right. I'm going to open the panel up, and every so often I'm going to push up a slide and we're going to talk. But I wanted to think about this from a sociological perspective. There's this idea, and if we don't have this, we don't go anywhere. And I'll add the people in the back in a moment, and I will drop the link. All right. In sociology, we have ideas about real culture and ideal culture, right? The real culture that we have is that which we're experiencing now. The ideal culture is what we hope to have. Part of the problem is that we have not, as a group, created a quote unquote ideal culture. And even if we, in our imagination, created the ideal culture as Wakanda, that picture that I put up there, if we created the ideal culture, the question is, what are the sanctions and the moves and the paradigms we are also creating within the real culture to get us as close to the ideal culture as possible? If we want a culture where people care about education, then what are we doing within the context of the real culture to get us from real culture that's bad closer to the ideal culture where people value education? If we're talking about children, right? What are the things that we're doing in the real culture to move us to a more ideal culture where we are caring for our children? If we're talking about economic growth and economic mobility, generally upwards, right? So growth, what are we doing in the real culture to move us from that real culture closer to the ideal culture? If we care about the elder and the aging population. What are we doing in the real culture to get us closer to the ideal culture? The problem here is if we don't have an ideal culture and we don't have instruments and sanctions in place to move us from the real to the ideal and making closer to the ideal the real, then we're not doing anything. We are literally just moving around being blown in the wind, right? Because we're not enforcing behaviors and we're not disincentivizing behaviors, right? So what are the behaviors we're incentivizing, and how are we incentivizing those behaviors? And are these incentives in alignment with moving us closer to the ideal culture? That's all. Sorry, I was trying to get through this really quick without playing any more of my videos. The children are our only responsibility. Well, let's go back to the this slide right here, and I will drop the link now, and we'll talk about whether or not the children are your only responsibility. All right. So let me add. Now listen to what we're gonna say. What are your responsibility as whatever you are when you come up, and how do you enforce? Sorry, it's pinned, right? I think it's pinned. All right. What are your responsibility in the community, and why do you think we have a community and a culture? What is that culture, and what is your role? Right. All right. Thank you, R. Johnson. Let's go with Truth Teller and Presley again. All right. Hey, Truth Teller, I like the curls, period. Come through. You're muted. You're muted.
I'm not sure when I could talk. I don't want to like over talk or anything. I want to, keep everybody, I
Yeah,
want to
no.
make sure that
You'll talk, but just when I call you, you can talk.
definitely. Okay.
All right, Truth Teller.
Okay, I was saying thank you before. So the question was whether or not we think that there is a Black culture, and what it is, to define what we think it is, and what is our role in what? Participating in it, forwarding something different?
Yeah.
Okay. So I will definitely say that there is definitely a very distinctive Black culture. And I would say, particularly in the African American sort of gaze, it's very strongly influenced globally. And I would call it kind of ghetto fabulous, if I were to use, a phrase to characterize it. Black culture, in terms of what is exported to the world, is focused on aesthetics, mainly, from what I can see, and the creative endeavors. So we're talking about style, the swagger, music, largely, which is hip hop culture, dance, as well as sports and athleticism, and all of those things playing into each other. And I will say this: like, Black people, we are arbiters of cool. Like, when you look at what is it called, TikTok? Yeah, the renegade girl or what have you, making up the dances, and that strike that Black creators went on. Like, when it comes to like art and movement and music, we are uber talented. And I took a course in university that explored like the modern music that we all listen to now, including country and Western, which has been co-opted by white people, and jazz and all of that, came from the call and response, a type of sound, which is entrenched in the motherland. Right. So much of what we enjoy, all groups and all races of people, have come from Black people as it pertains to art. And there's nothing wrong with that. The issue is that it's the kind of it that is focused upon in terms of today, at least in an North American context, trap music and things like that. And even in me being Jamaican, dance hall music. And like, it just seems to be, for me, far too hypersexualized. Why is everybody so skin out themselves, as they would say in Jamaica? Like, why do you need to be dressed so scantily? Like, it's so hypersexual.
Wait. Truth Teller, do you think that, would you say that's Black culture?
Yes, I would say that is what, from what I observe, right? That in the mainstream media globally, these are the things that are most salient that we see repeatedly represented as a
Man-made
picture
people,
of
I
who we
dig it. Not need a link so I can edit. Man-made a PowerPoint. I dig it. Need a link so I can edit. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what that means. Thank you. Um, does anyone disagree with Truth Teller that ghetto fabulous essentially is Black culture?
Yeah, I disagree.
All right, what is?
I believe that, of course, you know, we're not a monolith. Of course, that's told
No.
every day.
Wait. We can't do that because I'm talking about what we present to the world.
Okay, and so what we present to the world is not just ghetto fabulous, I believe. So that's why I disagree with the truth teller and saying that Black people are just presented as ghetto fabulous.
What other images are we putting out there?
The other images that we are putting out there, unfortunately, it does come from Black women. I when it, when it comes to Black people, usually people see it. When it comes to Black culture, people usually see it as Black men, and a majority of Black men are the ghetto fabulous. But when it comes to Black women, we're either seen as thoughts, whores,
Wait.
or
So
we're
wait,
seen
are you
as
wait. So you
smart and
don't
ugly.
you don't disagree that it's the culture is bad then?
No, I do disagree. I disagree when it comes to Black women. When it comes to Black men, the culture, I I don't believe that all Black men are seen as ghetto fabulous. Of course, but when it comes to how other people see us, I do believe that Black men are seen as ghetto
Wait.
fabulous.
Again,
But when it
so what
comes
I'm
to Black
wait. What I'm trying to say is this. Let me clarify, explain. I'm not saying what is true, right? The culture does not mean it's true for everyone that is Black. It just means what is it that we are portraying to the rest of the world. And
correct.
we can talk about internally how we perceive our own culture, which you guys can get into, but not right now. I'm talking about what it is that we're exporting. What is it that we are telling the world about who we are as a people?
Correct. I do completely understand that. And what I'm saying is that Black men are Black men in particular are seen as ghetto fabulous. But when it comes to Black women, we're either seen as super sexual or super uh super caring
Wait,
and
firstly, before you continue, when you say ghetto fabulous, my understanding was that it was about degeneracy broadly.
who me?
Yeah.
Yes, degeneracy broadly. And by the way, to be clear, I know that that is not who we are, but Themis is asking, what is it that is being projected into the world about us? What is it that is being
trying to explain that.
communicated and understood by people who are not Black? And the reason why I'm able to speak to this too is because I do live in Canada. And by the way, it's not just African American, but Caribbean culture as well, in terms of dancehall music and the way that art form is used and certain idiosyncrasies that is within it in terms of the way the women dress and the style of dance and how explicit it can be sometimes as well. And so I'm well aware that there are educated, scholarly Black people. Many of them are here right now on Themis's channel. Themis is one of them. I am one of
That's
them. I
not
went
what
to
I was
university. I have
saying,
a
yo.
degree. But I do think that in terms of and that's what that white guy was saying in his video, what is being projected in the music that you listen to, all you got to do is look at hip hop music, whether males or females who are singing and rapping. Most of these Black women, why is it that they have to be so explicitly rapping about sex and who they're having sex?
Wait, before you continue though.
I just want to
Wait.
what I was
For the
saying.
people in the chat, if you are upset, you can come up and disagree or agree. I don't like this going back and forth in the chat, particularly about something that you can come up and talk about. Like you can. And so the issue, oh well, it's full. Apologies. The back chat is full. Never mind. You can come up. Someone said this is exhausting. I don't know what to tell you. I think first we have to define what the culture is. Then we need to figure out whether or not we like the culture. Is the real culture that we experience the ideal culture? And if it is, then there is no change. If it is not, then we need change. And the next question will be what the change should be. So
Could I
I
please
need to
complete
first,
what I was saying?
firstly, wait, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm trying to get it. All right, go ahead.
Okay, what I was saying is I completely get what the truth teller is saying when it comes to Black men, which is why they're always in the headlines, which is why we're always fighting for them. But what I'm saying is it's different for Black women. It's either we are over sexualized or we are over carified, like we're seen as maids. You know what I'm saying? So it's not the same between Black men and Black women. So when you say that it's just Black culture and it's this big old blanket over everybody, that's not true. When it comes to Black men, although it is true that they do, most of them do
Wait.
behave in a certain
Firstly,
way.
that's what I'm saying. I don't. You're not disagreeing. If you disagree, that's
No,
fine. You're not disagreeing.
I am
Right.
disagreeing because she's including Black women in that and how we're seen to other people. And that's
Right.
not the truth. We're either seen as maids or we're seen as hoes.
All right.
That's
All right.
not the same.
But that's not good, though. That's not a good.
It's not good. I'm not
But do you
saying
not
it's
understand that
good.
that's not a good?
I'm not saying it's
So how
good.
is
What
that
I'm
different then
saying
from being viewed as ghetto style?
I'm not saying it's good. What I'm saying is your description of all Black people is not true. That's
All
all
right.
I'm
So,
saying.
all right. You're just making a distinction that it's men and women are seen differently, sexualized, and men are seen as. I'm gonna say you just say ghetto. I don't know if there's a fabulous
No.
necessary word.
I'm saying that the women are seen as sexualized or as caretakers, and if Black women don't fit sexual or caretakers, then they're hated. But when it comes to Black men, they are seen as what Truth Teller is saying. I'm saying that what Truth Teller is saying is how Black men are seen.
All right.
Not all Black people, but there's literally a distinction between Black men and Black women when it comes to the Black race. That's all I'm saying.
All right. I think we got it. In an interview once,
Hopefully. I said hopefully because it doesn't seem like what I am saying is being is being understood.
I think what you're saying is understood.
Okay.
Why do you think it's not understood?
Because you keep on saying because you and Truthie keep on saying, okay, well, you agree with us, but she just keeps on saying, oh, we're seen as ghetto fabulous. We're not seen as this. We're not seen as that. But you guys are feeling.
Wait. She's saying that the light that we're seeing in is negative. I wouldn't put ghetto fabulous. I wouldn't use that as a descriptor, but I asked her to
But that's
explain,
what
and
she
she
said.
said, words have meaning. I
Yes.
agree.
So theme is
Wait, no. It's okay to disagree with her. What we're saying is your disagreement is on that men and women are the same. She does not believe. You think she believes they're treated the same or viewed the same.
Correct.
Yeah,
And
that's
I
fine.
would like to say that black men and black women in this society are not treated the same.
No one said that though.
But that's what she made it seem like when she said all black people are ghetto fabulous and all that. So I just wanted
She
to make the
didn't say all
distinction.
black people are ghetto fabulous. And I think part of the issue is that someone said they also had a problem with my definition. Give me 2 seconds. Don't have a problem with my definition, please. Sorry. I needed to go fight with the sociology textbook because I'm not about to fight with anyone about this, right? This is what I'm reading currently to do the first 6 pages and redo the first 6 pages of my outline. So if you have an issue with it, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying the authors of this is correct, but I am saying it did take me a lot of work to do this. And I don't mind being wrong. So you guys can come up and correct me on culture if you want. But anyway, we're going to move on because this is kind of tiring. Like it's a bit useless in terms of what we're discussing. So we're going to move
Okay,
on.
I wasn't trying to. Everybody in the chat, I'm reading the chat, and that's not what I was trying to come across as. And I'm just trying to get a point across, but I don't think that you guys are. Maybe I'm explaining it wrong, so I'll just sit back and learn from you guys. That's all.
All right. Mocha Mommy, sorry.
hello, how are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. Thanks for having this panel tonight.
I thank you all for coming.
I think as Black people, we have an incredible, beautiful, and illustrious culture, but it is very sad that those incredible parts of our culture are not on the forefront. So I guess where our responsibility is our responsibility as consumers and our responsibility as advocates for the aspects of our culture that we want to put forward. And perhaps, I don't know, as far as like the quote unquote ghetto culture, I think they have every right to express and say who it is they are. But I think the fact that it's overtaken the narrative is the big problem. And that's where the pushback, I think, comes from, especially when we're talking about class. And you kind of have the Robbie Starbuck clip where he was talking about how some of these rappers who are perpetuating this culture didn't actually come from that culture.
Yeah.
And I brought that up a bunch of times about how, I was at Howard not too long after Diddy was there. That dude went to private school his whole life. You know what I mean?
Did he?
Yeah, he did. Diddy went to private school. Jay-Z was in magnet school. Yeah, Jay-Z went to magnet school. The magnet school he went to was a feeder into NYU and Columbia. Sure he was underprivileged, but he was advocated for educationally. And that's how he was able to kind of escape a lot of the financial traps, because he had a lot of people in his circle who were in the finance industry. Snoop Dogg, the Brodus family out of Long Beach, they were like Black church royalty for years. Ice Cube had two parents in the home. And, Migos too, like his mom is a Delta and his stepfather is an AFIA, and they were business owners. So yeah, you're right. Like they're perpetuating a culture they're not even a part of.
Well, period. Well, I'm not right. This book is right. Because I didn't know that about like some of these. I mean, I knew it about Drake, obviously, but I didn't know it about these other rappers. Like, I thought they were like street. All right, period. Let me not say that. I don't know if that's bad anymore. Um, so when you think about the culture, how would you define culture then? Does anyone want to take that? Anyone can take that on the plate, and then I'll go back to Mocha Mommy on this. But how do y'all define culture? Because we should redefine it, so we're going to.
I would say like the art, music, food, language that we perpetuate amongst each other and then to the outside world.
All right, so you don't disagree with the definition, the framing we're using for culture here, then?
I would say that it's the general behavior and actions that are accepted and promoted by people within the group. So right now, when we're talking about whether we have a ghetto culture or a culture that's good or bad, we have to look at the behaviors and actions of the people who subscribe to the culture.
All right, wait.
And assess
so do we look at
what is promoted as good.
Do we look at the individual who is acting a certain way, or do we look at how the group react to that individual to define the culture?
You look at all of the individuals within the group or who subscribe to a specific culture.
Wait. What happens is when we have an individual that is in a group, they're either rewarded for behavior or they're rejected. We can look to the reward system, the reward and punishment system, to see what the culture value as part of it. Can we do that here? Would that be a good way to think about culture then?
I think about it, and yes, you could look at it that way. And if you look at what you would call Black culture right now and assess what are the rewards and the punishments in the system that we have in our culture, the rewards go to people who act a certain way, and that certain way may be kind of the ghetto aesthetic that you were discussing before.
Wait, all right.
Because
I'm gonna pause right here.
Yep.
I need someone who disagrees with the idea that what we export as a culture is bad or degenerate or in that way. Does anyone disagree with that notion in the back chat? I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I just need someone else.
I don't disagree, but when I first got on here, you told me that you were talking about like BYS, basically Black men save yourselves, and I believe it should be Black men save your families, simply because they are the ones who are walking away just st- st- statistically. Like, we literally have movies coming out where
wait. The issue.
I just would like to talk.
Yeah, no, it sounds that way, and that's the problem. The issue is, I think we are disagreeing on just how the extent of talking, where we are trying to figure out what we need to talk about. So when you say you just want to talk, I understand that, and I actually kind of apologize for interrupting, but it feels like we're just going down the road that we're not. I used SYSBM to frame the conversation. We're not having a conversation about SYSBM. It is to frame the discussion about leadership, about moving out of a culture, defining a culture, staying in a culture, your responsibility for a culture, right? We can use
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get across.
Yeah,
because
but it's
whenever
it's a speed bump on a road of the discussion. It's not the discussion.
Correct. But when I came in talking about the resentment that that men have for that Black men have for Black women, you told me that we needed to stay on that subject, on the Black men save yourselves. And I know that that's a speed bump in the conversation, but I'm just going off based off what you've told me and based off what I've kind of been like interrupted on and kind of shamed for my opinion on. But if we look at it today, we have movies coming out like The Woman King, like the Black Panther, where the Woman King, the woman is is basically the man in Black culture, and Black Panther, the woman is the man in Black culture. Like that is what we are shown today, and that is not, and I'm not saying that that is teaching us, you know, that the woman is the man, but what I'm saying is that is a reflection of our culture, like literally, like
So
that's what we've all
the
grown
issue
up
is
to see.
if this is true or false, right? Regardless of where we put that statement, what does it mean in terms of what is Black culture and our role in it?
Black culture is basically the Black woman supporting a Black man through anything that they do, being the head, being strong, and always keeping the home, and forgiving and being understanding of a Black man going out doing what he needs to do, and then when he falls, he's able to come back to the strong woman that he came from.
I would say that your perspective there is based off of some things that are
No, wait,
perhaps not
no,
the best.
stop. No, no, no. The issue I'm having is I want us to really think about what it is that we are putting out. So when it comes to culture, I'm not talking about on an individual level. I'm talking about what it is that we export, what is our culture fundamentally about to the outside world. And internally, if we are too biased to figure it out, then we can look at the reward system to define our culture. So the question I'm asking fundamentally is what is Black culture or what is a part of Black culture? I will accept that. Well, I think people are going to either accept or not. But you say it's, I'm assuming you're saying it's a matriarchy. Presley,
Basic,
yes or no? Yes or no?
yes.
All right. Go ahead, Mocha Mommy. I think I was trying to come back to you on the culture bit. What is it that we export? Before you go, culture, the accepted socialization of our group is perceived to collective engage in support, promote, and doesn't openly disincentivize is negative. I mean, I would use this too. I think this is in line. Black culture is an amalgamation of many beliefs, practices, standards. Our origins are different across the diaspora. It's hard to classify. All right, it is, and I agree, but what are the things we are known for? How or what are the things that we enforce? Is this a culture or not? All right.
The things that we are known for is Black women being strong and protecting Black men, and like that's what we're known for.
All right,
Like
that's that.
I'm
I
not
mean,
understanding why people are pretending to be obtuse or acting like it's not real. Like we're known for the Black women taking care of the families. Like that's what we're known for. The Black woman being the strong part of the family. Like I'm not understanding why you guys keep cutting me off or treating me like I don't understand or like things are going over my head for saying that. That's the truth.
all right.
That is the truth.
I don't think people are saying that's not the case, but that's fine. I think when you think about the Black culture, you think about Black women taking care of Black men and the community.
Yeah, that's what
All right.
most people think of it as.
All right. That's fine. Afro Butterfly, you disagree. Oh, Helena, do you agree or disagree with well, let's ask the question again. Is there a black culture? What is your role in it?
Um, I believe that there's not a one black culture. There are subcultures within the whole diaspora. There are subcultures. Someone mentioned, yeah.
So you don't think there is a black culture? You don't think we enforce behaviors and we accept something general? You think that it's different pockets?
Yes, there are different pockets, but however, there is a black influence on the whole world with our art. We all have different forms of art, whether you are African, African American, or wherever you come from as a black person, even Latin black people who are like speak Spanish or whatever. So I believe like we have a global influence, but we do not have a one united black culture. We have subcultures.
All right. So if we narrow it down to, let's say, the Caribbean and the US separately, do you think there is a Black American culture?
Yeah, there is definitely a Black American culture, I
Do you
believe.
think there is a Caribbean culture, Jamaican culture? I want to say Caribbean.
Yes, yes.
Are these good or bad?
And on a macro level, I would say bad on a macro level.
All right. Why?
Um, I believe because like certain fundamental things like the family structure is a little bit shaky, especially in the African American culture. And like the reason why I feel so much passionate about this is because whether you're African or African American, whatever you are, if you're a black person, we are all under this umbrella. So even though I am African, I am ADOS. I'm not. Wait, I am not ADOS because ADOS is
American
African
descendant of
American.
slave.
Okay, so yes, so I am African, but I was partially raised here, so I seen the culture. It have influenced me. I love the music. I love some of the African American influence. However, when we're talking about like leadership, family structure, community health, that's shaky. It's not there. Like they glorify. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just saying for my observation. I'm not here to offend anyone, but like the art, especially like when it comes to rap and trap, the beats are amazing, but the lyrics are destructive. It's just you know what they're promoting. And then the thing is like
Wait, wait.
mhm.
Is there any black pocket that you think promotes has a good culture?
Yes, I do. Let me not,
No, no, I'm not gonna put. I want to hear it.
because even mine, I'm Fulani, and like even though we have the family unit, you know, we typically, you know, have like a strong sense of family presence or whatever. Like and like we rarely have like out of marriage kids, like broken families and all that, but we still allowed Islam. And as if my people hear me saying this, they're coming to crucify me. So put it my no culture is perfect. Like we allow religion to like strip us from who we truly were. Like and I feel like we don't really know our roots as strongly anymore ever since we allowed like religion to dictate every form of our lives. Like we don't do certain like traditions that we used to do, and also certain traditions that we have are very toxic, like female, I don't want to say this because it's very like graphic. I've been subject to it, like female genital.
Mutilation. Oh my
Yeah,
God, I'm sorry. Yeah,
yeah,
sorry, sorry, sorry.
so I'm saying certain pockets are not good, even though we do have the family structure. We have like you know, certain healthy aspects of our communities. Certain parts are still not healthy. So I'm not going to come here and act like all parts of the black communities are healthy, because I can come here and say even mine have issues. So but what we can all work towards is to agree that hey, let's push forward healthy family,
Wait, before we do that, we have to get to the point where we're thinking positive, not making it up. But if we're thinking about cultural export, art would be such, right? We are known for good art, aren't we?
Very true. Provocative art too. And I think that might be where we get the introduction to the dysfunctional, because our art forms have always been provocative. Gospel was extremely provocative at one point. Think about that. The blues was extremely provocative at one point. And I feel as if always having a art culture that has been provocative, I think that's probably how sometimes we may end up in this trap with the urban culture kind of dominating our overall arts culture. So
I'm so sorry. I have to disagree a little bit, right? I love our art. I love our art. Our issue is we're allowing the art to be the foundation. The art should not be the foundation. We should already have the foundation. We should have common knowledge that, hey, let's not glorify gang culture. Let's not glorify harming each other. Let's support, healthy families. Let's not glorify broken homes and all that. I'm sorry, guys. Like, English is my third language.
No, you're doing well. Yeah, I mean, I like, but I'm not saying this should be the basis of a culture, but it is a part of the culture, right? And so, if we're looking for positive things, apparently we all agree that it's not family, it's not economics, it's not building, but we do have art. Wait, everyone is having a hard time because we view blackness through an individual lens, which is a big part of the problem. Yeah, well, Helima was doing Helima. I think truth teller to some extent. I don't remember everything. Mokamami also pointed out a sort of broad approach. So I wouldn't say we are all, but I do think we are being biased by our narrow view. You're not ADOS, you are a spectator, not part of the culture. Being Black in America gives you added perspective, but you cannot define our culture.
If I may share something, Themis, because what I'm observing in the chat and the opposition to what I said earlier, it's as if people are not hearing me clearly. My response to the question is, how is Black American culture perceived from the outside? What does it look like to someone from the outside? And I have family in America. I know I'm not ADOS. I'm for ADOS. I'm for FBA, what have you. I have no disdain or dislike. Black Americans have contributed a lot, let me be clear, to not only America, but history globally in terms of art and music. And listen, I like hip hop music. I dance to it. Like, I be in the club, like doing my thing, whatever. I have been there, done that. What I'm saying is that the large portion of the culture that I have received living outside of America in Canada, I was also a part of the Pan-African Students Association at my university. And so I was able to engage with other Black people globally. And what it is that we are receiving is because America is the leader of the free world. And so then, by virtue of America being the leader of the free world, I do have the wherewithal to speak about it, because everything that Americans do has an impact on the rest of the world. And given that I live in Canada, which is right, we're your next door neighbors, a lot of the cultural exchange happens in whatever happens in the US reverberates back in Canada. So I do feel that I do have the ability to speak on certain things regarding what I'm perceiving and experiencing in terms of African American culture. And a lot of it's creative, it's bright, it's vibrant, it's fun, but also there's an aspect of it that is being glorified that the other person was talking about, which is the gun violence. And when it's consistently, this is a thing that you're seeing primarily, and not the conscious hip hop music, not like, all of the other variations of it. We're talking about what is the principal thing that is being exported. Now, part of that could be, as the guy had mentioned, those who are, I mean, it's more of a nuanced question, because a lot of the times the Black people are the creators of the art, but they're not necessarily fully the purveyors of it, because it's the ones that are in charge in like the music industry. But then where do we have agencies in being consumers of it to say that let's consume some of the underground, lesser known hip hop artists that are talking about, you know, politics, which is where hip hop was birthed out of, or what have you, or more nuanced stuff about their family or their life experience that's not gang banning and trapping and all of this other stuff. Right? Like those things has its part. If that was someone's lived experience, fine. Right? Because that is some people's life. If you grew up in a ghetto, it is what it is. And you want to talk about your experience. But when that's the primary thing, and that's what you hear repeatedly over and over and over again, then it paints a certain picture and a certain narrative that is a very narrow view of representation, that if that's all somebody sees of Black American people, and they've never met you like as individuals, then it will not be a good picture.
That was my main point of
wait. Our culture.
That's what I'm saying, is that she spoke for a very long time without being interrupted. And you asked me specific questions. You asked me, how do I feel about how other people view us? And when I answered that, you told me that that's not Black culture. And you asked me specific questions.
I've never said that's not Black culture. I've never said that's not Black culture.
You did, though. You really did.
Well, if I did that, I would not attempt to fully define Black culture. I'm definitely sure I said that's a part of Black culture. I'm 100% sure I said that's a part of Black culture.
All I'm saying is I don't understand how every other person on this panel gets interrupted by you, but she went on and on and on, and it was just like, in my opinion, nonsense without interruption. So
Wait, you thought what you just said was nonsense?
In my opinion.
So, do you understand that you're being disrespectful now to
I
her?
don't feel I'm being disrespectful. I'm just stating my opinion. She stated her
You
opinion.
know, an opinion can be disrespectful.
Okay, well, I do apologize if it comes off as disrespectful, but there are a bunch of people on the panel who didn't agree with what I said. All I'm saying is that everyone on the panel should be able to speak their mind without being interrupted the same way.
No, that's not how that works. I'm sorry, that's not how that works. Everyone on the panel will get to speak according to what the topic is. If we're talking about something and you want to talk about Pluto or Mars, well, I'm not talking about the planet, so I do reserve the right to prevent that kind of conversation. I want to step back a little and apologize, because I think you feel attacked by me specifically, and maybe the chat, but me specifically. I'm not trying to attack you. There was a feeling that we were not on topic when you were talking, and to the extent that I misunderstood what it is that you were saying, I want to first apologize for that. But second, there is a kind of ownership that is happening of the panel. And while I don't want to feel like I own the panel, I do have to move the dialogue on in accordance to what we've outlined. So if that makes you feel stifled, and if the speech feel a little bit chilled on your end, I apologize for that. But we have to do it this way to get along, because if everyone says everything on their mind, this will go on forever. I like us to embrace the diversity of ourselves and also patronize our beautiful Black spectrum: science, art, rock, jazz, math. Stop allowing ourselves to be sold a narrow image of our reflection. I actually agree with this. The Abrahamic faith are Black religions. Did you know the first man Adam means black clay in Arabic? In other words, the first biblical man also observed in Quran was a Black man. ABC, I did not know this. I don't know that. I'll go look it up. Executives do not write the lyrics, the artists do. Period. All right. So,
Can I I was wondering if I could say something as a ADOS person, because I understand that was
go ahead.
One of the questions that was asked. Well, I just want to say, like, as an ADOS American, who, and I talk a lot about our history and our legacy and my family's history in this country, going back to the Great Migration, because I know that that's something that a lot of African American people don't have access to, which is our history and our culture and our cultural contributions as a people, because so much of our family history was fractured, in at the turn of the century. So what I do want to say is that the frustrations that some people feel, other aspects of the ADOS culture, they feel that as well. And it is unfortunate that, people who maybe didn't have that quote unquote urban experience are, somehow their intellect and their privilege somehow is being used to push a culture that we aren't even a part of. And I know that Brannon had talked about earlier about the reward system attached to it. And, recently, like a lot of us who are having our homecomings or our Founders Day for our 3-letter Greek organizations, one of the things that we kind of had to air out was that how some of us who were legacy Greek, we were told to suppress that at one point because we were looked at as privileged, as opposed to some of the people who were like first generation. And then there was like some kind of thought that because we were legacy, that we weren't being hazed, or that we somehow didn't, even though that our, foremothers or forefathers were the founders of it, that somehow we had less of a struggle to be part of it. And I think that too, that's another aspect too, that we have to talk about when it comes to our culture, this whole thing about why are we only identifying with the culture that's attached to the poverty, that's attached to the struggle, as opposed to a part of our culture that's attached to the excellence, that's attached to triumph, and that's attached to just incredible and illustrious things. So I just wanted to say that frustration is felt among other ADOS Americans as well.
Yeah, and on that, I'm going to go to Annalicia after I say this, but that's part of it, right? So there are there are groups within the Black community who are doing amazing things, who are doctors, who are professors, who are teachers, the question is, do we want that to be the thing that is celebrated? Is that the thing that is celebrated? And if it's not, how do we make that the thing that is being celebrated? Mocha Mami, before we go back to Annalicia.
I think that's a long road to travel. And I think that a lot of us, I think with the advent of social media, it gives us an opportunity to do that, because now we can create our own content and tell our own stories. So I think that's a positive thing.
Actually, no. I think that's interesting, because on the content creation side, could it be argued based on what people consume that it is a demand issue as opposed to a supply? Because if you look online, right, the people who blow up, the people who do the best generally aren't the people who are advocating for, I'm going to call it highbrow. It's the people who are the most dogmatic, right, and flamboyant, and those are the people who are sort of elevated.
Yeah,
so, go ahead, Mocha.
Yeah, that's a problem, and I agree with you. But I think that knowing that it's a problem, but at the same time knowing that there has been an incredible community of like-minded people who have come together on social media. To me, like, just being my age and knowing how far we've come since the 90s, honestly, I feel optimistic.
Yeah, to be fair, so people say I should not forget the algorithm, so let me not forget the algorithm. Annalicia, what say you?
So this conversation is very, I'm actually here to learn more than anything else, though I have thoughts. it's very interesting to me to have this conversation, especially, I guess, being another Canadian. So sort of, I guess, outside looking in, but it's interesting the way that there's this dichotomy, even among Black people, even among Black people who are obviously a part of the diaspora. There's a dichotomy with respect to the Black experience, and I find overwhelmingly that the Black experience tends to, as a precedence, takes place largely in America. Like like and it's what's interesting to me is the sort of underpinning or the this is really interesting. That dichotomy and the way that Black Americans see that, to me, I look at that as the Black imagination. So it's almost like Black people are seeing themselves still through the white lens and sort of taking ownership of that experience above all else. It's very, very interesting to me because, first of all, when we're talking about culture and culture changes over time, right? Because culture interacts with people in a society, and we interact with the culture for better or worse. But I don't know if people know anything about Canada, but Canadian culture is American culture. It is American. I'm not sure. Like, I don't know if you guys think like all the bacon that we eat or the maple syrup that we buy somehow creates, some sort of hyper Canadian culture identity. It doesn't. When you're Black, it doesn't. American culture is very much Canadian culture. So that's interesting to me. But it's interesting when we have these conversations and we're really trying to pin something down. What is culture, right? What are the commonalities among different groups, different nationalities, and we can't really get there. So this conversation's we can't get there because there's an experience that's obviously in some people's minds. I have to understand it myself still. I'm having a hard time articulating myself because I'm overwhelmed by how interesting this conversation is. I'm sorry.
No. Themis asked what is Black culture, and it was immediately interpreted as what is Ado's culture. To be fair, though, I did parse out Jamaican and Caribbean and sort of like I was trying to be like more than Ados, but we do have to recognize this is both a good thing and a bad thing, that the American Black experience is the Black experience that is projected onto generally everyone outside of the context of America. But I will take note that I don't think people who speak about it can speak about it from the experience of ADOS when they're not. But there is a kind of similarity that exists, right? Because if we're talking about Black femicide, go to Jamaica and you might probably like you would be more angry, right? Talk about absentee fathers and creation of children that people don't want to be around. Again, go to Jamaica and you might realize, okay, this is also bad here. And so when I speak about it, I'm not just speaking about it from, oh, ADOs are bad stance. I could never do that because we can't really even compare culture. They're similar, but I feel like there's a lot more issues in the Jamaican context, right? And so someone said, because non-ADOs, the link is here for anyone who wants to come up. We can talk about abuse generally, not just child abuse in Jamaica. And so when I'm talking about it, anyone can come up with their perspective. Halima literally talked about, well, let me not repeat it, but Halima talked about her experience and what happened to her. And so it's not fair to just say, well, everyone is talking about ADOS. No, people are talking about what they know, their experiences, what they've seen on TV. And honestly, ADOS do have a monopoly on the media space for Blackness. Like it, like
Yeah.
and research done on Blackness tend to be around ADOS. There's very little research, and there should be actually. There should be more research globally, but ADOS takes center stage for all kinds of analysis in terms of research. It's very difficult for me to talk about statistically what's happening in Jamaica when people are being born and no one is recording them, the birth in Jamaica.
Right.
There abuse happening and no one can report them. Our legal system is not really as advanced to capture a lot of the issues. RAPE is not fully understood. So statutory. Sorry, go ahead. I don't know who that was.
Oh no, because I there's a lot of people I'm gonna drop down, but Trinidad, and I would venture to say most Caribbean countries operate in the same way, not obviously to varying degrees and to varying extents, but they operate in the same way that a lot of them operate with a sort of third world model in terms of the judicial system, in terms of societal norms, in terms of everything that we're talking about. So that's why these conversations are confusing for me. But before I go, I just want to say that I have some thinking. I have a lot of thinking to do, to be honest, because
Same.
I still don't. I still am walking away, and I don't like that. I don't like walking away from a conversation more confused than I was going into it. But what I will say is I think that the culture. I think double consciousness. I think is sort of there's an interplay between double consciousness and culture and Black culture. I think that the Black imagination, I think there is absolutely there's an interplay or sort of a cause and effect nexus between double consciousness, between the Black imagination, the white gaze. I think that all of these things, and I don't think that they're appreciated or understood enough. So we can't really do anything but be biased and not really we can't really move forward in these conversations because we really have to try to understand, are we seeing our culture through our own lens and through our own individual or collective experiences, or are we seeing them through the lens of whiteness, and to what degree and how, to what extent does double consciousness, does our does that internal conflict of who society thinks we are versus who we think we are, how much does that play into culture, and how much does that play into what we, our exposure to the world and our contributions to culture? It's very interesting. It's a little bit depressing, but I think that those things, I think we need to think about that. I really think we have to think, because the Black experience, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I can hear, outside of music and good food, it is degeneracy. It absolutely is. So I think that's this is difficult, but
Well, so thank you, Annalisa. You said you're going to drop down. Is there anyone else who wants to drop down before I choose so other people can come up? I do have a tendency to just keep conversations going.
Yeah, I do. And am I able would you allow me to talk
Yes.
right now?
Before you go, I want to say I think that you said that you're new here and this is your first time on. I'm trying to figure out, because I don't just apologize without contrition, but I don't want your experience to be bad here. I want to be fair to everyone, and so I'm going to allow you to speak. You can get 3 minutes uninterrupted, but I think maybe on another topic we will be better. But go ahead. ABC, welcome to the membership.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. And I'm not trying to attack you. I don't think that you're trying to attack me. I just was whatever, it doesn't matter. But just speaking on your topic, when you say like what is Black culture, and when you had your pushback when I said that Black culture is Black women supporting uh, basically everything, I meant that throughout the whole world, not just ADOS. So when I heard you say Jamaican and all that, I am half Jamaican, and I know that women in Jamaica take care of, are usually the breadwinners of Jamaican men. Jamaican men are usually the discipline in the home and the head of the household when it comes to making decisions and all of that. But when it comes to financial, Jamaican women are the ones who are working the tourist spots. You know what I mean? They're the ones who are opening. Most Jamaican women entrepreneurs are owners of hotels, are owners of tourist spots, are owners of uh, uh, restaurants, in the tourist spots. So I just wanted to make it clear that when you asked me what is Black culture, and I asked and I answered in a different way, than you said, okay, well, how do people who aren't Black, see us, which I thought was a weird question, and I still said the same thing. It's just that women holding up everything. It doesn't matter what culture you are. If you're ADOS, if you're Canadian, if you're Jamaican, if you're Caribbean, if you're in the UK, it's the women basically holding up the financial, but the men still demanding the traditional roles of making all of the decisions. That's all.
All right. Thank you. How can we
All
say
right.
Black American culture is I think she said Black culture. Did she say Black American? I don't know. But hopefully other
No, I said
people
no.
disagree.
I said all Black culture. That's what I was
No,
clarifying.
not
That
you, not
it's not
you.
just
I
ADOS.
think
It's
I don't think.
everywhere,
Wait,
including the Jamaican part that you said,
yeah,
because
no, I don't think they were
Jamaican
talking about
women
you. I think they were
are
talking about. I think they were talking about Annalicia. But thank you so much.
okay.
All right. Before I add the new people back behind the scene, let's get through some of this. Brandon and Afro has not speak. Kiki has not spoken either. All right, go ahead, Brandon.
Oh, I was just gonna jump in and address the super chat you got up there right there real quick. About the Black culture being degeneracy. It's going back to that discussion we were having before about what is rewarded and what is punished. If you kind of look at what's rewarded in our culture with the art, it is the artists that say the most degenerate things, do the most outlandish things, and they're rewarded, and that's man and woman right now in our culture. So that's on the art side. If you look at what is kind of punished, I don't want to say punished is probably a harsher word to use, but what is punished is the achievements we've done in every other thing, science, technology, finance, economics. Who do we know that's rich, famous, and doing the best in those aspects? If you ask yourself, okay, who's the best, surgeons and doctors in the world? Who are the best scientists? Who are the best engineers? Most Black people don't know the answer to that, but when you really dig into it, the best that have ever done it in those fields are always Black people. But no one knows that. No one understands that the best brain surgeon that ever lived was a Black man. The best heart surgeon, the best rocket scientist that's ever lived were all Black people. the best, you know.
I mean, the word best. Well, let me not.
The most renowned in their field, that receive the accolades in their field, regardless of their race. The best who ever do, the people who are creating the innovations that have defined the field outside of the arts, it's always a black person in every field. Outside of the arts, where we're looking at entertainment and media, it's a black person. If you look at the history and look at the information that's out there, it's a black person. But those people aren't heralded and held in exaltation in our community, in our culture. No one even knows who they are. But it's always us who are the innovators, the first to do anything, the first to create something that no one else has ever done. It's always a black person that does it first, but no one knows that. So our culture is set up to reward the degeneracy. That's why we have, most of the black billionaires in the world that are American. They're in entertainment and media. But most people don't know that there are 3 or 4 other black billionaires that tech, finance, and engineering that exist, but no one knows their names.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That goes back to demand. But I also question if in silencing the negative, we'd be embracing another facet of internalized racism. Not liking it doesn't make it not true. Thank you, AJ. Not liking the bad parts being highlighted, she say, doesn't make it not true. Black community is stratified, agreed. There's the white view, sexual violence, strong anti-intellectual. On the other hand, we are seen as hyper-religious. We're exporting both views and neither serves us well. So there is, I want to caution the difference between stereotype and that which is our culture. And this is why I say, what is it that we embrace, right? Do we embrace the child? All right, let's use black, because since we are on the black, we can do it in Jamaica. I don't pick a culture. When you answer, don't answer. When you think about the child who goes to school and gets all A's and then come home and is in community with other people, is that child embraced or are they shunned, right? When you think about the person who is aggressive, are they praised or are they shunned? When you think about the man, for example, who sleeps with multiple women and impregnate multiple women, are they praised or are they shunned, right? I'm not saying this defines the culture fully, but we can start to recognize patterns in what is uplifted versus what is rejected. Now, there can be smaller pockets, there can be specific families, there can be individuals who embrace these things, but is that what the culture promotes? And would that be a relic of the culture? I think that's the kind of questioning that I want us to do. But maybe I'm terrible at facilitating this discussion.
Oh, the culture absolutely promotes the men who sleep with the most women and impregnates the most women. It absolutely promotes the guy who's aggressive and does, the most violent things and has control over his little area. And it in a lot of cases, not all, a lot of cases, it does punish the student who is high achieving academically. I was one of those students when I was growing up, and any of us on this panel that was that student, we know how we were treated when we were kids, getting good grades in school and performing well. We all were treated a specific way, and we all saw the other students who were like us being treated a certain way in our communities, especially if we grew up in the hood, especially if we grew up in those type of scenarios. So yeah, were we punished as a children in the world for that? A little bit, yeah. And that was adults and other kids that was doing it. As adults, it may have turned out a little different depending on your circumstances and what you were able to get into as far as your academics and opportunities that opened up for you. It may have changed your life a little bit, but if you didn't have those opportunities and those doors open for you, you might have still just kind of bear the brunt of that punishment. Whereas some other people who grew up next to us, who embraced the culture of doing the bad things, but were also academics, because we were talking about artists and how they went to private school and how they grew up in 2-parent homes and all that stuff. They embraced the bad side of what we call Black culture, ran with that, did some things that became popular with a lot more people, and they became successul.
Right.
So
for
that's
people,
kind of one of those weird dynamics of, if you're smart, you'll do the bad things to get ahead in our culture.
all right. But could it be argued that we cannot look to those who have been elevated as representative of the culture because they're not elevated by Black people?
Exactly.
Wait, who said that?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Apple.
All right, go ahead, Apple. Make your statement. You have 3 minutes. I'm going to remove people now and then add some more people.
Okay, so I was just thinking out loud. What I wanted to say is that I am ADOS. I'm a Generation Xer, so it's a bit back in time. And what I want to say is a lot that has been out there about Black culture has been sold. That's not what Black culture was, at least for me growing up. And even seeing it in the media and seeing it, on TV or whatever, being a Black American person, like we realized to a certain extent, part of that is a lie. That's fantasy, that's fun. But it was being exported out into the world. And so I'm going to go back to the 80s and 90s and even part of the 70s, not understanding the reach of what media was doing. We had absolutely no idea. So for me, I grew up in a 2-parent home. I grew up with my grandparents, my uncles, my aunts, my great uncles, my great aunts, and it was family. This thing that they call Black culture is a monster, but that is not what we grew up with. But it was disseminated to the entire world. And so we had no idea what everybody else was thinking we were. Because a lot of us here realize that's a joke. That's not real. That's entertainment. But there was no internet. You understand what I'm saying? So now things are
Wait,
entirely
so
out
wait,
of. Go
this
ahead.
is, I think this is interesting. So do you think that what is being talked about on entertainment and in music, in entertainment rather, that it is incorrect?
It is entirely incorrect, but it's sold out there to such a point that the world thinks that's what it is. I have a nephew, when he was in high school, he was told that he wasn't Black. And I'm like, you got two ADOS parents, everybody is Black, what are you talking about? But because he didn't fit a certain stereotype, he went to school in upstate New York. So
Wait, who told him he wasn't Black?
his teachers.
Was his teachers Black or white?
His teachers were white.
And they told him he wasn't Black.
Yeah, and that was the problem. He
So
came home and
right,
told his mother
wait.
that.
So on the outside, the people who are understanding Black culture doing so from a media perspective, and they're interpreting it wrong. So what they're singing about in the music and how we are represented is not true.
Here's what happened. In the beginning of it, it was not true. You're selling a fantasy to get paid. Over time, with the further breakdown of the family, it became more and more true. In the 90s, there was, I don't know, it's like they flooded, they said it was Reagan or whoever, flooded Black communities with crack. And that just broke everything down. That broke things down so much that I grew up in a household where parents talk to their
Wait,
children.
1 second. I'm moving people to the back because I do actually want to talk. I need some answers. I feel like who is talking, Apple?
Apple, yeah.
All right,
I
I'm
grew
moving everyone to the back, just you and I.
okay. I grew up in a household where parents talk to their children. You understand what I'm saying? Like you were raised and you knew right from wrong, and your uncles, your aunts, everyone took a hand in it. When crack came along, families got so broken. It was the entire thing was just allowing them to survive.
All
You
right,
didn't get a chance
question.
to
We're
raise
gonna
them.
move it forward.
Okay.
When it comes to children, the only thing shunned in Black American culture is the right-leaning political ideology. I do think that Black right-leaning political ideology is shunned. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. At least the racist part should be. The culture promotes what pays and what approves by whiteness as acceptable portrayal of blackness. It promotes living in survival mode. If I looked at it from the outside in, 100% not our culture. All right. So this is the problem, though. I wish you could come up too, because I wanted to talk to people. Thank you, LB, but I wanted to talk to people who have this idea, and I think Apple is saying this. All right. Do you think we value children in the Black community?
At
As
the present time, not as much as we should.
Do you think? Wait, who doesn't?
Here, the value is in the time and in the raising of the children. So we may say that we love our children, but we're not giving them what they need. And that could be because of a lack of knowledge, a lack of time, where a mother's trying to be both parents at once, and that's just not something that can happen. I
Wait,
always
wait, wait. That's two separate things. So you can value something without having the time to input in it because you have to take care of its other needs.
Right.
But would you say we value children? You said no.
No.
Do you think there was a time where we valued children?
Yes, very much so.
What time was that?
Um, well, let me say this. I think there was a time we valued children more.
What time was this, and why do you say
Uh,
more?
I will say in my time, because we actually took the time to raise children. We actually
Who?
tried. Okay, so I will say for my family, like I said, I grew up in
No, no, no,
Brooklyn.
no, no, no. But that's what I'm trying not to do. I'm trying
Okay,
not to individualize.
okay, don't individualize. Um, I would still say Black parents did more so then than they do now. Has it ever been perhaps where it should have been? No, it's
All
never
right.
been
So
there.
there's a notion that is out there that Black men don't care about their children. How do you react to that piece of media?
I think the proof is in the pudding. I think you see what they do, and I think everyone can draw their conclusions from that.
Wait,
And
why don't you want to? The thing is, like, I'm trying to make sure I understand what is
I
happening, right?
don't think that Black men value their children enough. I don't see them being protective enough. I think they allow their young boys to make the same mistakes that they have made. I think they use sometimes excuses for not to be in the home. I saw this one little girl, she was maybe
Wait,
12
wait,
years.
wait, wait, wait. We don't have to go
Okay.
in there. I want to ask now then, what is wrong about what is the disconnect? You and LB said this. There is a disconnect between what is being portrayed about the Black culture and what actually is the Black culture. What is that lag?
What is exported is what sells, and degeneracy sells.
Wait, no, but I'm asking you to give us like gun violence, sex, drugs, money. That's if we say that's part of hip hop culture, is that inconsistent with the majority of not majority, but what the culture promotes
No,
internally?
that is what the culture is promoting now. I will
Wait, give me an example of something that is promoted in the media that is inconsistent with the culture.
I would feel that I think the fact that it is I feel it is pushed that Black women don't care about family, or that we're just having children haphazardly, or that we don't care about gun violence, or that we don't care about our children's education.
Mhm.
I I I don't think that's true.
Do you think that's being pushed in the media?
I think yeah, to a certain extent. Maybe not as much as some other things, but I think there's definitely a thing of where
I mean, I've seen this on like Fox News talking points,
okay,
but I do black women not I'm trying to think about it from like an outsider perspective where when I was overseas, did I think the media said black women like there is a part of it that says black women are struggling to take care of their children, but I mean, I think promiscuity is part of it. Yeah, I think black women promiscuity is pushed. Yes,
and then see, here's what I'm saying, because when
but
they
I don't know. By the way, if I think everyone, not everyone. If you're asexual, you don't. But a lot of people like sex, so I don't know if I think it's so much as it's not real, as it being why are you singling out one group and not
exactly.
everyone.
Right, but that's what I mean by it's being pushed. You see what I'm saying? Like something that
Wait, stop. People keep bringing up the Caribbean. Girl, Jay Bulga, whoever you are, stay mad in the comments. Like, I don't understand what is wrong. I don't know if you're a man, woman, or child. I don't actually care. Because if you want to talk about Jamaica, you can definitely hit the link, come up and talk about Jamaica. I've never shied away from what happens in Jamaica. I'm not like, oh my God, let's talk about America and ignore Jamaica. Like, do what you want. If you want to talk, you can come up. Like, it's kind of annoying me. Go ahead. Sorry.
um I forgot what I was saying. Well, I'll go back to the last thought I had. I think it's pushed in the media. Like you said, everybody likes sex, but unless you're asexual. But I think certain things are pushed um, a little more that than what is real. There was something that came on the news of where they said, I hope this is okay to mention, where they say Asian parents have to have a talk with their children because of violence that are perpetrated against them and in schools. And let me explain something. I'm in
Wait,
Brooklyn.
before you go, CJ says, did anyone else grow up playing double dutch with local kids calling elders, aunt, uncle, miss, the
Yes.
neighborhood, right? I did, but also I recognize that parts of Jamaica or Jamaica, not the UK, that I grew up in was very specific. And if you stepped outside of that neighborhood, you might die. So go ahead. Sorry.
No,
Um,
I grew up the same way. You had to have respect for your elders. Like I said, I'm a Generation Xer. I still have to say yes and no, ma'am, to people who are older than me. And that's just how in my family. That is just how we grew up. That
yeah.
over time we lost that. Um, what I was gonna say is the
All
thing
right,
that
so
yeah,
what
go
you're
ahead.
saying is inconsistent. I just wanted this. I'll add some people now.
Okay.
What you're saying, and I'll get back to the children because I do have a video that I want to play for this.
Okay.
Um, you're saying generally, Autumn. Oh my God. Oh, Siren. Hi, Themis. I stayed away purposely for some time, but I'm proud of you for being willing to have this convo. May I speak when the opportunity presents itself? This is into a project. I'm back. So I adore you. I've missed you. I've sorry, this is a personal moment. Um, but I've made it a point where someone has to step away to never go after them. I'll check in and say, "Hey, how are you?" But if people have to step away, they have to step away. And I wanted to say that I have missed you. And for the people on the channel who I know your screen name, um, I do hold you guys dear to my heart. And when I don't see you for a while, it does it does make me feel some kind of way. um, Anywho, I that was a moment. I'm glad you're back and you can always talk. Definitely come up whenever you feel. All right, sorry. let's add some. For the record, I believe most people in this conversation are acting in good faith and without ill will. I think some just lack boundaries. Yeah. All right, let's add some more people. The issue I was having is, so you think the image of the black man being promoted is accurate, but the image of the black woman to some extent, isn't accurate. Just yes or no?
No.
Wait, I thought that's what we were saying.
No, what I'm saying is that in some cases, I don't believe all black men, like all of them, are like that. I don't believe all of it. What I'm saying is
No. I'm not saying all. It's
okay.
never all. It's whether or not the question is whether or not this is the culture or part of the culture that has been accepted generally.
I'm going to say, for the most part, yes.
Oh, so that's good. All right. So I'm going to add some new people back. I appreciate that. Concern, Mogul, who didn't speak? Chow did not get to speak, and I don't think Kiki spoke. D4 and Joey, I'll add you guys in a moment. Afro, did you get to speak? I think you said you had to go. I just looked in the chat.
Yeah, no worries. I'm running away, so I just wanted to leave off with this thought. I don't think the question's fully robust or fully thought out because there are a lot of factors at play here.
Oh, no. You can disagree with the question, but it is very much thought out.
Okay, well, it's thought out, but as someone who identifies as having an internal locus of control, I still have to acknowledge suppression in media and promotion. I've done a lot of personal investigation about the promotion of the positive Black image in relation to culture. Like this weekend, I was at Afrotech. Shout out to everybody who was there. Like 17,000 Black techies meeting up, sort of addressing some of these issues. And the word siloed came up earlier. I feel like a lot of people are doing positive work in their own areas, but because it's not promoted in this sort of machine that we live in, it feels as though it's not happening when that's not actually the case. Is there a lot of degeneracy going on? Sure. But I do feel like there's a lot of positive things going on culturally, and it's just not highlighted. Therefore, it does not feel like it exists. So in terms of what the culture is perceived to be versus what is actually occurring on the back end, at least from the Black female perspective, it's definitely a mismatch, in my opinion. Even, and we have to take colonialism and colonial influence into play, definitely, because if you had your customs and your religion and everything else stripped away and replaced with this sort of
I think that doesn't change the reality of the culture. That argument fundamentally is about why the culture exists the way that it does.
Yeah, but I think she's on to something. Yeah.
But influence is super important. We even have the role of influencer now.
Wait. I don't disagree that influence is that influence matters. How it is, how it exists, how it continues to exist matter. But we have to first accept that it exists.
But how can you tease out the importance and the impact of influence when we literally live in a society that sustains itself on marketing, SEO optimization, algorithms?
Wait. If we are going to deny the existence of negativity in the culture and a negative culture, then we don't address it. If we accept that it exists, then we have now a very direct enemy. So we have to first, if we have an ideal culture that we want to create, we have to first recognize the real culture that we exist in. Figure out the real culture we exist in, then find out why is this the culture or why is this the perceived culture in people's imagination? Then we figure out how to move to the more idealized and the ideal culture or closer to it. But
Well,
if we
I
are just
believe
like, go ahead.
I believe a young lady touched on it earlier as well. If we're talking about, I just lost my
Can
train
I
of
say
thought.
something? Because I think I know where you're going towards. Because yes, the culture that we have now is a reality, but there are execs and people who make money off of this culture that we are experiencing, and they will continue to push this culture upon us until it no longer fills their pockets. Keep in mind, we aren't the only group that consumes our entertainment, that consumes our media, that consumes our culture. So if they're able to sustain, this
All right, wait,
degeneracy.
can you hold on that? So you said our culture, and then you use negative words to describe it. So you were saying that this culture is negative.
Well, yeah, it's made that way to make money
Wait,
off
no,
of
no,
it.
no. See, that's what I'm trying not to do, because I do agree with you that how it exists, why it exists, and how it continues or will continue to exist is deeply intertwined with that it exists. But we have to be able, in my mind, and maybe I'm wrong for this, but I don't like this not wanting to accept the existence on its own, just like
No,
it
I
exists.
We
yeah, I know. I
acknowledge,
accept. We acknowledge that it exists. The issue is that for it to exist, these people need it to exist in order to fill this pocket. The label owners, the
Wait. All
CEOs,
right.
the
See, this
NBA
is the
owners.
problem, though. No, no, I agree with you. But
Okay,
that it exists, right? That there are people who requires its existence for financial benefit
exactly.
does not relinquish our responsibility for participating in it.
Well, let me break it down a little bit. So, if you grew up in the hood in an impoverished area, and you grew up around a group of people who, let's say, they did music or whatever,
Wait. Sorry.
and a
Wait.
label offered you
Some
a label
people,
offered
wait,
you
hello.
hundreds of thousands of
Excuse me,
dollars.
Mogo. I do want to continue with you, but I don't want to cut Afro Butterfly
Afro
off.
Butterfly. Oh, but
Yeah.
I was trying to help her out with where she was
no,
going
I,
with it.
I don't need any help, but thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, you had lost your thought, so
Wait, no, wait,
Yeah,
no. Go ahead.
look, I'm stepping away now, but I just want to highlight that is because they are so deeply intertwined. It's sort of like a chicken and egg sort of situation. Yes, we acknowledge the reality that people are willfully participating and consuming the glorification system and the reward system that comes with promotion of a negative image or negative things associated with the public image. But again, if we're looking at where the disadvantage is and the fact that they're competing for basic things to meet their Maslow's or soothe their ego, you sort of can't just say, okay, we're consuming this negative image and yes, we take ownership for that without looking at the etiology of why we're even responding to that system in the first place. That's the only thing I wanted to highlight, really, the fact that there's billions, if not trillions of dollars spent on marketing and we all respond to it. We all know the McDonald's jingle. We all can easily recognize multiple labels and logos of places we never even shop. So we have to really think about impact and influence on why we are exhibiting this sort of behavior. And there will be outliers. There will be people who have that strong internal will, that strong internal locus of control, and they don't subscribe to the system. And then they feel outcasted and isolated, but they persist. And they, like yourself, they're having these conversations in spite of. You can acknowledge that, you're rare. You're rare for coming up here and having these very public and very necessary discussions. And it's rare. And that's a problem. But that's pretty much all I wanted to say. The media aspect is definitely a humongous impact point. And thank you for this panel and have a great night.
Have a good night. Thank you.
Can I jump in?
I feel like we're gonna skip Mogo to do that. So let me add Mogo first, and then you concern.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure.
No,
People keep telling me that you have been here, but I don't. I don't know who. I don't remember your contribution previously. Go
well,
ahead.
all I wanted to add to her point was what I said earlier: is that there are people who make billions of dollars off of the degeneracy of our culture, and also those hyper focused, I guess, degeneracy of our culture. We're not the only people who experience that or that take part in that. We're just the only people who have it exploited. So we see the exploitation of it on all fronts, TV, or through your phone, through the internet. So you see the exploitation of it everywhere, and then you see that you're rewarded, like you said earlier. There's a reward system for it. That reward system isn't from black people. Yeah, you might get praise, but there's no dollars, there's no resources coming with that. The resources are coming from those entities that are perpetuating that degeneracy on our culture. So it all intertwines into that. And we know it exists. We know the reality of it. Escaping it or changing it, there's going to have to be a change from the top. And that's why I think, I mean,
Wait. So wait. When you say there's gonna have to be a change from the top, that's a lack of accountability very directly. And the reason I say that is we know grassroots movements work, or at least can work. So when you say it has to be from the top, we're just throwing our hands up at that point.
well, yeah, you're absolutely correct. There's grassroots movements that happen, but what tends to happen is when we do that, Google can literally wipe you off the face of the earth in terms of finding you on the internet. Just like that event that she said that people attended. Who knew about that? How many people? How was that promoted through your Facebook? How was that promoted through your YouTube? Every time I turn on my YouTube, I get a video of something I didn't even show interest in, but they're promoting that stuff and not promoting the stuff that I always show interest in. So
So this is the
there's
thing though. When it comes to what we say when we have the mic, without the influence of these corporate giants. Let's take YouTube, for example. That is a corporate giant, but we can literally come on and say whatever we want, right?
Can't say whatever you want, but yeah, I got you.
Yeah, within limits. How can we ignore the fact that when we get the mic without the kind of regulation and the contracts that we engage in degenerate conversation? That I can say the culture online surrounding Black content creation is degenerate.
Because I'm gonna answer your question because it's already been established where your rewards come from. When you get on here and you speak positivity,
I can say, even if I agree with you on that, even if I agree that you're rewarded for degeneracy, you're engaging in degeneracy.
that's the point. You're willing to sell your soul or sacrifice something in order to gain
so that's
either.
a you problem then.
Well, there are people that sell their soul. Yeah, that's what essentially what they had to do during a distress moment in their
No, they
life.
didn't have to do it because I don't feel like I have to sell my soul to come online.
Well, yeah, you're you and me are different. I never had to sell. I never had to do anything for $1. I don't believe in that. But there are strippers. There are people who go out and take their clothes off for money, right?
I see why the chat might find this annoying because it's hard to go back and forth when I feel like it's very easy to accept that in the way that we have decided to communicate online, it is very clear that we're making conscious decisions to be degenerate with rewards at the back end. So
okay, so let's talk about our culture, our strip culture, where we have young women taking their clothes off.
Talking about strip culture.
Well, I'm just saying it goes into it because you're taking your clothes off for $1. So you're literally sacrificing your body
That is if you wait, I feel like that is not even tangential here, but even to accept that, it feels like you're saying strippers are, I mean, I guess some people say they're bad. I don't have a problem with sex work generally. I'm talking about what we do and say about our community.
Well, yeah,
So, like,
that type of image on our community is the general look, like somebody said earlier, the fortification,
Who
and as
goes to
far
the
as the
club?
wait,
sexualization.
wait. So the red light district that exists in Europe exists legally. And so, like, people from all culture engage in utilization of their body for capital, right? And capitalism.
Exactly.
I
But
think,
for us, it's frowned
wait,
upon.
no, you are deflecting. That's what you're doing right now. And I don't know why. It's okay to say online. Well, I'm not telling you what to say, but the question about what we're doing online in terms of not being controlled is what we're talking about. So if you're saying these people who are talking online are being controlled by some outside force, obviously I'm going to ask you to explain that.
Well,
But
it's okay. You ready?
yeah.
Okay, so it's not that you're being controlled because no one's putting a gun to your head to say, "Hey, say these rap lyrics," or "Hey, do this funny thing and look stupid while you're doing it." No one's doing that. There are unwritten rewards and unwritten codes that we all know, and trigger words that we can use to either boost our numbers or boost our, and that's why I use the stripping thing. And I was just using it as an analogy, or
No, you
something to
weren't using
compare
it as an
to.
analogy. You were using it to deflect. It's fine.
No, I wasn't trying to
No,
deflect,
you
but I was just
were.
trying to say people do certain things because of either a monetary value reward or uh, popularity reward. You're going to do certain things to obtain that, and there are people in distress moments that will do that, and these companies will literally come and grab those people and exploit them. They'll give them a couple 100,000. They'll make billions off of them. Exploit them as soon as they're done with their lifespan. They kick them to the curb, and
All right.
they own all the
No,
rights to
no,
their
no.
music.
So the way are these companies going to these men online?
The way that they're going. Say it again.
Are these companies going to? Why are men online doing this?
Why are they online doing what in particular?
Speaking poorly about the community and just generally, yeah, speaking poorly about the community.
Well, I mean, there could be just a nuanced amount of reasons
It's
of
not
why.
nuanced at all. It's
See,
not.
well, yeah, because it could either come from their dysfunctional, upbringing. It can come from their experience with maybe a group of black people that probably picked on them or treated them unfairly. It could come from, as far as the white perceptions of
Are
what
any
black
of
people
those
are.
reasons legitimate to you?
No, I believe it's legitimate enough to, as far
So
as
you think it is
disparage.
legitimate to speak negatively about the community because of some personal
Because of a
experience?
personal experience. I mean, people do it all the time. They'll
No,
take.
you're not answering the question. So I'm going to ask you one last time. Do you think, in your opinion, it is okay to disparage a group of people because you had a negative experience?
No, I don't think it's okay.
All
I
right.
don't
So what these men
personally.
are doing online, do you find it excusable?
No, it's nothing excusable in my opinion.
All right, good. Concern, go ahead.
What I wanted to add is that I'm not sure if I'm on the same wavelength as Afro Butterfly. I know that you put a lot of intent and work in preparing for these. I will say that I wish that the question was posed differently because we are still centering other people's gaze on us inherent in the way we're talking about it. And if we're being clear, the world is anti-black and is inherently invested in staying that way because of capitalism. And so when we think about other people coming here, or we think about other people coming to Jamaica, or when
you say the world is anti-black, what do you mean?
It means that very literally the world was taught was taught white supremacy and anti-blackness because of the way that colonization worked. There's nowhere under the sun at this stage where being dark is seen as a preference that has not been that has been touched by colonization. Even if you're talking about Asia, you're talking about other places in the world, the darker you are is the more likely you are to be treated unkindly.
Right, so white conquest and black subjugation created a system that is predicated on color, which put black people at the bottom, the darker you are, and lighter people at the top.
And it had to justify itself. And so when we talk about who's telling the story,
it does justify itself, though.
Yes. And so when we think about who's telling the story and all the other players that want to have a place in the story, right? So when you're not black, but you're coming here and you realize at least I'm not at the bottom, or at least I'm not the target or whatever, I can come to this community and extract resources because there is no protection for these people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
But wait. So the culture, however, does allow this.
Yes, but it is a culture not narrated by black people.
Yeah, because we have accepted our subjugation.
I believe most of us have not accepted our subjugation, but the image is that we have accepted our subjugation. I think
if other people can come in and extract based on their whiteness, which is due to the system in place by colonialism, I would venture to say the fact that they can do that means that we have accepted our subjugation.
I think that we have, sir, I'm talking now.
No, I hear you. I didn't say nothing.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So when I think about the idea of us accepting our subjugation from what you're saying, I think that, okay, fine. But the fact that we still have people invested in bringing the Black community up and we're still having this conversation lets me know that not everybody has completely acquiesced to the idea of that we are.
No. I would agree with you on there. I don't think we all have accepted our subjugation. I think we have, by and large, accepted our subjugation.
Can I contest that point? I don't agree with that at all.
I'm really not done.
Yeah. Go ahead, Concern.
So when I think about the impact of the fact that globally there is a narrative being told, because culture is about narratives, right? We think about the way that most of our medicines are coming from this certain areas in the hemisphere. We think about, the fact that most religions came from things that were in Africa, for example. So much music comes from Black culture, so much cuisine, so many thought leaders, liberation. A lot of times it was Black people colluding together to be able to come up with systems to fight against this stuff from everywhere. The idea that the culture that is being communicated globally is one that we are not proud of is not something that I think we should focus on, because even though it does matter, image does matter, that's my whole job, I know it matters. I don't think that in defining what we should do about it, that we should be really invested firstly on what other people have to say about it, because nobody.
No. Wait, that is a mischaracterization of the conversation.
Okay.
One of the questions that I definitely posed in thinking about culture is fundamentally about that which is being rewarded within the culture.
But rewarded by whom? And that's what I'm saying. Like
people
when we think about
Black people.
Black people love to hype up their goody two shoes. Like when we think about who gets hyped up, yes, there's a lot of, bad behavior that other people might be invested in. But when we think about the good girl tropes, and I mean, nobody was stuck in the house more than Black little girls in growing up. We couldn't do nothing. You had to have your hand, you had to have your hair, you had to have all these.
Are you telling me that the culture would promote a Russell Wilson over Future?
I am telling you, yes. I am telling you that Black people, by Black people, the people who are thinking about their community They are probably more likely to be supportive of a Russell Wilson than a Future. If we're talking about day-to-day,
no, you're qualifying. You're doing a lot of qualifying, and I don't know.
The day-to-day Black person is more likely to support a Russell Wilson over a Future, and I have lived it and seen it. The people who are boring, quote unquote.
Wait, so would you say the Black culture is more akin to a Russell Wilson than a Future?
It is not more akin to it, but when we do have them, we are more likely to support the Russell Wilson. Look at how many people come here.
Oh, wait, are you saying that the people being produced by the culture is antithetical to what the culture promotes? Because if we as a culture promote Russell Wilson and we're getting a lot of Future, then people are just, the culture is saying one thing and people are getting swept up in something else that's not the culture.
Exactly. They're getting swept up in other people's narrative of our culture because most of us were raised being over-churched. Most of us were raised to believe so much shaming things about what you should and should not do. Most of us are the most religious, are the most, home
training.
Strict people when it comes to right and wrong, and most of the time, when I was going to high school, the girls that were not Black had a very different rules than the girls who were Black.
Wait, I'm confused because if we are more like Russell Wilson than we are Future, then our work here is done.
No, I'm not saying that. I am saying
no, that's what
that
you said.
Okay, so then I will correct. We want more Russells in Futures. Inherently, Black people want more Russells than Futures.
Black people are Black men looking for mogul. Stop. Concerned and I are talking now. We'll go back to you in a moment. I'm concerned.
When we think about the talented, when we think about all the different fraternities and the Black Excellence Club, like every time that Black men come together that I see when they start, I'm not saying that there isn't degeneracy. I am not saying that
No. I'm talking about what is the overarching sort of community. Is the Black academic the Black community, or is the culture that we see?
I would say that, so not the academic. I don't think we put the academic on a pedestal. I think we put the
sorry, we
pure
can do Russell. Sorry, I didn't mean.
On a pedestal.
There are people who agree with you, by the way, Concern in the chat.
Oh.
So let me put one of them up so you don't feel alone.
I want to clarify this. Go ahead.
Let's step back.
Okay.
And because I didn't know this was how we were considering this. All right. So it is your belief that the Black community props up Russell Wilson more than Future, and that the Black community prefers Russell Wilson than Future. If we're thinking about the community and what is uplifted in the community as a general matter.
Yes.
All right, period. Go ahead.
I would say that when I think about the investment that we have in church, the investment that we have in getting educated, in the investment that when I think about the Black community I was raised in.
By the way, Concern, when you get back into the Discord, you're getting dragged. Continue.
That's fine. I'm speaking my truth. I will learn as you grow.
You don't get dragged by this truth. Let me start typing as you write.
What I am saying is that when I think about what we aspire to, our ideal is more Russells. That's why we put Baracks on pedestals. That's why most of us are praying for Russells. We're not praying for Futures. We are trying to bully, and bully is not the right word. Bully is not the right word. I rescind it. I can't take it back from the ether, but I rescind it. We encourage our sons and are sometimes delusional about whether our son is a Russell or a Future. But aspirationally, we would like, because of our religiosity upbringing, more Russells than Futures. That is what we are attempting. By the time Black kids grow up and are socialized by the community at large, we have different outputs because we don't have as much impact on the socialization at the older kids get.
Gotcha. Sorry. So I didn't. So I went into the chat to drag you, and I realized there were people talking about something else. So I hope Erica is here. I didn't see what was happening, Erica. Now that I see what is happening, it has been done. Sorry, can you go again? I'm talking to Erica in the chat.
It's all right, but clearly they weren't dragging me. You were about to go into the Discord and drag me, Themis.
I was,
right.
but I saw something else.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I think aspirationally, most Black men think that they're the educated lames. You'll have the most Pookie and Ray Ray talk to no end about his degeneracy, and then act like he's injured by women dissing the good guy. I think that we aspire to the good, the purity idea, but for things that are within our control and things that are outside of our control, mostly things in our internal locus of control. But socialization, I believe, is not all our fault. Our culture is not, it's also being pushed on us because culture is about marketing.
All right. So to be clear, just so everyone in the Discord can hear and don't disagree with me, you think that our culture that we now are a part of, that I find myself a part of now, promotes Russell Wilson and does not push Future?
They promote Russell Wilson, and then Future is, if we were to dissect what Future is, I believe that's a broader conversation, but plainly we promote Russell Wilson.
Who is we?
Black people by and large. Everybody who was socialized by the aftermath of colonialism.
I am confused that this is your position. Yeah, let me do a poll. I haven't done a poll in a minute. Let me do a poll because.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, maybe I'm
missing. I think it's wrong.
It's all right.
May I say something for a second?
Go ahead.
I think to a certain extent, it really falls on which generation you belong to. Like, I would say for my generation, I think we push more Russell Wilson. As you come down to other younger ones, they might be pushing the Future a little bit more. So I think it depends on where you are. I grew up very religious as well. So, I mean, it just depends. I noticed there's a difference between each generation on what they push and where they think we are as a people.
Agreed. And I would say that Russell Wilson, I think, is probably not the right one. I think that most people would want to go for the clean cut look that is associated with, what's that guy's name who played Killmonger?
Michael B. Jordan.
Him, or the Will Smiths. The guy who has a more clean cut look is what we put up on a pedestal.
No. So there are people, I think Black women also like the clean cut, because people are like, oh, Black women only like thugs. That's not true, because that's not true. Now, when you say the culture promotes, I'm gonna have a problem with that. So there's a voting going on, and I'll let you know if you got the voting, because
our sitcoms were all about the Family Guy for a while. Even now, even when Martin started to do his buffoonery, he was still a Family Guy. Like, even like now that like whenever, like even with some of the stuff that's coming out now, Tyler Perry is a Family Guy. Like, granted, there are some misguided, misdirected, all the above. There's a lot of anti-female. There's a lot of things that I think are hella toxic. I'm not saying one is good or bad. I think that that by and large, patriarchy shows its ugly head in a lot of different ways. But I would say that the patriarchal ideal is the Will Smith and the Michael B. Jordan type personality. And that, go ahead.
What would you consider yourself, a Pam or a Gina? Because Martin definitely treated them totally different, and Will Smith definitely taught the two aunts, Vibs, totally different. So, what would you consider yourself?
Wait, before you get into that, sorry, my poll, I'm just learning the polling thing, so I just did the poll better. All right, go ahead. Wait, why are we talking about Gina and Martin?
Because she said that she put some examples out of Martin, and him being a family man and stuff like that. So I wanted to know, from someone who watched the
No.
show,
I'm out
like,
of my depth. I don't know. I haven't watched that stuff in forever. And so I cannot tell you. I apologize. But go ahead.
May I say something? I was going to say, when you said the Gina or Pam, again, I would say that would be an example of colorism, because that was clear to see. So the closer you are to blackness, darkness, the least respect you got.
Wait. No, I feel like I need to convince Concern that she's wrong, but I'm not going to. I'm going to ask, does anyone else agree with Concern?
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Oh, it's Siren. How are you guys doing?
Hey! Before you go, let me read this. Universal Black culture equal combo of celebration of vibrance, rhythm, flavor, sensuality, style, spirituality, extended family, community, deference to elders. I'm gonna put that deference to elder is not a thing. I'm doing part of my thing is gonna be the aging population and how terrible we treat them, but I'll talk about that later. Then there are some regional differences. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you, by the way, Ja. I agree like that.
Hi, Concerned. It's Siren. Thank you for speaking and everything. I'm not going to push back on the point that you're making, because I can in some parts see what you're saying. But I just wanted to kind of just propose this question to you. But first, I need to provide a definition. When we think about promotion, we're usually thinking about the publicization of a product or an organization or a venture as to increase public awareness, or to increase, basically add to, or to provide a broader overall feeling of, or consensus. And so when I thought about that, I was thinking, well, if we're promoting the Michael B. Jordans, if we're promoting as a culture the Barack Obamas, even though some people do culturally not always conflate him with the Black identity or whatever, but if we are promoting this, then why is somebody like Themis so rare? Why is somebody like Themis, why do we all have to band in one place? Why do we, and I'm sorry, Themis, I don't mean to embarrass you, but why is he in some parts put on a pedestal? If it's not rare, and if we do, again, promote such positive things, why is this space so sacred and so secret? Why is it not consistently perpetuated? Why is someone why is Future called a nerd or a lame? Why is Will Smith, also with his very illustrious career, called a lame and was almost ostracized out of the hip hop community? Why do we have a negative connotation sometimes with these same men that we're using as examples, and then we're saying we don't want to be like them? So I was just wondering, if that's the case, if we are promoting these men, I understand ideally we do, especially in like academic spaces and things like that, or places with status, quote unquote. We do promote these things, and we do tell the kids, stay in school, get off the drugs, stay off the pole, and things like that. So internally as a culture, I believe that, but externally to the broad mass and to the way that we are viewed as a broader culture, and I want to talk about that later, because I have a thought on that as well. Is that genuine to say that we do promote those type of men?
I believe, so I hear what you're saying and receive what you're saying. I believe that we can separate in this argument output from intent. So our intent, am I um coming in echoing?
Go
Or is it
ahead.
coming from my phone?
Go ahead. It was Siren. It was an echo from her, but she's muted now.
Okay. So our intent is, I think, different than the outputs. Black
Wait,
people do go
wait.
and
That complicate. Well, it dismantles the argument because even if, regardless of your intent, what you have created is what you've created. So you could have
but
intended to create a
we
good
are not.
culture.
But who that? This is the part that what I'm trying to dissect.
No. I'm going specifically on your statement that
Okay.
the intent might be different than the output. On that statement alone, or the outcome, that statement alone defeats the argument if the outcome is not that Russell Wilson is promoted, then it doesn't matter the intent. The culture created is that which has been created.
So I'm not. Russell Wilson is still promoted. Most men want their kid to be like Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson
So
is.
why did you say what's intended might not be what is the outcome?
So when we think about the intent to make more Russell Wilsons or more Will Smiths or more Denzels, right? We do not have sole ownership of how our children are socialized. When we think about the other men in the community, right, that are invested in their own recruiting and their own visions of the world, and we think about the fact that our global community is invested in keeping Black people in a certain place so that they can keep their Victoria's Secret panties at a certain price because prison labor, for example, right? I believe that Black people's overarching intent is to create more single family homes or whatever. And I don't even,
wait, the intent?
The intent is to have, yeah. I mean, most of us are Christian.
No, but I thought you said the intent was to create more single family home. I was trying to say that's probably not what you meant to say.
Oh, no, not single parent. I'm saying single family, meaning like you have your family, you have your nuclear family.
Oh, nuclear family. Got it.
Yeah,
got it.
probably. Sorry. Yeah, nuclear families. Because even when these guys come up here, even if they're talking on
Wait. So if the intent is to create this there's nuclear family, but instead we have single parent family, what does that mean about the culture we've created?
I am not trying to tell us that we are not responsible for all of the outcomes.
No, I'm not talking about responsibility. I'm talking about outcome. What is the culture we currently have?
It's ineffective. That is the only thing I can say. It is ineffective because our intent is not driving the outcomes we're looking for.
But that your intent, I mean, it matters for moral reasons, but if we're trying to classify a culture as promoting one or the other, ultimately that shouldn't, like, we can divorce that from intent.
But the culture is, so the reason why I think it's breaking down is because we're talking about, earlier you mentioned a reward system, right? We do, by and large, reward manhood, right? So future is always...
Wait. We reward manhood as it presents itself in certain ways. We don't reward... All right, I don't believe we reward the Russell Wilson kind of manhood. I actually think the Russell Wilson kind of manhood is chastised.
I disagree because when we think about expanding it further, right? I think that most people take the Russell Wilson thing personally because Sierra is literally a case in point of upgrading. So I think that one's like a slippery slope and a hotbed. But everybody loves Denzel, for example, and Denzel is still a buttoned up kind of guy. Mm-hmm. When we think about the idea of
there is a celebrity there and money and visibility, but I'll take your point there. But do we have more Denzel or do we have more Future?
I mean, I don't know, honestly, because, and the reason why I'm hesitating,
In
I
high
want to say
visibility. In high visibility, I mean.
more futures in high visibility for sure.
All right, but you would argue that the system put them there.
And I would argue that when we think about how their mama probably sees them, how they see themselves, most of these guys are not honest about whether like being Pookie and Ray Ray. I think there's a delusion there.
Wait, yeah, but that's the problem though. If to be inculcated in the Black culture, you feel like you have to pretend like you've started from the bottom, now you're here. If you have to do that kind of pretension, like it feels like there is an understanding about the culture.
Totally. And we saw that in the video you sent a while back, right? Where the guy was selling drugs at 5 years old or some foolishness like that, right? He made up a whole story, a come up story that white people love to hear. So I believe that white people love that story and they're buying into the idea of white people's story, but most
You're Jamaican, right, concern?
Yes.
All right, let's step away from Russell Wilson and Future and let's go to Jamaica.
All right.
Do you think Jamaican culture promotes the button up?
Yeah.
Absolutely not. It
When
don't.
we think about but
It don't. It don't.
why do you see, this is the binary problem for me?
It don't.
When we think about the promotion of people, how do I say this? People want to have everything all in one. And so the men who are in the club doing the slackness could be bankers and lawyers too. So
They
when we
could. I believe that, and it probably would be easier for them to do that.
Exactly.
But
So when we
Black people control, let's talk about control in a very limited sense, the production in Jamaica. The fact that a Vibes Cartel, which, by the way, I do like that.
See that? Exactly. And you are literally a case in point of somebody who is streaming to Spotify, somebody who is, probably playing that out loud and spreading the music.
It's
is not that
degenerate.
simple.
It is still degenerate.
Vibes Cartel is a degenerate. However, that's the same country
wait. Let me be clear. I did not say he was a degenerate. Apparently, they kill people there, and they know where people are on live. I said what he
Vibes Cartel
did
is a hero and a
the
saint. Don't come for
music
Themis.
is degenerate.
Exactly. He is a hero and a saint. Don't come for Themis. We need him. Okay. What I'm saying is that
the fact concern that you're sitting up here telling me that Jamaican culture promotes a Russell Wilson type over a Future type, I find really absurd.
I mean, I don't want to. I think it's just true though. Like
most
we
of
have more churches per square mile. Think about this. No, Themis. We have more churches per square mile than every other country in the world. When we think about you cannot
right out of the church into the dance hall.
Exactly, we're hypocrites. But when we think we're hypocrites, but let us be clear, everyone else is too. Black people do not have the corner on hypocrisy.
Yeah, no. You can extend that as far as you want, but you don't get to say that our culture promotes this. Now you can say every other culture promotes it too, and then we'll get into whether or not that's true. But when we're talking about the Black culture, specifically the Jamaican Black culture, I'm going to find it hard to believe that you believe, because it's not true, but I find it hard to believe that you believe that we promote men like go to school, get in it, to the extent we know we like the tourism aspect, and we do say go down there and get a job at a hotel, like at our resort, like sure. But we promote promiscuity. We promote
both.
Huh?
Both, yes.
Yes. So our culture promote promiscuity. We don't promote, stay there and be faithful.
It undermines the larger message is to be every dude who comes up here thinks he's a family man and a good guy. Think about it. Every single person here that comes up here, and they could literally be talking out the side of their neck, say the worst things. Orange Pill thinks he's a good guy. He thinks he's a diamond in the
I
rough.
don't like this. I don't like it because you hid from what you were meaning when you were saying that
Am I?
intent versus impact. You were in fact saying that the intent is, or the belief about oneself is that they're good fundamentally and that they are a family guy and they're doing what they need to do. Yes, that's what you intend and that's what you believe about yourself. That does not make it true. And what is true is the culture. Now, you might have an idealistic reality about who you are, and that's great, that's fine, that's delusional, because the reality and the idealized version are not in alignment. And when that's not in alignment, I don't care about your ideal. I'm thinking about what you do. Now, you can work towards your ideal, but currently, this is what you have. Now, you can think you're a great father paying child support, but paying child support does not a great father make.
Agreed. And I agreed. I think that when we think about how we can move past it, we have to be honest about the hypocrisy. But I think it is important to name that there is an intent from the men to present, like, look at T.I.'s foolish self. He thinks he's a good guy. That idiot thinks that he is Denzel. He wants you to believe that because he has a suit and he has a dictionary, that he is some buttoned up guy. So what I'm saying is that when we think about how to break it down and what our culture is, I think that a part of the intent is to be that ideal, right? And I think that the impact of what it takes to get there and what people say about Black people, what you have to overcome. And I'm not saying all of these men are good actors. Many of them are bad actors. I would say that T.I. is an idiot. And I would tell that to his face. So it's
but you can say in one breath with T.I. that he intends and he thinks this of himself, but you know he's not that.
Yes.
So it's the same thing with at least the Jamaican culture, where you can say we intend all these things, but if the result is abuse and abandoning children and marrying people and coming to the US and then forgetting everyone in Jamaica, then I'm gonna have a problem with it.
I mean, okay, but I think that, and I'm not trying to circle the drain. I'll stop here. What I'm saying,
wait. Let me say this. I'm being flamboyant in my presentation, and that's because I'm annoying. But I'm not ignoring the reality that context do matter. And I think you are highlighting a meaningful context that I am kind of ignoring to get to. Okay, but is it good and what is the culture? Then we can talk about the context. So I don't want you to feel like you're not heard.
No, I know that I've been heard, and I know you know we spent a lot of time here. I think that what I want to name is that when we think about the delusion itself, or we think about the aspiration of being the good guy, the family man, all of the above, barbity barb, right? The narrative about the guy that gets there and the narratives and the ways that he's treated once he's there and all the above, Black people do not, I mean, outside of Jamaica, and Jamaica still is a hodgepodge of different cultures. I don't want to see it from other people's lens, because other people are not coming at it from a purely blank slate. There is an actual campaign sold worldwide to justify whiteness that has to undermine Blackness.
Agreed. I just don't like the part that we play in it.
Agreed.
All right. So we agree then. The Hollywood writer's strike sent the Black family image straight to hell, didn't it? The fragility of it all, family matters, comma. Period. I mean, I think I don't disagree. I think there is a concerted effort to destroy the Black image. I think for whiteness to exist at the top of the hierarchy, blackness has to be its opposite, which would put it at the bottom of the hierarchy. My issue is, and it's probably not even a conscious thing anymore. We darken the skin of the bad guy and we lighten the skin of the good guy. Like it's part of like storytelling at this point, and so even in biblically, black is sin. I remember when I was in Jamaica and some people came there in church and they're like, black is sin, the black bead represents sin, and the white represents purity. And I was like, okay, I'm good, I'm gone. Right? So like even in our language, two words, Moynihan report, in what era, what decade.
But the thing about it is that black people also again, history is one of those things, and I'm not saying that we don't have work to do. What I'm saying is that we have a lot to be proud of as well. Black people seasoned the world. People eat well now because black people came in and
You
helped.
want to know something? I disagree on that. Like, I think we should be happy and amazed at how far we've come, but I fundamentally, like, there's a part of me that's annoyed at the fact that so much of what would have defined black culture was just ripped from us and everyone else profited off of it except us. And I don't know if I feel good saying we should be happy about it. I know what you're saying. You're not saying that, but the recognition that black invention was monetized outside of black people and was made to create profit for others is a problem. And I'm not gonna like that part would have me annoyed, and I am annoyed. Culture is an amalgamation. Black women, we have a culture, period, of black femicide and not centering black women, black girls. Many who birth children creatively in culture, creativity and culture. We need time to heal, build, and focus on us and our health and safety. Agreed, actually, confidence with love. I agree with this. I think black men need time away to heal and recognize that we've accepted certain levels of subjugation on a psychic level, even to the extent of defining beauty. We love underdogs and come up stories. We dislike Russell only because we see him as punching down at Future. We'd drag Denzel too if he did the same. Look, I hope we wouldn't drag Denzel. There. Thank you, AJ. I'm gonna promote the button up right now. Period. You better promote the button up. Follow. Well, the theme is on his other account for thirst trap stories. LOL. I don't know why people keep calling I don't know why people keep calling them thirst trap stories because I'm literally in an elevator in full suit. No, probably not full suit. Delusion and hypocrisy are a component of the culture. Period. All right.
It's components of white culture too. Like what I want to name is it's components of white culture too. They honestly believe that they're better than other people. That's how white supremacy works. Like when we think about
wait. Let me show you something because we have more of the slide that we didn't get through. Let me continue. Let me go there. So ethnocentrism is essentially the idea that we are better than other people and people in not better, that we appreciate more. I guess we're better what we do within our culture than what other people do outside of their culture. I actually disagree that we practice this. I think what we practice as Black people is xenocentrism. This is that the belief that other cultures are better than our own.
No. Yes.
So I think I think we have to be honest, and I probably should do more of my slides because the fact that I already had that up and ready to go. This idea that we think we're better than people, I don't think is true. I think a lot of it is fakery. I think a lot of it is puffery. I think a lot of it is us trying to convince ourselves. But I think a lot of people do look to white businesses as being better. I think a lot of people look to the sort of white presentation of self and all of that as being better. And I think that's the problem. On one hand, there is ego because of ethnocentrism is the ego and being sort of narcissistic on an individual level. And then we have xenocentrism, which is a lack of self-esteem, right? A lack of esteem in not just self, but culture. Actions speak louder than words and intent. You cannot aspire to do anything good while unliving, etc., unaliving. The mentality starts before the plantation. Open the panel theme so we can talk culture. The panel is full. All right, sorry.
Well,
I'll get
hi,
people
hi,
to.
Themis. Is it okay if I say something and then
Yeah.
I'll hop off?
Oh my God. There's so many people who haven't spoken. Sorry. Go ahead. And then ciao.
Number one, just want to say thank you for this broadcast. You are the man, so thank you, Themis, for always staying on point. Definitely a conversation needed, and I'm so glad that you're in this space. So I just need to say that. Big up.
Big up. Period.
So I want to go back to Afro Butterfly made some great points earlier, and then Concerned hopped on that frequency. Great points. In regards to culture, yes, we do need to be honest with ourselves. Yes, we have accepted over time being at the bottom. I'm looking at a bigger scale worldwide, but also perception is a big thing. And when you look at media and the history of that, and if you're going back into the 1920s and looking at how the newspapers used to show Black people, specifically Black men, and how laws were made just from how things were propaganda and just putting Blackness at the bottom. I mean, that does play a big role, but we can't allow ourselves to bring that into fruition. Unfortunately, the culture of hip hop and what's come to the top of that is, media and us adapting and becoming that should not be something that we're comfortable with. And we do need to have that honest conversation. Also, I'm a particular age. I'm from the 80s. And I do remember as a child growing up in Southern California and going to PWIs. If I didn't have the type of household with my mother and father, them, washing away what I learned during the day, I would not be centered as a Black person, as a Black woman. Because when I went to school and media all around me, everything was white. Everything was white. And if that was not shown to me, that I am better than that. I mean, we had Essence Magazine, Ebony, and Jet. I mean, that's what I saw. We always had BET on the television. And if a Roots marathon came on, my dad turned around and put on Shaka Zulu. I mean, for everything that was shoved into me and my siblings' face, we had positive reinforcement. And that's where the accountability comes in, not only with family, but with each other, in our communities, whether you go to church or not. But it is true that if we do not get a handle on what's being pushed to us, we're going to continue to be at the bottom. And so that accountability does need to come in.
But do you give how much grace do you give knowing that it's being pushed?
Oh, goodness. Good question. Yeah, I don't know. I just have to be honest. I do not know.
Like none. I don't give grace. All right, let me refresh. I'll keep some people up. Thank you, D.
I'm gonna go ahead and hop off, but thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Did Chow, Sweetie, or Kiki? I don't know which one of you haven't gone.
I haven't went.
Go ahead, then.
What's that? Or Joel, she hasn't went either.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, the middle row.
yeah. Well, what I wanted to talk about was there's a difference between cultural visibility and cultural invisibility. So I think what people are equating to, our art, stuff like that is actually cultural visibility. And according to Falconian theory, that only represents about 10% of the culture. So with us as being Black people, especially Black American, because I am ADOS, the majority of our personality actually stems from cultural visibility, which is art, architecture, language, color, how we dress, social etiquette, traditions. All of that makes up basically American culture, because even um, what grunge music, hip hop, of course, rock and roll, heavy metal, all of that was actually created by Black Americans, and it was usurped by the culture. And now the world culture is actually profiting from it. So I think what needs to be pretty much changed is the invisible culture that no one actually wants to actually don't not want to, but the invisible culture that people don't know anything about when it comes to Black people in general. Like a lot of people don't know that when we're born we're actually white, because we don't have any pigment in us. Like a lot of people don't know anything about us, so society seems to just make up whatever they want just to fill in the invisible culture that they don't know that we have.
Um, Wait, is that true? Because I remember being really dark when I was born.
I was very
No,
dark.
Yeah,
I am the
the
color of
pictures that I
Wesley
remember.
Snipes. I'm the color of Wesley Snipes, and when I came out, I was lily white. And then the top of your ears is where you have your melanin at, and then it just comes down, within the first like couple of days or a week. But no, we're born pale as a sheet of paper.
Look, I've experienced the opposite in birth of children.
Really?
So I'm just go ahead and say that's not scientific. I'm kidding.
Well, I like me coming from somebody who has lots of nieces and cousins every single time. Like, and it's also a southern thing. Like, we look at the top of the kids' ears to see what color they're gonna be. I mean, I know that's really messed up, but that's what we do. I mean, it may be an ADOS thing, but I mean, like, yeah, we check to see what's the
No,
top
no,
of
no,
their
no.
ears.
The whole check to see what the complexion is going to be ultimately sure.
Yeah.
But that you were born white is not a thing.
No, no, not white. I mean that you're born without your melanin, and then it comes in as you starts aging a little
Okay.
bit.
Yeah. Wait,
That's what I
before we continue. Wait.
Hello?
Oh, wait. Erica just uploaded something. Let's watch it together. Sorry. I think it's predicated on what we are doing here, so I want to say it.
Messed up. And that just came to me. It's like they're trying, you get these dudes that come from this element because they're all not wackadoo. There's always kind of that one in the group that's kind of the humanitarian. It really goes like that. The one that really cares, but he's in this element. And then he tries to bring that energy to his community, and his community kills him. That shit is crazy to me. It's crazy to me. And it's like, what do you do? Because it seems like, what are you doing all this work for to change a community that doesn't want to be changed? Because when they get people who are on their level, like the guys who they used to be in community with, who have gone on and been able to, by rapping or whatever, been able to acquire some wealth, and they're trying to put it back, and then y'all kill them? Like, that shit is crazy. It's almost like, okay, you don't want it. But then you get upset when the people don't come back. Y'all need to come back to your communities. For what? These niggas don't want that. They like that. It seems like they like that.
Right. So it look like Erica agrees that the culture rejects people who have improved.
Well, I do agree with that, but I do know some, I guess you would consider Pookies and Ray Rays that have started their own like food franchises down here where I'm at. So I mean, and I'm in the South Florida, don't hold that against me. But I mean, that's what I'm saying is that like I really do think that a lot of people, especially people who are not from here, don't understand that regionally we are totally different types of Black people. Like I'm a Black person where, just a little background, I know who owned my family. I've had family members who were, um, housekeepers who, were feeding little white children and stuff like that. I come from a culture of that, and
Wait, so would you say the culture you belong to that's local, that they care about, that it's a good culture?
um, I have to say that where I come from, I would say that yes, that when I say that we're a good culture, because we are what we would consider poor, or like beyond, well, below the poverty line. I mean, I'm a business owner, so it's, it is whatever. But yes, it would be considered below the poverty line, but at the same time, yes, there were some bad eggs, once in a while that happened, but for the vast majority, all of us went to school. Yes, there were a lot of males that, got up until
You
11th
said
grade.
in South Florida, right?
Oh, Central Florida.
Oh.
Yeah, Central Florida. not South Florida, Central Florida. But there's a lot of I would say community here, but at the same time, I do know, I'm not gonna say that there isn't any bad apples. There are, but when people would consider the culture down here ghetto, but I have to say that those ghetto women that everyone talks about, who goes around and twerking this and twerking that, those are the same women that become CNAs to help out when you're old. Like,
So what do you say about all the stats?
the stats about what?
The Black community.
Um, well, of course, femicide is, I believe that is real. As somebody who knows a few people who were killed, unalived by Black men, I know that is.
Wait, was that in your community?
No, that was actually just people that I knew when growing up, and they moved out, but they were like in the neighborhood. But I mean, not in the neighborhood, but I mean, like, they were in the city, I guess.
They're in your neighborhood, but they're not in your community. Period.
Yes, I mean, I don't know what to say. They're still in the city limits. So I mean, like, they were in the city
Is
limits.
this the same neighborhood? Is this the same neighborhood you said it was like great?
No. Like, no, we had our community, which was, I don't even, we called it the hood, but I mean, everyone owned their own houses. Like, we called it the hood, but it really wasn't a hood. It was.
I want to pause and encourage you to like see it a little bit wider, because I think we believe that there's a very narrow definition of what a good community is. Like,
Well, no, I mean, I get that. I totally understand that, but like, there are some people who I feel that want to differentiate themselves from Black Americanness as a whole, not knowing that Black Americans actually influence a lot of the culture.
Wait, pause.
Mm-hmm.
I talk about people I have hope in, consistently. I do. So it's between Nigeria and America, the Black Americans. I think for Black people globally to have meaningful position in the world, we need, like, Black American isn't a country on its own, right? But its economic resource rivals those of most countries, right? So it is this reality for me that if African Americans get it together, then globally we can look to a group of Black people as sort of the role model for getting it together. If Nigerians get it together, we can also look that way, and we would have a state actually that is Black, that does well and is, quote unquote, I hate this, in the first world. And if that happens, we now too have power in the geopolitical space. And so this is why I don't know why anyone else talk about it. When I see the save yourself black man, it annoys me because of this. Until we have a global power, we don't have much to say in the world of politics, economics. We just will take what we can get. And that's my problem. So I just want to say that I talk about African Americans specifically because I think African Americans are positioned, unfortunately, because of the history, it's still terrible, but are positioned in a way that they could do so amazing because they have more access than any other group of black people in the world. That's my position.
And I agree with that, but I also agree that Black Americans are the default. Like, I mean, I hate to say that when you go to another country, because I've traveled, and they immediately, are you American? They don't ask you like, are you
Yeah, yeah,
Nigerian or anything
yeah.
like
It's
that.
default. Yeah.
Yeah, so I do agree with that, and I think there will be a trickle down effect. However, I
Wait,
do
wait,
really.
pause. I recognize the amount of stress that puts on, if they're supposed to internalize it, that would put a lot of stress on African Americans and Nigerians. It's not going to be Jamaica. Let me just tell you that. It's not going to be
Excuse me.
Jamaica.
How dare you?
It's just not going to be Jamaica. So I think let me stop.
Can I ask a question?
Mm,
Because you said what you said about Black Americans, and I do take it to heart, not in a bad way, but I'm taking it seriously. But I'm also ADOS woman, and my thought is I see everything that ADOS women have done, and so my thought is, what else could ADOS women possibly do to make that happen? Because I think we've done as much as we can, and I don't want to blame anybody, but I'm not sure where we're coming up short at.
not.
May I, as
I
an
think.
ADOS woman?
Oh, period. Yes. I was like, oh, girl, not me. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say something. I'll pass it to you.
Go ahead.
As an ADOS woman, I understand what you're saying because in most of the, oh, I don't want to say most because
Have a date.
in
Goodbye.
study,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm lying, I'm lying. I've always wanted to interrupt someone and say, I have a date. Goodbye. But I would never do that in real
I mean,
life.
if you do your thing, curl that hair. So, I just wanted to say, like, there's a big history in terms of movement and people who have been impactful, but Black ADOS women in America have been at the forefront in most of those movements. Um, but the point I'm trying to make is we could stand firm. We could make organizations and move in silence the way that our mothers before us taught us. We can establish silent and quiet support systems that are funded by us, supported by us, held sacred by us, allowed by us, and perpetuated by us. We can make a standard that is unmovable. And I understand how there's like a grace and things like that for the full Black community where people talk about men like Pookies and Ray Rays. And I don't mean to demonize anybody myself. I don't mean to do that. I don't believe anyone is without hope. But we cannot make moves if we're too busy making exceptions. So we can give grace after the job is done. Does that make sense? We need to stand firm in our ideals. We need to come to a consensus about what we believe, what we will tolerate. We need to move money within our own spaces. We need to educate our young girls. Then our young girls can then educate, their young girls. And then we need to kind of lock it down. I don't mean to use this as a firm example, but because I don't want to perpetuate this kind of like this whole like don't breed kind of a thing. That kind of freaks me out. But you need to have a standard for who you're going to be with. You need to have a standard for what you will allow for yourself, for your own compassion that goes above the standard that you've been taught, or the standard or the low standard that you think that you have to hold on to. You need to progress in yourself and you need to hold on to that. I'm talking, if we're going to refer Wakanda, I'm talking Dora Milaje stuff. I'm talking Okoye. I'm talking, you need to make a pact within the community and say, we're going to hold this for generations and generations and generations. That's just an idea, But I'm just saying something like that to where you're so firm in that belief and ideal does make moves, because just like I hate to use this example, but like the delusion of manifest destiny that gave those white people the arrogance to take and rape and everything. We're not going to do that, but we need a piece of that same delusion. Well, not, I'm sorry, not delusion, but we need that same fervor and dedication within ourselves to say we're not taking anything else, and that might help, if that makes
What
sense. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I think we had that at one point. It felt because again, I'm gonna say I'm a child of the '70s. I think somewhere in the '90s that got messed up or lost. I don't think black women who would have come as far as we have, or ADOS women, whichever one you prefer, if we didn't have that to a certain extent. And then I believe at a certain point, and I keep saying this the '90s, we lost some of that, and we really got slack on things. And so I do agree we need to pick that back up. Again, there's a bit of a generation divide, I'm going to say, because I know I'm a Generation Xer, and I'm not sure what you are, but I do agree on that. Um, I just think that we've done a lot. And I think, again, when you bring this out to its fullest, as I see it, it comes back to we're going to produce a lot less children because it's going to take a minute for our male counterparts to accept the change or that we're serious. You
I
see what I'm
think there
saying?
is a collective um, self-esteem issue in the Black community. Um, and I think we ignore it because it's uncomfortable to say. But I think there is a collective self-esteem issue and not thinking that we deserve better. Um, I don't know what that will result in if we actually try to remedy this problem. Um, and so I think a lot of modern problems comes external. They're external things, but I think a lot of modern problems, in terms of what we'll take. Like I remember having conversation with young women actually who didn't want to take a job because they didn't think they were qualified for it, and it's sad because on one level it's like, okay, if you're going to become a surgeon, then no. But a lot of these jobs, no. And I think we need more audacity. And by we, I think Black women need more audacity. Let me be clear. I think we all, Black men and women, struggle from self-esteem issues, but I think Black women need to have more audacity, be more audacious in um, taking up space. Um,
Demas,
I
can I pop in really quick? I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. Were you going to say something?
No, yeah, I was, but no, you go ahead. We can.
Really quick, I just want to make a point. One, I'm sorry if I've been up on the panel. I really want to get back to the definition of Black culture and kind of where we move. So I would like to hang out a little bit. But then part two, I've been looking at the chat a little bit. When I say that and agree with you that Black women do need to be more audacious, and when I agree with you, ma'am, when you say Black women have done that and we're tired, yes to both. But that does not mean that we have to give up. And so I know that we're tired, but we need to give space to rest with one another. We have to change, what's it called? The mentalities of what we're doing. We have to make game plans and things like that to a level that we have not. We have to be innovative, is what I'm saying. We don't necessarily have to divest, because I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. No disrespect to the ladies who do, but I'm just saying you can't say that you are for Black culture if you are divesting away from Black culture. That's just how I see it. Anyway, moving on. But what I'm saying is I'm trying to say that we need to level up within our own. We need to do healing work, which I know we're trying to do. We need to make safe spaces, which I know we're trying to do. But we also need to develop like codes, languages. We need to get militant about how we are going to take care of ourselves for ourselves. So that's kind of the point that I was trying to make. I wasn't trying to get along with divesting. I wasn't trying to say Black women, you know, pull up your pants or and all this stuff. I wasn't trying to say that, but I was trying to refer, again, just like you were saying, Famous, we need to get audacious. We need to get calculated. We need to give ourselves time and elevate ourselves forgivingly and gracefully, but to a different standard that we've never allowed ourselves to get to before. And I don't think that we do that as loudly as we do. Kind of like our Black brothers sometimes. We get so tired of having to fight for the culture that we would rather buy into another for safety. And that does happen, it's human, but we would rather buy into another culture for safety or just wash our hands of it. And I don't believe that we can do that. We have to lean into each other and create a different standard for our culture before we can actually fix it. So
Can I just say two things really quick? I agree with everything that Dima said, except for one thing. It's I don't think Black women think, not that we don't want, I don't think we believe we can get, as in that it's not available. It does not exist. That's one. Two, I
Wait, I
agree
don't
with,
know. Wait. Can you clarify that?
okay, so when you were saying Black women need uh, to basically demand or get more or choose better, basically, right?
No, never said that.
No, no, not exactly. I'm not
Never,
using.
never
I'm
said
not. No, no, no,
that.
no. I'm not. I'm not saying you said that, but you said something to the effect that about what we wanted or what we want. I
Not shying away from what you want or what we
right. I think that the thing is, I think when we take a look at society and what is there, if we stay within our own race, it's a daunting task to demand more when you calculate the numbers and
Oh
being
yeah, no.
absolutely
Wait. Yeah,
honest about it.
I'm not. No, true. If I oversimplified, then I apologize. It's not easy to do. I'm
Right.
still not going to say don't do it.
No, no, no. And I agree with that. But that automatically leads to you being extreme. It automatically leads to you either divesting, which I'm not saying that you should or shouldn't do. That's your own personal decision, right? Or you run into a lot of women who will never experience marriage or motherhood because the numbers are simply not there, unless you're talking about polygamy or something else, which I can't get down with. But you have, I understand what you're saying. We have to want more for ourselves, and I get that. But we've got some really concrete numbers that are real.
I mean, when I was talking, I wasn't speaking in terms of a relationship. God knows I would not be talking in terms of a relationship. So the divestment conversation, y'all can have it. I don't really.
No, I don't. I don't want to. I don't. I don't. I'm not pushing that. I'm not
No.
pushing
I
that
know, I
idea.
know. But what I'm saying is, my conversation wasn't about partnering, though it could include partnering. I am talking about actually thinking about what it is that you want, how you want to engage, and then go for it. Because I have seen, and this is anecdotal and it's fine, um, I've seen a lot of people who've second guessed themselves, which we all do, but talk themselves out of amazing opportunities because they didn't feel worth it. And nothing I said change their opinion in terms of accepting that wish was offered to them. And I think that's sad. And I realize that there is a self esteem issue happening, there is an imposter syndrome thing happening, and there is a go along and not ruffle any feathers so that I am not rejected happening. And I don't think that is good.
Understood.
I agree with that. I
Yeah.
do have a question though for Apple.
Yes.
What if you're someone like me who's not interested in having a relationship or anything like that because I want to be married to the bag?
Okay.
Period.
So like I I do understand what you're saying, but I do understand what Themis is saying even more. There are a lot of resources out there for Black women. Like take advantage of,
Oh no, I
you know.
absolutely, yeah, I absolutely on that. I absolutely listen. Sky's the limit. Sky's the limit. I take no shorts. Do do the best you can do for yourself. That was the only thing. That's my only little exception is on that. But as for going for everything that you should be going for, I'm 100% for that. If the bag is what you want to do, go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
I
I was
mean,
about to get off really quickly, but I wanted to just say real quick, if anyone has any businesses, contact your local SCORE, score.org. Go to A Million Cups. They will help you. You know, don't be afraid on getting on welfare. Like my investor, he is white and he is on welfare, but he's a millionaire. Get
Okay.
an LLC, do what you got to do, get that money, and yes, you guys have a good night. I'm gonna go
Good
play some
night.
God of War.
thank you. Have a good night. Before we go back to um the main topic, let's hear. I think Kiki didn't get to speak yet, right? Before you do, yeah, I agree with Themis. We need to have the audacity to feel worthy. Period. Go ahead,
Can you hear me?
Kiki. Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna try to make it quick because I don't want to get stoned. But I just I do believe that there is an overall Black culture that looks like at the center that we've been subjugated to the point that that all we are and all that we're clinging to is degenerate behavior. But I think really at the core of Black culture is just like a lack of self-awareness of the relationship that we have between ourselves and our community as a whole. Now, I usually specify Black American culture just because, from an immigrant perspective, the Black American image is the loudest. I think that the culture has a lot of beautiful aspects. Like, I think compared to a lot of other cultures, we have a really high level of empathy that I think is severely lacking in a lot of other communities and groups of people. But I do sometimes see the culture as like this mangled heap of like random parts that you kind of collect on a journey. Like I feel like some of the things that we hold or value in our community are treasures, but I think a lot of it is trash. And I do think a lot of those things that we picked up along the way is dangerous. And I don't think a lot of Black people are willing to sort of do away with those things. I think that there's a big part of Black culture that is mostly from trauma, from slavery and forward. And sometimes it feels like the community has this unhealthy relationship with those things. I think we tend to value the same things that slavery valued us for, like the physical labor, the entertainment, the broken homes, um, kind of sprinkle the new age issues like the baby mama culture and the gang violence, like all the degeneracy that we make excuses for. So I think the culture does need to change, but I don't necessarily think the Black community will actually allow it. I think the community is slightly a little too far back. Like I know on the last stream you kind of touched on the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and I just feel like the group, like the diaspora as a whole, like we struggle just across the board to meet like basic human needs, that it's kind of hard to get to that point where we have the needed self-actualization to actually criticize our culture and like make those meaningful changes.
I agree with you.
Okay. And I and I don't and I don't necessarily like how hostile Black Americans can get when like other Black people give opinions on the culture. I agree with I think it was Truth Teller. um I think Black American culture, especially just the West in general, have a big effect on the image of like Black people all over. And I think the Black American culture really dominates the image of who Black people are to the world at large. And I know someone's going to get mad at this, but I feel like for me, Black culture kind of reminds me of that show, The Hoarders. Like, I feel like the community, like the culture is the house, and inside the house is like, there's good, legitimate, like things worth of value, but I feel like so much of it is covered or even damaged to the point of no repair that it's kind of hard to explain from an outside perspective how that affects the image of other Black people, especially the different pockets.
Yeah. I mean, I do take cultural sensitivity, like I get it. Like I understand why someone from a culture would take issue when someone who's not from the culture speaks about it.
Yeah, for
I don't
sure.
take issue with it in Jamaica, particularly because if you're telling the truth, you're telling the truth. So I'm just focused on being something out here, Mr. Themis. I don't want to be another statistic. Oh,
Yes.
not Mr. Themis, so who was that? I appreciate that. Thank you, Kiki. All right, let's add some new voices going to the after show and then wrap this up. By the way, this was supposed to help me with the beginning of my my agenda. I'm not sure how it helped, but I feel I feel a bit more off-centered than I did when I came on. I'm not sure if that's a good or bad thing yet, but when you are in the midst of something, it should feel like this, and then hopefully over time it comes back. A lot of Black culture manifests as the extremes of both celebration and protection of Blackness, for better or worse, both powerful and detrimental, and likely a response to survival in subjugation. But whiteness protects itself too, though. And that, wait, I think that's important, but I agree with you. Now, because we already gotten on the Russell Wilson conversation, this is not a break, but let's get to the children. Save the children.
Oh.
Let me mute everyone, and then we'll get back into the cultural conversation. All right. These are not children. All right. The children and the role of children and parents and people. Why? This is kind of a joke, but not really. Themis, do we do we get access to this presentation? Probably not right now or later. I'm going to rework it. This is like an essay that I attempted to turn into a presentation that was hard. And by essay, I mean the first part of my my agenda that I was doing. So it was a lot harder than I thought. I'm probably never going to do this again. I'm going to have different presentation, but there's too many things moving around. So the parasites, I mean the children, the kids. All right. Let's hear what O'Shea Duke Jackson had to say about the children. I'm kidding. He talks about Russell Wilson, but I think it's important. So here we go.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy O'Shea's Health. And obviously she promoted this on her Instagram. And of course, the particular interview, which is on Women's Health, discussed many things about her career, about her current life, and obviously going back in time, talking about her breakup with Future in 2014. And she had this to say: all the things I was aspiring to have at that time, even thinking about love, I was like, it's going to happen when it's supposed to. But I can't love anybody to the best of my ability if I'm not loving on myself. I can't be the best mom if I'm not loving on myself. So I put more focus on me, taking care of me. It was the best thing I could have done. Okay. Now, let me just say this real quick. Obviously, we know what happened. Russell Wilson was married to a white lady. They get divorced. He wins the Super Bowl at that particular time, around that time. and then he gets with Sierra, marries Sierra, right? What I've noticed is that a lot of women, especially in the Black community, who are single moms, who are, women who have multiple kids and things like that. And when they look at, having a new chance at love, many people are looking at the Sierra example. Sierra is a single mom, dealt with Future, still got married to a rich man, all right? But I want to play some clips about people's experiences on TikTok with single moms. I'm going to play one from a man, one from a woman that's a lesbian, all right? So we can hear what they have to say about their own personal opinions about dating single mothers.
I was with a woman who already had a child. We had a child together. But what was very apparent to me within that relationship was that I was not allowed to discipline this child the way I could discipline my own child, right? Because the child still had the father in their life. The father would have something to say about it if I disciplined the child in a certain way. And so there's a lot of men out here saying that they wouldn't get with a woman. A lot of men saying they wouldn't get with a woman who already has a child because you get a lot of the benefits. Sorry, you don't get all of the benefits of being a father, right? But you have the responsibility as a father.
So this is my advice to anyone trying to
Sorry, I just realized that statement was odd. So you were with a woman who had a child with another man, and you couldn't discipline the child because the man was in the child's life, but you had the responsibility of being a no, so you had the responsibility of being a stepfather because the child had the father. I didn't actually hear what I thought he said. The mom prevented him from disciplining the child, but he said the dad was in the girl. Y'all lying on. I want to interview these people. I don't know how y'all miss these statements.
He also said they had a kid together.
Oh yeah, so you also at what? I'm so tired of these people. They just come on Beyonce's internet and say anything. They literally just come on Beyonce. These people don't like children, by the way. Let me continue.
don't do it unless you love kids or you want to have kids yourself. Because if the situation gets too serious, that child will become yours. And if you thought of yourself as somebody who would never have kids or no time soon or don't like kids, then you shouldn't entertain someone with kids because you will never be number one. Those children are number one priority. Any good parent will put their children first, even before themselves. So for you to come along with yourself think it's supposed to be about you, that child depends on their parent for everything. You are a grown-ass person. Do better.
Now, you've heard what they had to say, okay?
Wait, I agree with this woman. Wait, what was I listening to before? I agree with her. I think everything she said was spot on. Let me try this again.
So this is my advice to anyone trying to shoot their shot at a single mother. Don't do it unless you love kids or you want to have kids yourself. Because if the situation gets too serious, that child will become yours. And if you thought of yourself as somebody who would never have kids or no time soon or don't like kids, then you shouldn't entertain someone with kids because you will never be number one. Those children are number one priority. Any good parent will put their children first, even before themselves. So for you to come along with yourself think it's supposed to be about you, that child depends on their parent for everything. You
Yo, not the lesbian woman a better father than
That's how it usually is.
Wait, so the lesbian woman is a better father in the presentation than the man. Because this man is out here mad about like not being able to discipline someone else's the selfish child. Look, if the child did not have a father in their life, then whatever. But you are mad and you're like, oh, I have to be a father. No, it's not like you have to be a stepfather because you just admitted the father was in the life. This lady is like, look, if you don't want children and you don't have the time to be in the children's life, then when you're dating someone with a child, the child is still a priority. Like, yes, I agree. If you don't want children and you don't want to raise children, then don't be with someone who has children. No, they're not yours to raise, but no, they're yours to raise, in my mind. They're yours to raise. Let me continue. I agree with her. I see nothing wrong with what she said. I want to know what kind of discipline you wanted to discipline the child now. That's what I want to know.
Do better.
Now, you've heard what they had to say, okay? And again, I'm a guy that's 41. I don't have any.
Demis, you ain't right.
I'm not saying anything.
Well, I want to say real quick that it's interesting that he's objecting to being able to discipline. I feel like the subtext there is that he feels like he's not the man of the house. Like he feels the like the other man is a threat to his dominance over all of the kids there, because if the child is being if the child has an active parent that's disciplining them, and I'm assuming your partner and you have similar values, hence the partnership, then the only thing you could be objecting to is not being able to enact that yourself. And it seems like you're feeling like you're unable to be the dominant male in the room. Like you feel threatened by other men being there. It's not that you don't like fatherhood, it's that you don't like other men being present.
Correct.
It could be that I could just be
Who wants
degenerate.
this man hovering and grunting and stuff over top of you in the dark? Like, come on.
Imagine.
And he wants you to look at him and say, "Yes, I want a child that looks just like you."
If y'all don't know why O'Shea Duke Jackson is mad at women, like I actually believe O'Shea Duke Jackson when he said women are this or women are that. I think I think O'Shea Duke Jackson experience with women have been bad. I think so.
I would say this though. I think people give too much credit to people who call themselves educated lames and stuff like that, who are just
who is that? Who is
non-select when it
educated
comes to
lame?
attractiveness.
Wait,
This is Paris.
Wait, no. Wait, I thought O'Shea Duke Jackson considered himself a Pookie and Ray Ray. He doesn't?
Oh, I have no idea, but I know that some people aren't educated lames and some people aren't like looked over because they're good guys. Some of them just ugly, and if they have women, they treat people the same way.
Does O'Shea Duke Jackson think he's calling? I thought does what does O'Shea categorize himself as? A Pookie and Ray Ray?
Themis, none of them think that they're Pookies. They don't know any Pookies. Pookies are everyone else but them. They are all educated underdogs that need a chance.
That picture again?
I feel like you have to be educated to be an educated lame.
No, you don't. Not to them.
In cellular.
Is there a Pookie lame?
Yes, they watch anime and they run around doing the Naruto run, but they also just aren't cute or just don't have no swag. So then they're mad at the world because they're not attractive. But given the right amount of money, they turn into Nick Cannon. Nick Cannon was corny. Remember that?
To be fair, Nick Cannon is still corny. I don't know what you mean was. To be fair, I think if I had the experience I think O'Shea Duke Jackson had, I would be mad too. I mean,
what was his experience?
I don't know. I can only guess. If I had that experience that I'm
And for the
thinking
chat, I
had,
like anime too, but I don't run around doing the Naruto run though, like some of these dudes do.
if I think we need to take into consideration the fact that there are people who go through the world with everyone looking at them and looking down at them and treating them poorly. And those people develop self-esteem issues and they don't really want to admit it to themselves. So when it comes to content creation and really engaging with women particularly, it's very difficult for them to sympathize with women after they've been rejected over and over and over again. And O'Shea has pointed out that he thinks he's ugly and that he spends money to get women and all of that stuff. So I think O'Shea Duke Jackson's experience, y'all telling me to change the screen, no, is one that might have him believe certain things about women. White team is trying to give us nightmares. It's too late for this.
But Themis, if I could add something though, the issue. I was going to say the issue I have with a lot of these online content creators and this whole manosphere talking points that they use is that the men that they're attacking a certain subset of women and putting that mindset on all women, and
True.
then they're after women that don't want them back. Like O'Shea can
Except,
find someone who
except,
likes him.
except O'Shea.
No, I feel like O'Shea can find somebody who likes him. Like if you styled him the right way and did something different with his beard and stuff, he looked like somebody
Style him for
daddy.
me. Go ahead and style him for me. How you style him?
First of all, take the hoodie off. Number one, maybe you put him in one of those them medium suits that was this Hafiz was selling.
Look,
No, but he's like, okay, so let's be honest. He looks like somebody's dad. Like somebody came from somebody that looks like him. And women are more forgiving about looks than men are, especially when you give him credit. But again, if he looked at a woman who looked like him, he wouldn't be interested and be talking about her crazy. But then he'll look at other people that he deems that are way more attractive and be mad because they don't want him. He's not going to date somebody who looks like him, even in his current state. He would then
I'm
look
gonna
down
go.
on somebody else.
I'm gonna go defend O'Shea. Thanks, Juice. Yasmin says O'Shea looks like the Grinch who stole. I'm gonna defend O'Shea. I think, and I'm going on record right now and saying this. I think to go through life like O'Shea, has to create resentment. There is no way that you go through life like O'Shea and not resent how much more effort you have to put in to getting a date and keeping a date. And he's not an educated lame. There's nothing this man has ever said that indicated educated. Maybe well, whatever. I thought he would have classified himself as a Pookie and Ray Ray, because he did say he's a trick, and I don't know. I looked up what a trick was, and a trick was someone who was spending money on women, which I didn't know that was a trick. I thought you would have to be a trick if you didn't, whatever. So
I can tell you what it means to mess.
no, I will stay ignorant. I will use the Urban Dictionary definition. So for me, I can understand. Like I can understand why O'Shea would be mad. I would too. I would be too. I would be too. I would be very mad. I'd be cross, angry, and miserable.
Big issues with a single mom. One of the reasons why is because number one, it's not really my business. And I mean, I know what the outcomes are for certain communities if you have too many of them and unmarried people. But again, people do what they want to do, right? But I want to make this point. It is beneficial for a woman to have, in my honest opinion, as a single mom, a man to marry her and take care of her child. It really works out for her, more or less, than the guy. Now, as you heard, as the brother was saying, he got with a chick that was a single mom, had a baby by her, and automatically understood more or less than the guy. Now, as you heard, as the brother was saying, he got with a chick that was a single mom. In my honest opinion, as a single mom, a man to marry her and take care of her child. It really works out for her, more or less, than the guy. Now, as you heard, as the brother was saying, he got with a chick that was a single mom, had a baby by her, and automatically understood he had no right to discipline the other child, although he was spending money probably on the other child, right? And so why?
And nobody said nothing about no spending money, but okay.
It makes sense. A good decision for somebody.
Wait 1 second. Let me finish this quickly.
Okay. Like Sierra to break up with a guy like Future and then get with somebody like Russell Wilson doesn't make much sense for a guy who doesn't have any kids. That's the question here. A lot of times what we're doing is we're pushing a lot of this stuff in America with, empowering single moms, and they have just as much attraction in the dating market as women that don't have kids. Listen, I'm not here to argue that. If you believe that, fine. Okay? But what I'm going to tell you is this. If you're a man, you want to be successful, you want to have more flexibility, then I will tell you that you're probably going to have more flexibility with a woman that doesn't have kids. And you probably won't have to worry about, the kid from the other child or other dad having an issue with talking back to you and all that kind of stuff. And obviously, the money that you're going to be spending on your own kid makes more sense. They're spending money financially.
These men don't like children. Wait, so you have more flexibility. That is true even for your own children. You have more flexibility. It's true even for your own children. Terrible argument. You have to spend money. Like, this is weird to me. This is like that man. What should women? Let's talk about the whole empowerment part of single mother. What should the society do? Should the society shame single mother and tell them they're not nothing and not worth anything and shouldn't go out there? Like, if you don't want to date a single mother, don't date a single mother. Why are you trying to convince other people to not date a single, like what? Like, I'm so confused. I'm like, why is this your fight? Why why is this your fight? What single mother out there disrespected O'Shea? Y'all need to come to the front of the class because this don't make sense to me.
Because he comes from a single parent home, probably.
Like,
And I want to name that it sounds like when we think about the pitch about don't date single mothers, they're going to date single mothers anyway. We know that. Men will be with who they can get. But I believe it's to shame single mothers into taking what they can get.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's
I have
the
a
whole
question too.
Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Can I say something really quick? I was going to say, I find it so interesting that they keep creating single mothers. They keep abandoning their children. And
like
then
the man on the podcast that just said she had a child by him. Sorry. Yeah, I'm annoyed. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, they're dating. They're putting this out there, and then they're complaining about it as if they didn't create that environment. I just think it's interesting how they just complain about single motherhood and how he said that, oh, she has the same value as a woman who doesn't have a child. But if they're getting with women and if they're with a woman who doesn't have kids, there's most likely he's gonna put a baby in her and she's gonna be a single mother too. So it's just like, if they're not gonna stop their behavior, why complain about it?
Oh yeah, he only drags black single mother. It's not exactly. Period. Because he did make a video about this lovely white lady who had 2 children by 2 different black guys and talking about how lovely she was. I haven't forgotten that. Talking about he's pro-black. I don't understand. How are you mad that there are men willing to date single mothers? Isn't this good for the community? Like, isn't it good that children are gonna have? Look, I'm not like, what is the problem? So,
Financially on another child. Financially, it's more expensive. Emotionally, it's more expensive. What happens if you break up? You have some kind of bond with this child. See, and a lot of people don't understand that. It makes sense for a woman to get a man that doesn't have kids or that can support the child. It's another responsibility. But for a man, I'm trying to see, and maybe guys, I'm wrong. Maybe you dating a single mother or marrying a single mother, maybe that's added some benefit to your life.
if you want a child, if you want to be with someone and you love that person and that person has a child, that's good. If you're in love with someone and they bring something of value to you and you bring something of value to them in a way that you guys care for each other and there is a child involved, that's fine to the extent you want to. I don't understand what the problem is. Like, the people keep talking about this as if there aren't single mothers out there that have amazing other qualities outside of the fact that they are mothers. Like, you becoming a mother is not the defining thing about who you are. It is major, it's a part of your life, and that's something to consider. Sure, if you don't want children, don't date a person with children, period. I don't know why you need to announce to other people to not date single mom. It's almost like a man is like, oh my God, I like this woman. She has a child. I'm going to try to date her. And you're jumping in like, no, don't do it. You don't understand. Single mothers are this, that, and the third. And it's like, all right. But why is that your business? Like, are people bad because they're single mothers? Does single motherhood create a a personality or a character defect. Like, I don't understand this.
I don't either. I think it's interesting that women are more than, like you said, motherhood. So when a man is with a woman, especially if she already has a child, he's going to be with that woman because he wants to be with her. She adds value to his life, and women add value whether they have kids or not. So you're essentially saying that, oh well, it's a black spot on her because she has a kid. It's like, why does that even matter? You're still with the woman because you like her company, she treats you well, you guys have some sort of a chemistry and things like that. Also, he didn't mention that the other father was involved and was probably financially backing up their child too. So, if the child is getting child support from his father and the mother is relying on her new husband or also working, that's three incomes. So how is that not benefiting the child? He's pretending like these broke men are just dating single mothers and they're draining their resources when generally a lot of these men honestly move in with single mothers because they know they're going to have a place to sleep.
Okay, so
They know they're
that's
going to have
the
food.
problem. So I was waiting for it to be done. So let's get into it. I have seen, not my friends, I don't know a lot of these people personally, but I've seen it happen. Friends of friends, where if it's usually black women too. These men move in and use up resources and then bounce. And for me, I think this is what the culture, yes, uppity, they're trying to create an underclass of women low men can manipulate, yes, and use them. And even men who are being shamed, it becomes very difficult to push back against a community of people telling you that you are dumb for being with someone with a child. This is so ridiculously problematic. When you create this culture, what then? Because, like, I'm not even gonna, like, what about the children? Like, there are people who might actually care and become a part of a family, and you're going to deprive them of that because you want these women to be taking care of men, and you want these women to be put in their place and have low self. Girl, I can't. This is ridiculous. Like, I don't like this. I do not like this at all.
And mind you, remember, the single motherhood didn't just happen this generation. Most of the men doing this came from single mother households on period.
You want to know something? I do believe that O'Shea is pissed. I think O'Shea is pissed. I think I'd be pissed too if I look like him. But I think O'Shea is pissed because he did not have, like, there's this idea that the brides in the white community, but that these thugs and pookies and good-looking guys are just taking all the women, and these men who are educated lames. By the way, these men keep saying, "Oh, I'm educated lame. I'm an educated lame." It's not that you're. Someone said this too. It's not that you're educated and lame. It is that you're probably ugly, like, and you have no resource, right? Like, women aren't just brushing over men and like, "Oh my God, you're so smart. I don't want you because you're smart." No one is doing that. No one is doing that.
You're right.
We recognize that if you are decent looking and smart, you could get someone. You could be with someone. It's fine. Become the president of the student body. The football team wasn't it at my school. It was when you became the president and in student government and owned some stuff. You didn't own anything, but like you pretend like you owned the school. Like this idea that, oh my God, no, you're probably a little bit nerdy, which is fine, but that's not the problem. It is probably that you're not physically attractive, and that's not that's not your fault. Like, because we are not good looking is not our fault. Like, that's fine. Take that up with your parents and God. I don't know, but that's probably why people weren't into you. It is not because you're an educated lame. Like, that you're educated and you're quote unquote lame is not like a character defect. And that you're ugly is not even a defect. It's just like, in the world, people who are more attractive get things. It is what it is. So now deal with that. Say, yeah, I'm ugly and women didn't like me. And then I can sympathize with you and we can talk about how to go to the gym and build up muscles and then figure it out.
And then they
I
act
think
like
that's
there was
funny
no
though.
pretty girls.
No, which it sucks because women get judged more harshly for beauty. Men, we actually don't have to be physically attractive. If we work and get money, there are some women who will be with you because of money. Women online, like men, are like literally making the argument that, well, if you're not beautiful, you're not anything. So you do have an advantage then. So you just broke. Got it. And
I
ugly.
agree. I agree. And when you said that, it made me laugh because I'm like, wait a second. You said that O'Shea had money, right? And he was a trick. Tricks spend money on women. So if you're spending money and you're doing what you have to do and you're ugly, there is always a woman in every single generation who is going to marry an ugly man. They said there is no ugly millionaires. There are no ugly wealthy people. You can always do plastic surgery. But generally, a woman is going to still be attracted to a man's resources, even if he is butt ass ugly. So he has no excuse.
Wait, hope we get past these talking points because it's mostly based on the manosphere. It's not mostly based on the manosphere. There are men who use single mothers in the real world for resources. That's not just based on the manosphere. It is a problem. It is a problem. That man just talked about how he met a single mother, had a child with her, and then bounced, essentially. That, I don't know what y'all heard. I don't know what y'all heard, but if you met that woman with that child before you had that before you had another child with that woman, you knew about how they decided to parent that child and that you couldn't discipline that child. So to me, having another child knowing you weren't going to stay because you can't discipline some other man's child in your mind seems like a you problem to me. It seems like you were trying to be degenerate. That's what I see. So you should have probably packed your bag and left when you realize, oh, I can't discipline the child, and that is a deal breaker. If you can't discipline the child and that is a deal breaker, try not to have another child with that woman and then bounce. Try that. How about that?
What does it serve to discipline somebody else's child? Like, I don't
Girl,
get
that man just talking. That man, there is absolutely no reason you should have brought that story up.
Right.
I think it's people without power to be powerful. Mm-hmm.
Let me
I was
finish
gonna
this.
say he probably wanted to spank the child or whip the child, and the other man wasn't having it, and he didn't like that.
Yeah, he wanted to dominate. He wanted to dominate the house, and another man was around. And let's just be honest about the fact that O'Shea seems like he has a terrible personality. Like ugly men have it hard, but people who are annoying to be around and insufferable are the worst. Like I think that it's not only that. Like we have to name that.
I mean, yeah, ugly people have it hard. Yeah, blah blah blah. Develop a personality. Like the people are like, I just hate this. Like you're gonna externalize all of your problem, and it's just like you have a platform where people listen to you, and you're going to use that to promote more degeneracy. Really? Because you're mad? Because you're mad? No.
And he's pro-black.
We knew
He's not no pro-black. He's
right,
not
and we
pro-black.
all
He is
knew.
absolutely not pro-black. I am more pro-black than
That's what I
O'Shea
said.
Jackson.
We all knew ugly guys that could dress and can dance and can sing or had personality in high school that stayed with women. It's
Yeah.
not about looks.
Cough, Jay-Z, cough.
Yeah. Who said Jay-Z? Get off my platform. Get off Beyonce's internet. I'm kidding.
Very rarely do I hear that, but maybe that's the case. I don't know. And to be honest, I don't really care. Okay. But in all actuality, if I have a son, I'm going to tell him, listen, you probably want to deal with a woman that gives you the most flexibility and the least drama. Not saying that women without kids can't be dramatic, because they can. But I'm talking about drama as far as from the baby daddy, drama as far as disrespect from the kid. All of these things that happen when brothers date single moms sometimes. And it's beneficial to Sierra. But the question is it beneficial to Russell Wilson?
Yes.
Why
he has
would
a
he
family
want
that this man has a family he loves and cares for. Yes, it is beneficial to him. Yes, it is beneficial to him. What do you mean? That don't make no sense. Like, are you trying to get into this? you're trying to get into this man's life to try to figure out these people are the it black couple. What do you mean? How is it beneficial to what? Yo, these men will just make things up. They'll just make things up.
Demas, I think a lot of men categorize single mothers as just used up. Nobody wants them and they don't deserve better. Like, how dare you? You know, a lot of them are mad at their own mothers as well, I think. But like you said, this is a black couple. They should be idolized, you would think. But I think because she got away from Future and she actually leveled up, you know, I think a lot of them are upset and angry that she's
Yeah,
the
it's
one that got
also
away.
part of me that actually it takes it a bit further, and that you know how he was married to a white woman and then left and married Sierra. I think it's all causing a huge mental disconnect in black men's mind.
It's bitter.
Oh my God,
I'm confused.
It really
This
is.
is the missing link. Oh my God, no, you broke my brain. That's true because it's like there's a black man with he's not no pion like football player. This man wins awards. This guy gets trophies. He's at the top of his class and he makes good money and he's Russell Wilson is probably the most elite man in terms of this conversation, diversified and invested. He had options and he chose a black girl with a kid over a white lady. That does break the whole system, doesn't it?
It's the whole thing is put on its head. You disrespect and degrade women when they have children, and yet y'all want them to have your children. That don't make sense to me. That does not make sense to me. Even if you hated it, you would think you would pretend to like it. I know a man dating a single mother. He has no job or money. Girl, he's not dating her. She's taking care of him. There's no dating of her going on. She's dating him. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I don't know why I'm laughing.
It's like
Goodness, isn't
not
it true that
fair.
would you consider O'Shea someone that idolizes Future?
I don't think O'Shea likes Future, but I think O'Shea hates the fact that Sierra represents the reality that black women can have a second chance at love. And for me, I don't really care about the love aspect. I just want you all to have happiness and meaningful life. But I think specifically when they're preaching that your market value goes down, sexual market value goes down when you have a child, Sierra becomes a problem for them. She does.
That's because he has
But
no
then
sexual
they're
market
single
value.
fathers, though. What about the single fathers? They idolize Future, but he's literally a single father, what, 12 times over, 10 times over? So doesn't that make him damaged goods as well?
Men
Not
don't get
when
managed
they
by
don't have
kids.
kids around.
Yeah.
Hell, they don't.
Wait. She feeds him, gives him gas money, and plays. I promise you, what he's doing with that gas. Let me stop. She knows he's seeing other. Oh, there. All right, never mind. That's what I was gonna say. Never mind. That's that on that. And you not gonna convince me that's not due to low self-esteem.
But Themis, I want to name that. Like, this is what I'm saying. Full circle. This is my argument about the Russell Wilson and Future verses that we're having right here. O'Shea would probably want to be Russell. Our community does value Russell, right?
O'Shea would want to be. No,
like
he would
single
not.
mothers.
He would not want to be Russell Wilson.
Yeah, Sierra
he
was
would.
still a single mother.
Yeah, he would want Russell Wilson money. Maybe he does not want to be Russell Wilson.
I disagree. I think he wants to have the Nick Sierra, right? We're talking about.
You think he wants to have a cute family?
I think he wants to be successful, respected, and seen as button up.
Yes, without actually being any of those things.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay, but when we're talking about ideal,
So he does not want to be Russell Wilson. Like
I
he
don't.
wants to be
can't be.
seen. like I do agree. I think he want like he I think he probably I don't know what he wants to be seen as. We can see him, but he wants to be seen as something. Whatever that thing is, he's not willing to do the work to be. And so no, he doesn't want to be Russell.
Could he be jealous
Because
of
Russell adopted Sierra and Future's child. O'Shea would not do something like that because he is literally preaching about not dating single mothers. So he wouldn't want to be Russell. To him, Russell wouldn't marry someone who has a child.
Girl, wait, who said the Future is a single father? Y'all need to get out of my chat.
He wouldn't want to be. What I'm saying is that when we think about respect and credibility, Russell can go into rooms that Future can't completely mix the kids, right? Obviously, they're central to the broader argument, but we're just talking about the avatar of masculinity, right? We're talking about masculinity, hypermasculinity, and being that guy. Even though in our community we make it seem like through our music and through our manosphere that Russell is the beta and that Future is the aspiration, when we're being honest, we know that Russell is the person that most of these guys would prefer to be. They would rather be somebody who commands respect when they come in the room, who can move in certain circles where they don't have to they're not being overtalked or they're not being assumed to be stupid. Hence why T.I. all of a sudden memorized the dictionary. They want to be seen that way. They don't want to earn it, but they want to be seen that way. And I think that that's what I'm saying. Like, the men and the women both are bought into the idea that this is the ideal. Now, granted, I'm not saying that that the outcomes marry that, but I do.
Wait, 1 second before you continue. Just say 70% of people said that the community promotes Future. Only 30% agrees with you. I needed to read the poll out for you.
It's all right. I'm on this bridge by myself, and that's with 30%.
You're not alone. I agree.
I agree with you too, actually.
And that's okay. And we can, and the reason why I wanted to circle back here, because I think this is a case in point. Why would you take this so personally? Future does not even care. Sierra's probably his like third baby mama. He has 10 kids other than that. Future probably.
Oh no, he is. This one hit hard.
Maybe Future probably still tired of talking about this. I think Lori Hart.
No. Future is big mad. I think
Lori Hart hit harder.
I think part of the culture is when you impregnate people, you have marked them in a way, and so they're attached to you, and the other men won't be interested, at least as far as the manosphere is concerned, and how they talk about single mother. The fact that Sierra did in fact level up, even if he didn't care about Sierra, he cares now. I promise you he cares.
Absolutely.
I promise you he cares. He is big mad. He probably pretend to his other women and people that he loved little Future because of how much exposure. Like, you cannot turn on the TV without seeing these two. No, he's big mad. He has to be big mad. I promise you, a small ego like that is a small man like that with a huge ego.
Well, why is he mad? Why is he mad though? Because she got away.
Yeah,
I think it's more so that it makes him look bad. It has less to do with anything about her.
Yeah,
it makes him look bad. Like, especially the kind of man that she's with, his caliber, his stature, his level in life or whatever. I mean, it makes him look like the ant.
And he was supposed to be the best she could get.
Look, this is all assumptions on my end, but I promise you.
Have y'all
I believe it.
Have you guys heard it's not necessarily conspiracy, maybe somebody trolling, but there's this whole thing going around where they say Future wants to sleep with Bow Wow because he goes behind Bow Wow and just cleans up his leftovers. He's, I think, got 1 or 2 of his baby mamas pregnant or something.
That's the problem, though. Even in that language, it's a problem for me.
Well, leftovers, I mean, as far as like he won't go get his own woman. It's like he's chasing after Bow Wow's.
Nope,
people
they don't belong to you. So even the language.
Well, we're talking about degenerate male culture, black male culture. Of course, this is another reason why women usually don't date men with kids, because they feel like they're always running back and sleeping with the baby mom. A woman can sleep with the same guy she's already got a kid with or had sex with in the past. Her numbers don't go up, hence the same cycle. If she's not dating anyone, she can always call him for servicing. So it's a degeneracy that is all over the place when it comes to it on both ends, when it comes to baby mama and baby daddy culture.
I think
I
that
don't know nothing
Future's
about that.
reputation is finally preceding him, and it's musical. Yeah. Like if you are right now, this many like I think Future is a case in point that it eventually gets corny. I saw this one thing where Nick Cannon, where they were saying that one of the kids that Nick Cannon went for a maternity shoot didn't look like it was his kid. And I mean, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
I don't think that. I think it's just misogyny in general, and that applies to men and women. There are also a lot of women who go against Sierra as well as men. In our society, I believe that when a woman gets with a man and has a child, they are expected to hold on and to be long suffering and hold on to that man for life. And when they don't do that, and when they break away from that and they go and find their own happiness, both men and women go after them and shame them, because it's not just men talking crap about Sierra, it's also women. It's also women. So I don't think that this is a sexist thing. I think that this is just a society thing, because literally there are women who hate Sierra, and for no reason they're just like, I don't like her. I think she's fake. Da, 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 da. But they loved her before. They loved all her music before. But when she
I
went and
mean, did
found
we really love
happiness,
the music before? I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I know her music. People don't like her music, whatever. But what I'm
I'm
saying
kidding.
is,
Let me get my 1-2 step in.
you know, well, what I'm saying is, it's just as a society, like women are coming after her too, and it's men coming after her because they believe that women, especially black women, should just hold on and never let go and just be the ride or die. You know what I mean? And most of us have been taught that, and so when women, especially black women, see a woman who doesn't abide by that, and they're stuck in their marriage with their cheating ass husband who got kids all over the place, who've been cheating on them, in a lot of cases beating on them, and they just stay there because they're just like, I'm a ride or die. That's my husband. We've been together for so and so years. And they see this woman getting out of this and finding happiness. They don't like that, because it's the same kind of uh relationship as it is with homophobic down low men. You know how a lot of like down low men um are super homophobic because they see these homophobic men out there living their best life, and they don't have the courage to do so. It's the same thing with black women who see other black women out there living their best life, and they don't have the courage to do so, so they attack her.
All right, wait. Let me finish this for 1 second.
What has his life, or how has his life changed? Being a stepdad to another man's kid. What's been the benefit? And nobody wants to answer that. Women want to date men and marry men that are not fathers of their kids, but then at the same time, you always hear, my kids come first. You're not going to be primary in my life. You're going to be a second-class citizen. This is what the lesbian lady said. So even they're understanding that. Who wants to go into a situation where, you're a second-class citizen? I wouldn't want to do that. What's the point? Why did I go to college, bust my ass, stay up, work all nights to be a second-class citizen? I don't think so.
Yeah, no, I'm
Nah,
not going to finish
to
that. I'm
answer
not
to,
finishing
to,
that.
to answer
Wait.
What is he even talking about?
Yeah, no, he's
He's
not
supposed
talking
to be
about anything.
helping raise a
Anyway,
child.
Anyway, back to the slide. All that he's saying is that he don't care about them kids. That's what he's saying. I don't really care what else O'Shea has to say. He's just saying he don't care about them kids. I don't know what he's talking about second class citizenry. I don't know what O'Shea's talking about. Oh, this man has two children plus a little future who he essentially adopted. Um, I don't know if that's legal, but he treats him like his own child. And they look like a happy, loving, amazing family. So I don't know what you're talking about, what he gets. He gets happiness, joy. He's the it couple. Like there's so many things Russell gets got get out of this. Like I don't. These men are annoying me. So um, there was a part of this. I'm going to end it now and we'll go into the after show and wrap everything up. But there's still some more to this that I wanted to get into, but I'm annoyed, tired, and annoyed some more. I was going to think about Blackness more broadly. And if we're thinking about culture as shared identity in some ways and the things that we're exploring and exporting, our norms and culture, when we think about it from a Western perspective, a Caribbean perspective, an African perspective, a European perspective, an upper class, lower class, middle class perspective, what are the things that are similar and different? And is there a way that we can think of Blackness as not meaningful because people who are rich share more in common than people who are, even if you're white and Black, than people who are rich and poor, right? And what does that mean about the ways in which we're trying to tie class and identity together? Is that my computer beeping like that? Anywho, those who are educated versus undereducated or uneducated, those who are secular versus religious, those who are young versus old, all of these questions come into play. But when we think about culture, then, how do we define it in a way that encapsulates Blackness but doesn't exclude others from the culture? Does culture have to be all inclusive? Do people have to all participate in the norms, or can some people not participate in it while still being a part of said culture? And that's the line of questioning that I wanted to get into, which is why I started broadly, but we don't have the time to be doing this right now. I wanted to go over high culture, low culture, and popular culture, cultural lag, subculture, counterculture. We're not going to do any of this because we wasted too much time talking about everything and nothing at once. So I'm going to go into the after show. We're going to wrap this up and then end it. So see you guys on the other side of this video.
Opinions for
All right,
this.
so let's go down the line, and you guys will have a minute or so to wrap up. I will, for the next time, Mocha Mommy wants to come up. Mocha, you can come in after Concern. I'll drop her, and then you can come up. I'll go through. So no one else come up besides Mocha Mommy. The panel is full except for when I drop someone. Mocha, you can come up. I realize I was attempting to make this live not boring. And I realized it might have been a bit boring. And the reason is because I was Mocha Mommy, you can come up now then. The reason it was a bit boring was simply because there was a lot of text involved, and I was trying to like redo the text into something that's watchable. So apologies. The next Friday when we come live, I will have some mess for us to go over, so it's not just purely just like a lecture thing. Do a part 2. I won't do a part 2 because I don't think people are as interested in this topic as I wanted them to be. But it's fine. I'm just a terrible content creator. All right, go ahead, Concerned.
First of all, not true. You're a fantastic content creator.
Period. I was fishing for that.
On the edge of my seat, riveted the entire time into this conversation. I will say that culture is hard. It was ambitious for us to try to even talk about. So I'm proud of how far we got. But I will say that one thing that I'll just reiterate again is that I want us to reframe the story and try to distance ourselves from the things that people are invested in telling us about ourselves. There are a lot of things that are being narrated to Black people in terms of what is happening in front of us that other people need us to believe. And that has a lot to do also with, the low self-esteem we talked about, right? Like we can't center other people in our come up because they don't want us to come up. Because that means that we have to reshift. There's no new race of people that's going to come up that's going to be created. So in reality, I just want Black people to get to distance ourselves from other people's lens of us so that we can sober-mindedly decide what we're going to do next. But we can't just be thinking about what white people think, what Asian people think, what Indian people think, because why would they want to think highly of us if it's a competition?
All right. Thank you. There's no pushback happening. I'm just going through. That was Concerned. I think Candy's next.
I don't have too much to say. I think O'Shea reminds me of one of those men that think they should eat and be served first before the kids. And I would even say that he probably thinks he should be eating a steak dinner while the kids eat cheese sandwiches. So,
girl, he said second-class citizen, and I was over it.
But that's it. Good night, guys.
Good night. Have a good one. Poppin.
I'm so sorry, Dennis. I'm so sorry. Okay, so I love the show. This is the first time I came up. You guys talk about.
Welcome.
Thank you. You guys talk about. I always lurk though. You guys talked about a whole range of different things. I really enjoyed it. I wanted to say that for those who are worried about what other cultures think of our Blackness in our culture and things like that, I say go out and explore it and see for yourself. I moved to Europe 4 years ago, and I live in a a country where they were never colonized. They are, kind of like they're white, but they're not what we would consider white. They're more like cave white or whatever people would consider. So they weren't colonized. So me living here, their only window of Blackness is what they see on TV, and maybe a few Africans that visit and a couple of Americans that visit. And my experience living here as a Black woman, they're obsessed with our culture. Their women love our hairstyles. I see weave over here all the time. Hip hop, things like that. Of course, you got K-pop. There are different people in different cultures who literally look up to Black culture, and not to assimilate or anything, but to literally be like, hey, we love your culture. We appreciate you. We love your music. They have their own hip hop here. They dress certain way. They have Jordans. It's just very, it's very Americanized. They're obsessed with that. But I also see beautiful Black art on the walls here. I see white cafe owners and businesses literally have pictures of Black women on their walls because they see it as beautiful. I've been told they feel that Blackness is art, even though I can't always agree with that, because our representation in our life isn't just tap dancing and pleasing everybody and saying, oh, we're so creative and artistic. We are who we are. So, but I'm just saying, like, go out there and explore and see what your culture says. Don't go by what you think people say, but actually, like, go out there and, like, see how people take on your Blackness and who you are as a person. That's it. Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you. I do actually agree with going out there and like exploring for yourself. I Who is next? Wait, what happened to the screen? Oh, asthma. What is it? Asthma?
It's a smash.
How
Um,
are you? Are you in the UK?
I'm not, no, that's my middle initial. Sorry.
Oh, I was
Yeah,
like, oh my
my
God.
my husband is Swedish, so that's the Swedish last name. But anyway, I just wanted to mention that and share with everybody that the late David Graeber, who was an anthropologist and professor, he qualified culture as being what a group of people won't do. So when I think about that, when I think about our culture, I think about the fact that it is actually present in terms of our art and music and clothing, but what's missing is tradition and core values. And most importantly, I think that we have to develop and agree on what our image is. What is the Black woman's manifesto? And then there's, of course, the Black man's manifesto. What, like, do we value our natural beauty? And can we have natural beauty, Black beauty pageants? Can we pull our money, our resources together? I really do think that we need like some sort of image rebranding, something that's cohesive, and what we can determine as like what we decide is our mainstream, imagery. Like even down to the language that we use and how we speak. And I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Um, Thank you for coming up too. Nelly,
Hi, Themis.
hey, how are you?
I'm doing okay. So I just wanted to sort of kind of speak on the Sierra thing. I know everybody, I kind of caught the end of it, but um I think that a lot of guys like O'Shea are mad at Sierra. They're mad at her because she's supposed to represent the single mother that's supposed to be with a guy that dogs her out. Like that's the best that you can get. You're supposed to be with a future. You're supposed to keep a future because come and get these crumbs from off the table because that's all you deserve. What I would say to Black women, especially single mothers, because you see it online all the time, and I can't remember who said this, but women also are mad at Sierra. But I think it's also in a reverse. It's like, dang, how did Sierra get this guy? Where is my Russell? You know? So for them, I don't a lot of them I feel like not the fact that they're upset, they also wish that they can be in that same position in real life, if that makes sense.
Yes.
But back to what I was saying, to single mothers, to Black single mothers, don't let these dudes pin you in a corner. And just like the other lady said, they will use up your resources. They will come in your house. They will have less than you, but you're still supposed to be beneath them. You're still supposed to be beneath them, even if you're educated, even if you are well off and you have one child or two child. I don't know how many ever children you have. You're still supposed to be considered beneath them, even if you're better off than them, which doesn't make any sense to me. And nobody ever talks about the fact that they don't necessarily call white women baby mothers, but they're also willing to take care of those children if they engage in a relationship with non-Black women. So that's sort of kind of all I have to say um, about it. But single mothers, don't let them pin you in a corner. You're better than that.
Good.
You're worthy. You're worthy of being married to a Russell. You're worthy of all the things that you want. And don't let them make you seem like you have to take crumbs. You might as well be single for that matter.
I actually agree with you on that. Um, Thank you.
All right.
Um,
Thank you, Themis.
thank you. Please come back. Um, Presley.
Hi. Yeah, I basically earlier said exactly what your previous caller said. That they basically are upset because they didn't expect you to move on. They thought that they were the end all be all. But I did want to ask you, I know that you were looking for kind of context and kind of research on what culture was. And I tried to answer all of your questions in the way that in the way that you asked it. So I'm just trying to figure out what exactly were you trying to figure out about culture, you know?
No, well, I wanted to figure out if we agreed on what Black culture represented, essentially.
Okay, well, I do feel like black culture is based off of the women and their strength, and we're basically told, both men and women, that women are supposed to that the black women in the culture are supposed to take care of you, uplift you whenever black men are in trouble. Black women are supposed to rally behind them, and if they stick up for women's rights, then they're told you're black before you're a woman. You're black first. You're black first. And so women's rights and uh their actual needs are never recognized, because whenever they are, when it comes to women, when it comes to the LGBT plus community, it's always you're black first. But whenever a black man's in trouble, they're never told you're black before you're a man. The same way women are told you're black before you're a woman, or people a part of the LGBT plus community are told you're black before you're a part of the LGBT community. And it just feels like our culture is about uplifting black men. And if you stray out of that, then people go against you. Period. No matter if you're straight, gay, trans, a woman, period. If you're not all about uplifting black men no matter what they do, then you're basically ousted. There's rappers who just got killed, who were promoting what their demise was. And if we speak out against that, then we're told, then we're ousted. It's like you died from what you made a career off of. But yet, if we speak about that, then we're bad. And it's, I, I think that's the culture. I think the black culture is uplifting black men and black women being the strength and the saviors. Because when something goes wrong, call auntie, call mama, call grandma. You know what I mean? And then if you're anything outside of a straight black man, then you're weird, you're a weirdo, you're ousted. So that's what I believe.
Thank, thank you. I hate the chat. I promise you. I promise you. I hate the chat. I promise you
It's
that much.
literally it's only when I come on, because it's like everybody else says the same things I say, and they're like, "Yay, clap, 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 clap." But then when I come on, it's like, "Boo, tomato, tomato, tomato." So I don't get that, but I don't know.
Sorry, I think I just hurt myself laughing. That's not okay. Um, thank you. I'm just
Laughing.
so I'm.
You're laughing at me, like growing up for us, and it's like everybody else said the same exact thing I said, but yeah, when I say it, it's a laugh. It's so weird. It's really weird.
Kiki said the lack of self-awareness is giving me a headache. Um,
What am I not self-aware of? Please let me know.
all right, Paris, go ahead.
What am I not self-aware of?
What?
I'm
Paris?
yes. So we were talking last or earlier this week about this whole kind of black experience, black culture thing briefly. And for me, black American culture is very layered and there's also subcultures. What we witness right now in the zeitgeist on TV is hood rich, hood culture, which is a subset of black culture that is now spread like wildfire as a representation of what black culture is. And that's not the case. There's different subsets of blackness. You can have the nerdy blacks, you can have the uh, sorority, fraternity blacks, divine nine, you can have the churchy blacks, you can have the country blacks, the hood blacks, all different type of black people and black culture. The black people who people from the Caribbean, but they not, but they still claim it. We got all of them. We got the people who just come over here. But the thing about American blackness, as much as people try to say we don't have a culture, we do. And it's not just a culture of degeneracy. Black culture in America is owning barbershops and beauty salons, fish fries at the church, coming in before the street lights come on, going to your grandma's house for the summers, you know, climbing trees and all the stuff you do as a kid, cooking the meals from your great grandma's recipe book. We have culture. The civil rights movement, Maya Angelou, Denzel Washington. We have tons of black culture that has nothing to do with degeneracy. But the issue is what we have now is a situation where there's a huge subset of us that is living in poverty. And the same behavior that you see with quote unquote black culture that's being promoted right now is the same thing you see in the trailer parks. Redneck culture is very similar to ignorant black culture. But the problem is it's not as promoted. Duck Dynasty had their run, Country Music Award,
Um,
like that.
Thomas Sowell did, I think, write a book about this that I definitely didn't finish reading about redneck, black redneck and white redneck or something like that. I don't remember.
Yeah. But just think the dynamic of saying women want these type of men, this and that. All women of any type of socioeconomical background all want powerful men. You go in the church, they're lusting after the deacons and the preachers. You go in the hood, they want the dope boy that got the money in the car. And you go to a sorority, they want to be with the guy who's going into the line. It's there everywhere. So I don't want people to think that just because someone is from the hood that they're acting differently as a woman, and what you think is going to propel you forward as something that is unique to that experience. It's not. It's over all groups. I'm from a military town. There are women who are literally, and military towns are always in the middle of nowhere. They groom their children to grow up, their teenage girls to date and possibly marry somebody in the military so they have a way out. Some of the guys are, you just, if you're not good at sports and stuff, they push you into the military. Women are raised differently nowadays because of the fact that people aren't just getting married out of high school anymore. So you have to take care of yourself. They push education on girls. They also feed us this whole thing of a different world. They fed us that. They fed us the Morris Chestnut story and all that other stuff where we thought we were going to find this black man. But the same black boys that lived in the house with us, they didn't set them up to be that for us. Our Disney princess, Hollywood's, no, not even Hollywood, but our mental fairy tale in our head is not consistent to what's out there when it comes to partnering. And even in our Disney movie with the frog and princess, she was still working. The only Disney princess that was working, building her own business, and got some degenerate male who was a schemer and a liar. And he ended up being okay.
Just okay. Period. That's why Anita Baker told us fairy tales. And if you haven't played that song, I would recommend listening to that song. Love it. I think it's one of my favorite Anita Baker songs now.
So black
Um,
is not something to be ashamed of. I urge any person outside of Black American culture, when you come here, immerse yourself in it. Find good, positive Black culture references to be on. We are not in rap videos twerking on top of cars. There is a subset of people that are doing that, but what you see on TV is not us. Of course, people that are not like that can be louder, but it is true that they promote certain things. So,
yeah.
fortunately, that's what it is. And with as much success and stuff and representation that you see in Congress and Stacey Abrams and stuff, that's Black culture too. So hold on to that. And Themis, I wish you the best of luck with, this long adventure you're embarking on with writing this, you know, whole profile
Um,
community.
well, I'm updating, and there's a part of it. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'll respond in a minute. Thank you. Um, I'm questioning whether or not I should publish it. I'm late, but they're salty about Wakanda Forever. Well, this weekend I'll let you know my thoughts on it on Wakanda, because I saw people, I didn't watch any of them, but they're like, oh, it's emasculating. So I want to see who's getting beat up and why. All right, Siren and Mocha Mommy, let's have this brief discussion before we close. What did you guys have? Probably should call one of you instead of both at the same time, but
Anybody want to go first?
You were up here longer. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so really quick, Themis, appreciate this again for even just hosting this conversation. Realistically, I do believe that a conversation and conversations like this, when we're trying to define a culture, then restructure culture or create a culture, it takes one talk, two talk, three talk, four talk. It's going to take time. Just like any other culture has developed, it's taken hundreds of years, sometimes thousands. Anyway, my point. Um, to me, when I think about the actual fundamental definition of culture, cultural autonomy, it takes steps, if you will. So I think first we do have to think monolithically just to begin. I'm not trying to say for everyone in the chat that that's what we are now, but if anytime that you have to define something or restructure something, you have to think of it as a whole. So one of the ways that we have to think about it as a whole is first, okay, what is our perception? So that's what we're trying to go through right now. But we have to think about the perception of folks in the US, folks in Jamaica, folks in Ghana, all this other stuff as a whole, because we have all as a whole been grouped into one another and been affected by the same oppressive culture, if that makes a sense. So as I think it in a monolithic way, I have defined Black culture from the rooted to the tutor, from up and down, from all the parts of the diaspora, as consistent of customs, traditions, systems, and foundations integral to the worldwide establishment, shared by people of familiar roots as well as phenotypes originating in Africa, but via colonization, suppression, and extreme violence now share a fractured identity opposed upon them via stigma and organized international oppression. So basically, all those words just say we are great. We give everything around the world definition, what's it called? Entertainment, styles, our bodies, everything, but because of systematic oppressions, they have been easily commodified, and we have been made the stepping stone or the bottom of the hierarchy so other people can step up. And based out of survival and violence, out of a natural defense or survival technique, we've either assimilated into that, or we have been crushed by it, or we have to separate ourselves from it. So Black culture is consistent, all that stuff, that big old definition. The other part that I wanted to talk about was, again, cultural autonomy takes steps. We have to think monolithically first, then we have to think regionally, then we have to think individually. And I don't know if maybe at this point, if we're ready just yet,
I don't
because
think
I
we
don't
are.
think that people, oh,
I
I'm
don't
sorry,
think
go
we
ahead.
are. I don't think we are.
I agree, but not in an insulting way, but because fundamentally we have so far to go just to get the basic understanding of our humanity back, just to get the basic understanding of what are we rooted to. We all have foundations in Africa, absolutely, but so much of us have it ripped away. So much of us are totally removed. So much of us feel there's too much on a basic fundamental human level that we have to establish before we can even have a conversation of trying to establish strength in what we are again. We have to find out who we are. We have to have hard conversations. There may be a type of separation that needs to come, but the internal fighting, the diaspora wars, all that, we got to get through that first. And sometimes, oh, I'm sorry, I may be ranting. Did anybody want to say something? I'm so
No,
sorry.
you're fine. When you can finish up and then Mocha Mommy.
Okay, sorry.
No. Don't apologize. You're fine.
With us doing that, I think before we can even do that, we have to understand the comparisons and the saying that, well, the white man's not going to let us do this, and while other cultures and things like that, we know. No one's going to let us do anything, because if they let us do anything, the whole system falls down. So again, that's why I'm saying we might have to fundamentally separate ourselves from the very world that has condemned us and start doing for our own in ways that, like I said, we haven't thought about. So yeah, that's just kind of what I wanted to say. Oh, and I'm sorry. Cultural autonomy also has multiple parts. If anybody was interested, it is the way the group wants to be perceived, the way the group defines itself, and then the way the group acts upon its self-identity for preservation. So, okay, I'm done.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I like cultural autonomy. Mocha Mommy.
Thank you for keeping this panel up as long as you have. But basically, I just wanted to say when these cultural, I guess, events or phenomena happen, it gives us a clear idea of the culture. I know you were talking about Russell Wilson and Sierra, and then you played the commentary, and it just made me think of how that's how one aspect of our culture saw it, but what other people saw was something very different. Like not too long after they got married, Russell Wilson signed the largest NFL contract of any quarterback in history. And a large percentage of that money ended up going to his offensive line where he bought them Amazon stock. So to have someone who's on accord with that, who has that same value system, is what he gets out of it.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people see that as financial empowerment. And that's also a huge part of our culture, that group economics part of our culture. So when other people see that, it just makes you think that we have a long way to go as far as our cultural communication, as far as who we are to each other. Like, so I think that was one thing too. Like that's one thing you bring up that was really good, that you had said that we are very multifaceted. And I just think to discuss those facets is a really important thing, and also which facets we identify with, because we just don't have to keep pushing this narrative forward.
Yeah, I agree with you. I want to be the person with the biggest piece of chicken is gonna kill us, because as you were talking about it, like the ways in which we perceive and interpret actions and what is happening. Yeah, there are people who saw it and say, "Oh, these are two economically savvy people, or at least powerful people in terms of economics, coming together and building." And another group saw it and said, "Oh, a baby mama getting a high value man." And it's like, I wish I could undo that interpretation and change the lens through which one group sees it, but I don't know if that's even fair to say. But I wish we could I wish at the forefront of our minds in the analysis of culture is this idea of what is best for the collective. But I think we're selfish. And maybe I can think about it in that way because what's best for the collective, I think is best for me right now. And maybe it would be different. I hope not. I don't think so. Because I do put myself at great personal cost to do these live streams. So I don't think we're all just selfish people and we only do what we think is in our best interest individually. But it feels like that's the place it comes from when you want the biggest piece of chicken because you're the man and you don't really think about, well, how am I being a leader? How am I contributing? How am I building community? How am I holding space for the people around me to actualize? It feels very much degenerate when I hear someone say, "Why would you date a baby mother?" Like that has to be a degenerate thing. It has to be a culture of degeneracy. If we're to accept that being a baby mother means having a child means that you are used and should be disregarded, then what does that say about the women in our community with children? Do we just disregard them? What should their status be? And if we take your version of reality and apply it and make it real, what would happen to our culture? And the fact that it would utterly destroy it means that you're wrong. Like you are wrong. That's my interpretation of what O'Shea said. And I just don't understand how we just don't care for children and we can take this very abusive tone but disregard people that we're supposed to protect. And maybe that people don't think they're supposed to protect other people, but it feels like we don't recognize that we have a responsibility to protect and not just our immediate family but even in our language protect the people that we're associated with, or at least not disparage them. So I mean I find it disheartening, and most of the conversation feels like if I am wrong on the cultural bit, then I don't feel comfortable publishing the rest of my work. So I'm about to attempt to revamp everything, but because I don't think we agree that most of our culture, in terms of the interpretation of it from those inside and outside, is bad.
Yeah, and I think too when we talk about blended families, how much of our legacy has been tied to these blended families, like how so many of the people who have contributed so many amazing things to our culture came from either a non-traditional or a blended family. Like, I mean, how Oprah Winfrey came from from a non-traditional family. Melody Hobson came from a non-traditional family. Shaquille O'Neal came from a blended family. Like, how many cultural contributions? And if we are continuing to think that way, that single moms or blended families are bad, how much greatness we could be missing out on.
Yes. Yeah, like yes. And greatness is not a happenstance. Like obviously there are prodigies, right? But I think greatness and being exceptional means that you cultivate it. And so I believe with average intelligence, almost everyone, at least black, can be great, right? Every human being can't be great because then the great becomes the bare minimum, right? But given the time and effort, you can cultivate that in someone. And it just feels like we are unwilling to like take the chance on family and community. And I don't like that. I don't like it. I feel like I do feel like there is a financial incentive happening online. So people are just saying whatever because like honestly they have to just be saying whatever. They can't really believe most of this. but the impact, I think, is just, it's just the fact that we have men online talking like this is annoying me. Like, it really is annoying me because, like, I no longer can look and debate about systemic racism the way that I once wanted to, because, like, literally play any of these men's video and I'm just gonna just stop talking, because no one is forcing them to come online and be degenerate. No one is. They're choosing to do this.
Right. I agree. But I think too, like there's certain content creators, you know that they don't believe what they're saying. You know that it's a shuck and jive.
Yeah.
But I also think too, I think the fact that we're even having these conversations, I think, in my opinion, from where I'm sitting, I see that as progress. You know, I mean, and I guess
Yeah.
maybe coming from a long time ago where these conversations were happening in silos only on like certain woke clubs on an HBCU campus, as opposed to now they're online and then they're global and every single person can chime in. I see, I mean, I know that some people see that, oh, we're heading down a terrible path, but in my opinion, I see a lot of positive that comes out of it. So thanks for having me on.
Thank you. I do see some positive, but I also see a ton of cognitive dissonance. But that, I think that is to be expected. So I'm just gonna say thank you, Mokamami. Please come back. I like talking with you. Siren, I'm glad to have you back. I hope this becomes a more frequent thing. Love talking to you. Love talking to you. And for everyone in the chat, all
Thank you.
700, 600, I don't know how many of you are here now. Thank you all for being here. Oh, there's two people in the back. You guys get 30 seconds each, and I'm gonna time you. Shania.
I'm Stacy. Oh my God, hey Venus, thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't even know what to say because they're concluding most of this. But I just want to say I love you, and I've been watching you for maybe a year or two now, and I love you so much. And I
Thank you.
cannot give my because it's not a discussion now, so I only got 30 seconds. But I love you, Venus. I'm
Love
gonna
you
try next
too.
time.
Air hug. Thank you. I appreciate
Love
that.
you.
I love a positive sentiment. Is it Shania?
Shania.
Hey, oh, your mic. 30 seconds.
Hey, Venus, how are you?
Doing well. You?
Good, good. What is going on today? I was like appalled hearing like thinking like the black community, well, the black men in the community that is art like influence generacy like they do sometimes. Well, most of the times, and well, I guess everybody can have a difference of opinion, but it does drive. Quick question: I think black men need therapy. It's not like I'm trying to like I guess, put them down or anything. They do
Wait.
because
You gonna be mad at me because you said you think black men need therapy? I agree, but I wouldn't say they alone need therapy.
well, no, we black women need therapy as well. But in since what I'm seeing that in turns is I don't understand the hatred towards black women. Black women are not satisfied with black men, but they don't have the sense of hatred. If you don't like if I'm not misspoken. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I see this hatred. Like if you're a single mother, it's like die. If you have, you know what I mean? If you don't, I guess if they find you attractive and you don't find them attractive, it's like die. It's like I don't understand the way their mental are.
I think she got your mic was chipping out, like going in and out. Sorry, the mic is wrecked. I think that might have not been just the mic, it might have been her connection because she's gone. So all right. I'm not going to do this anymore with the so what I was doing is I'm getting my pieces together off my agenda, and I was attempting to workshop it I won't do that anymore. We'll continue with content creation in the way that I have. I will try to make PowerPoints if I can, because I like the outline. Um, so that, but I'm gonna step back from that agenda thing, because I do think it requires more work, maybe even research that Um, I don't have the time to really do now. And I don't think it's fully fair to use my my channel to workshop, because what I'm going to do, or what I was going to do, is go back through this live stream and take notes and then go research and then put it together, and then I will have a complete introduction. And the introduction was going to be on culture and the Black culture, and then defining it, and kind of going through the elements of culture to fit it there. And then I would move into the different parts of a society and how my suggestions, um, on what to do about education, healthcare, economic development, social development, all of that stuff. And then figuring it out and then putting it out there, not as a here you go is the Black Manifesto, but here is the basic framework. Hopefully, you people read it, and then from there we can start building meaningfully on different parts. But it might have been too big a task. I can write, that's fine, but I think there's a lot missing, and I no longer feel comfortable. Because if I mess up the introduction, then this poorly, because I don't think we agree on what Black culture is. Um, and as a framework, I think that needs to be done first, um, before we can go forward. But I did enjoy the live. Um, I did enjoy this live stream. I enjoyed speaking with you all. I did define it. I did define culture. I did define culture. We talked about the elements of culture, and then we use concerns definition, we use truth teller definition. Um, Siren gave her definition, all of which hit at similar idea, norms, ways of life, and shared values. We did define it. Maybe, I don't know. Um, but I thought we defined it. So if we didn't, period, it is now 12 midnight where I am. If it didn't get defined, if no one understood it, it's not getting defined tonight. But um, even the fact that it might have seemed, um, if it seemed too complex or convoluted, then that's also a problem, right? So it is what it is. I love you all. Thank you all so much for watching. I will see you guys next Friday. I'm going to do a surprise live probably for, well, let me not say that out here. But thank you all. Have a wonderful night. Bye.